Hello everybody and welcome to day number 2 of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. We are well underway to determine which 4 tacticians will join Team Liquid's Kermex to represent North America at the Runeterra Reforged Championships that'll be happening just next weekend. My name is Necker and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined of course by Admirable, Casanova, Bupasaurus, and Crowan to bring you through all of the action. Today is just day 2 of a 3-day competition where we have 16 players remaining who will be competing over 6 games and will reseed those lobbies after every 2 games. So maybe a little bit of a fresh perspective for our players throughout the day. But today is where the going gets really tough because we're going to be cutting that field down into just 8 players that will compete in day 3 of our competition tomorrow. There's also a $35,000 prize pool on the line, with $10,000 going to first place, alongside a ticket to the TFT Global LAN that's going to be in Vegas coming up in December. So a ton to play for this weekend, and everybody that is in the top 16 is going to be taking home just a little bit of that prize pool today. But please help me in welcoming 2 incredibly special guests to the broadcast. I'm so excited to have Kambuli and Kyun joining us. Kambuli, how are you?
I'm good.
Kyun, how about you?
Oh, I'm good too. Nice to meet you.
So nice to have you both here, because I would love to pick your brains and your expertise on the competition that we've had so far this weekend. NA has continued to elevate when it comes down to the competition. At least it feels that way from the broadcast. Have you guys felt that way too, playing through like your tournament games and even just your ladder games?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely newer than Kyun when it comes to competitive TFT, but I think like each tournament and each snapshot gets like harder and harder and harder, so you can definitely feel how much the competition's getting better.
Like the sentiment is shared across the board. And Kyun, I know you've been competing in TFT for a while, but how have you found set 9 so far in terms of just the competitiveness of the set?
I enjoyed set 9, but then the point 5 was like IE for me. So like I'm kind of glad that next set they're getting rid of the half sets. But I'm still excited to compete, especially since starting like set 10, there's gonna be like a lot of changes.
I feel like when we take a look at how set 9.5 has started, or even I guess is going at this point, since we are in the middle of another competition on patch 13.20, it's been, I feel like, a little stagnant. I'm wondering if you guys feel the same way when you think about the meta right now and the fact that multicasters have been so prominent. Kambuli, is that like the meta call for this weekend? Are you surprised at all to see how much multicasters has been played?
It's definitely not a surprise. I think everyone's known since 1320 has been out that multis are like easiest comp to play, probably the strongest comp to get online quickly because it's a so low cost. So it's not surprising to see a lot of people play it. I think the only development has been like people playing it from Ezreal Legend instead of TF. So yeah, I'm assuming we're gonna keep seeing it today and tomorrow.
We've looked at the meta and we've also looked at just legend choices. You're right, like we have seen a lot more players trying to lead towards the Ezreal, but something else that was really interesting that was different from the LCQ Kyun is that there's also a lot more Earth. Do you feel like that is the better call than something like Twisted Fate that feel like kind of lacked some success yesterday?
Yeah, I think Earth is definitely better, as like if there's more Earth players in a lobby, like Earth enables Earth, as in like they all stand on the same portal that enables Earth, as in like any of the +1 augments, +1 portals. And then if they just hit like +2 from their combination of portals and augments, and they just go, they're able to like reach the 9 trait, they pretty much guarantee like top 2, for example, or even first. So I think Earth is definitely the superior legend going to the tourney.
It's really interesting to see David Ace pick that up during the LCQ, because a lot of people were still leaning onto the Twisted Fate. So like, how quickly does the meta really evolve when you're looking at a patch or like the mid set, for example? is this something that you feel like has even more potential when you look at the championships right around the corner being on a completely new patch? What do you think, Kambuli?
Yeah, I think especially since like the championship's on a different patch, we're gonna see the meta evolve super quickly. I think right now, I mean, NA's playing on a patch behind in other regions, and also everyone on live is playing the new patch. So I think NA players are gonna have to be able to adjust quickly. I know Kurum was already playing on the new patch instead of some in-houses because he wanted to prep for Worlds since he already made it, which I think is a smart move. But yeah, there's gonna be no multis since it got nerfed. I think Earth is still gonna be really strong for the championship. I mean, we'll see.
Based on who is left in the field, Kyun, I have to ask you kind of like the harder question here, and is that if there is this really fast evolution and just learning of this new patch, like who do you feel like has the best chance? Like out of the 16 that are left, is there anybody that you can pinpoint that's like, oh, they're gonna be really good at learning something really fast to be at the championships?
Like in a short period of time, like who's better, who's the best at
Yeah.
new things? Can I just look? Let me just look at the. I think, personally, it's probably. Like usually I would always say Solus, but Solus got eliminated day one. It's probably like Soju, Setsuko, just because of the fact that like they play the most amount of games in a short period of time. They're like grinders that spam a lot of games, and just from the pure number of games they could play without breaks, I think they have a slight edge. But I don't think the patch is that different for the World's Pass from this patch. It's just gonna be no multicaster, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like 90% all playing Earth, and they're all going to be pushing the +2 traits and winning.
That's fair. I feel like that'll still be more fun to watch, though, maybe. Just looking at, like, 9 Demacia, 9 Noxus, I feel like that's always super fun to see who can really cap out those boards. But, Kambuli, you as well, like, when you take a look at this field of competition that's left, who do you feel like has the best shot at making it to the championships? Whether it is because they're really good at learning a new patch really fast, or if it's just outright skill to be able to have a good shot there.
I definitely agree with Kiyun about Setsuko. I think like you have to include him in any kind of favorite list just because of how he's performed throughout set 9. I mean, how good he is in general. I also think he's like pretty solid on Earth right now, so I think you have to include him. And another name I'd throw in is Replay. I mean, we know that he won Worlds, but I think he's counted out in a lot of NA lists, and he always shows up when it comes to tournaments. I think people might weigh too heavily his like ladder performance or in-house performances, but I mean, we saw yesterday he showed up for the tournament. Every tournament he shows up, so you can't count him out either.
Definitely some very impressive names on those lists there, but I feel like there's also a really exciting storyline that we always like to follow, which is some of the newer names in TFT also just having great performances. So I'm wondering if you have kind of a dark horse, another person maybe just like Replay that's not really being recognized right now, but still might have a really good shot to do well this weekend. Kimberly, what do you think?
Oh yeah, I think there's a couple people, but the one at the top of my list would be T-Lides. I think he's starting to get on people's maps more. He was in like the top 15 for the DTI YDK power rankings, but like I mean, if you watch the show, they didn't even know how to say his name, so he's still definitely unknown to a lot of players. But I think he was able to clutch it out at the end of yesterday, and I think he's definitely someone to look out for.
You nailed it. That is good. It is T-Lides, so at least we got that one correct too. But Kiyun, what about you? Who else do you feel like might be a dark horse that people are not putting enough respect towards for this competition?
I said it before to like Froden and Dan, but I think it's Darthnub. Like every time I see him on ladder or I see him play, like he has this really interesting or unique like positioning or something like that, and he's really like a mathy person, so he like calculates everything, and he's like very like yeah, he just knows everything, I guess. So probably Darthnub.
I love that. So we now have a really good smattering of players to like keep an eye out for when we take a look at today going into tomorrow. And the last thing I want to ask you both is that this tournament so far, like especially going from day 2 into that final day, like the pressure mounts so much higher when you know that like half the field is getting cut. So if you had to make a meta call, would you be a multicaster? Or would you try to go towards those vertical traits? Kyun, you first.
I'll choose Earth and then play vertical traits.
Yeah. Kimberly, what about you?
Yeah, I think you kind of have to opt for Earth a lot of times. I think some people are still going to stay with the multis, but I would probably go with the Earth. I wouldn't be surprised, though, to see the multiplayers do better today and tomorrow if they're less contested. People swapping to Earth.
I'll have to wait and see if that happens. I always feel like it's a good evolution of the meta when we look through every single day. But Kyun, Kambuli, I just want to thank you both so much for taking the time to join us on the broadcast today. Are you guys going to be competing in set 10?
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, starting at Vegas.
Let's go. Vegas is going to be so much fun. I can't wait to see you guys there. And best of luck with your set 10 competition. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
I love when we get a chance to bring on players into the broadcast because Kambuli and Kyun are so much fun to talk to. We got a chance to talk to Darth Nub and Weijin Iverson yesterday as well. And admirable, I feel like we always learn something different when we get a chance to get their insight on the game or even just their perspective on the competition.
Yeah, they're just dirty Earth players. They can't even go for the consistent comps that truly test your ability to waver your desire to try to chase something more, that golden glory, and instead just take what's enough. You know, multicasters are really just enough for most people, and that's why all the players, we really bond together and love multicasters and dislike these dirty Earth 9 Demacia chasers. You know, isn't that right, Cass?
No. No, disagree. Yeah, I'm a little sick of the multis for sure, but also, I mean, the stats have shown, you know, Earth is up right now. The players that we just had, Kyun and Kimberly, they're right. Earth has been doing fantastic. Twisted Fate did pretty terrible, and it's been kind of the rise of Ezreal instead of Twisted Fate in that slot, and we'll see if that continues today because some of our better Twisted Fate players did actually stick around. The best results are still here.
It's actually really interesting to get their perspective and sadly not be able to show them the composition graphic. By the way, I hope you two are doing okay. I know exactly what answer I would get out of you if you're excited to be here, so I'm just going to assume you are. But like taking a look at this actual graphic, admirable, there's so much to break down here when it comes down to that big picture, which is the multicasters.
Yeah, honestly, this is kind of a really crazy one to look at too because of the multicaster popularity. Like, it is tremendous by comparison to pretty much anything else. Like, this is extremely unusual. And on top of this, what's extremely unusual is not only how popular it is, but how much it's top 4ing, and then coincidentally beside that, how often it's not actually taking a victory in this one. And this is really bizarre to look at.
Yeah, I mean, this overall has been pretty crazy, right? Like, all across the board, we're seeing the chase traits being the big positive thing, right? Those are grabbing all the wins, so we see these win rates go really low. We have the highest popularity ever on the multicasters, right, with this 2.3, and I feel like multis are at this critical mass where it's gonna get really scary today, where if a lot of the players that we're contesting didn't make it, and we're gonna have a lot less of this played, where are these stats going to go if this is what they had at this popularity? That's what I'm a little bit scared of.
The other thing, too, to look at is when you work your way up from the bottom to the top, 9 Demacia sitting at, like, popularity. Like, this is truly unusual to see something like this. Like, this gives you an idea of how often people are trying to simply brute force through this idea simply because it's so powerful. And that's actually influencing a lot of the decisions that you have working your way upwards. Like, for instance, we see Shurima, Azir, Nasus being a popular combination here. One of the reasons this is happening is players are hitting like a Bruiser spatula, for instance. They can't get through a 6 Bruiser composition. They're getting Azir together and happen to go that direction. Same thing with the Demacia Slayer Quinn. players are not getting 9 Demacia together, so instead they're defaulting to this Quinn and Mordekaiser carry situation where you end up settling on 7 Demacia or perhaps just falling out of the game. These are really big influences that are happening because players are simply choosing to brute force URF, but URF will have varied lines in it. The compositions like Ezreal and TF, for instance, though, they're going to lean you heavily towards a multicaster force.
Yeah, it's great you bring that up because, you know, the Azir Nasus carry, right? Like, we see the stats look pretty poor overall for this, but a lot of it is like trying to chase towards 9 Shurima and not getting there because the stepping stones of Shurima have just not been powerful enough into the like better Demacia and multicaster boards. Even though we did see some like major successes, I think Goobums has actually been the one who's kind of played the Shurima line the best, but I think there's been, you know, just whispers of this Shurima comp actually doing really, really well, and it just comes down to, can you get enough tempo in the early to mid game to actually push to those really late game stages with it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just taking a look at how dominant URF has been, I feel like we are going to end up seeing a lot more of these vertical traits. I mean, you even heard it from Kambul and Kyun too, that these vertical traits are going to be really powerful if you can get them online, but that it makes a lot of sense based on what you were both saying, that these 4 cost carries are just showing up more than we saw them show up in LCQ, because it is kind of that default of plan B if maybe your plan A just isn't going through. But the players that we have today, this competition has been so stacked, admirable. Like, I don't even, it was hard to say goodbye to 8 players yesterday.
It just keeps getting stronger and stronger every single time. And I know that we keep saying this every single tournament, but because it keeps happening, like there's such a low amount of time for there to be pretty significant improvement in that, but we keep seeing it happen. And I think a large reason for that is because we're seeing teams bond together of players and share pools of information and try to figure out playstyle, or try to figure out methods that work stronger for their playstyles. You know, one of the big things I just look at when I see this lobby, for instance, is again a testament to the strength. Setsuko and Dish Soap in the same lobby. These are the number 1 and number 2 players in North America right now. There's really no question about it. Our 2 top performers, however, they're sat in different lobbies right now, with Weijun Iverson in lobby A and Toronto Tokyo sitting in lobby B right now. We heard T-Lides mentioned at the start of the broadcast with Kambuli and with Kyun, as well as this. Liquid Chrome X, who's already qualified for this. DQA, a player that you can never underestimate. Soju, like he was also mentioned, just brute forcing games over and over again to make sure that he's got as much information as he can. You could talk about any of these players through a documentary, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. They've all, I mean, there even is a documentary of Soju that Kambuli made. You absolutely can do that with these players. And I do love that T-Lides is highlighted because he barely snuck in at the end, and he's been a player we've had our eyes on since mid-set, and kind of adding to the story of these kind of newer faces really popping off towards the end of the set here, right? Toronto Tokyo in second place on the day. He was one of our top 2 in LCQ alongside David Ace, who also has made it to the top 16 in lobby A, alongside, you know, another kind of newer face with Connor Isme, who had such a fantastic start to the day. He's back on the Ezreal Legend, which was his best success early on in the set. I mean, it's just been great to have these newer players. I even want to call out Philip, who we actually had that moment during the day where he had gone 8th twice in a row. He actually swapped Legends over to URF, had some really fantastic games towards the end, and made it to this day number 2.
It's been so impressive to watch how all of these players have adapted and adjusted. And much like what Kambul and Kyun were saying just a couple minutes ago, I'm so eager to see how these players are going to adjust to each other, knowing that also the variance of these players in these lobbies are much lower because there's only 16. There's only so many different iterations that you can do to reseed these between games 2 and 3, and also games 4 and 5. I'm doing my math correctly. But you know what I mean? Like, you just have less variance, admirable to like the combinations of these players that you can put together and who might actually be forcing the multicasters.
It's like, how much adjustment can you actually make if someone's brute forcing a strategy? That's
Yes,
really a
exactly.
big question for this. The second thing that's happened, though, is the difference between day 1 and day 2 now. Day 1, we cut off only a third of the field with this, which meant that there were players who were going into like this very conservative mode quickly after they had a good start to the day. They only got cut if you're in the bottom third of the players, so it's a lot easier to make it through to a day number 2. Today, half the field gets cut, so you may see more adjustments as we start the day, and you may see more adjustments throughout the day as players perhaps have to swing for the fences, or instead have to have just strong performances in general, stick to their plan, whatever it's going to be. I think it's much easier to change on a day like today where half the field gets cut than versus 1/3 of the field.
That's such a good point, because yesterday we did see a lot of players kind of stick to their guns for the very first 2 games of the day, where they said, well, I have like a semi-game plan of how I'd like to be able to approach this, but then we saw some switches. We saw some switches up in the Legends when things maybe got a little bit more tough. But now we get a chance to start the day with game number 1 of Lobby A of day 2. Casanova and Admirable, take it away.
All right, thank you, Necra. Admirable, we're jumping in. Hall of the 9, Cardinal Arcology, and Glass Industries. A lot of people standing on Hall of the 9. I feel like we talked about this yesterday. They complain about this all the time. But okay, here's my other take though, Admirable. We saw those spatulas show up from Hall of the 9. You know, you can get these like crazy things. Maybe the Earth players actually like it now. It's kind of what Kyun was talking about. The more Earth players that get to stand on their portals that grief everyone else, but they're good for Earth. And hey, maybe this is one of them.
Of course, it's the Earth players. There's no question it's the Earth players. This is like classic Stockholm syndrome stuff here, where it's like you've bonded with the thing that you're blaming at this point. Like it's just not how it works. Hall of the 9. Here's the thing: it's brilliant to watch. If you're not playing a tournament, it's brilliant to play. The moment you get to a spot like this is why you hear these players complain. It's because they're taking losses in super significant areas. If that's not the case, Hall of the 9's great. I mean, you ask me, this is one of the best designs in TFT. Like, this embraces everything about the game that you're trying to get. It's just for competition's sake. If I hear one of these players blame Hall of the 9 today, I swear I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it, Cass.
Well, as we take a look at the legend breakdown on the right side of our screen here, Admirable, we've got 5 Earth players, all as expected, right? No swaps there. Darth Nub and Replay were our top performing Twisted Fate players. They were expected to stay on it, and Connor on his signature Ezreal. So no surprises there. Actually, wanted to talk a little bit about Replay versus Darth Nub, as there are 2 Twisted Fates. Is that, Replay heavily leaned toward the multicasters. He was, one of our best performing multicaster players on the day, whereas Darth Nub was leaning towards Neela and playing for the Bilgewater Neela, playing just for kind of top 4 with that, and he found success there. So I'm interested how those 2 in the same lobby will interact, if they're going to end up on those, or if they'll kind of have contesting game plans. But we're jumping on to our first augment here, Admirable, with Wajan Iverson, our point leader from day 1.
Yeah, the silver augment to start, no less. So,
the
Earth players in tears at this point. Very exciting start here. You saw him pass over the Zon augment, pass over the Zon emblem, ends up with a Zon emblem. So I'm kind of curious if this is ever getting reforged, because I think that it's so dependent on how your Zons actually pop out that this is a playable thing. But yeah, talking about Wajan Iverson and his performance yesterday, I feel like this is the tournament that's starting to reflect how strong of a player he actually is, because his ladder stats are just absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, especially, first place rate, that's the big one we've been talking about with Wajan, and, he did get first place in half his games yesterday, and he actually did it in a different way than most other players. Most players in this event that have been getting a first place finish, it has come on the back of a chase trait, nine piece trait. And Wajan was actually staying on level 8 and just trying to reroll for a 4-cost 3-star, and he was able to do it 3 times in a single day. We're not going to talk about the Kaisa he got on 4-2, even though I am mentioning it now. But the other 2 were just kind of the conscious choice. Instead of trying to push level 9, just pushing for that 3-star 4-cost. And we talked about it in the interview with him, and he felt like, hey, in certain spots, it does feel better right now to stay on 8, since the 5-cost units are just not that good.
Yep, lobby context is everything in that one. If you're wondering how he did that, take a look at his opening play there. 20 gold, sacked the round. He gets a lot of gold early on.
Yep.
Moving over to Casper Wu's spot. Casper was a player, I think, that had probably the expectation of the most variation in the lines they would take, and then we saw him actually go for a Jinx 3 in a pretty heavy tempo lobby that ended up yesterday, and he actually went 3rd place with it as well. I mean, if there's a player that would have told you going into it that Jinx 3 was on their menu, I certainly would have thought of Casper Wu in my top 3 picks for that.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that Casper was playing towards that. It's actually something we talked about quite a bit, is like, hey, all these people are rerolling multicasters. Are there other rerolls that you can do on the same cost? And well, Jinx and Jace are going to be in that 2 and 3 cost. That's what the multis are rerolling. It kind of leaves it open. Yes, it doesn't cap out as high, right? You might not be able to play for first, but it felt like Casper was able to very easily hit that Jinx pretty early on, and it snowballed him into that top 3 finish with it. So really like that from Casper. Just want to call out his Void emblem, right? He also took branching out as a nerf player. Did actually reforge. We didn't see the reforger on the bench anymore, and has ended up with Void. So we might see, you know, the 6 Void variation of multicaster get played by Casper. That feels like the best place to go with that emblem. As we jump on board with Milk and Pandora's Bench, this has been a very popular augment. A lot of power can come out of this silver.
Yeah, Milk is one of the players that I would expect to hold a very strong ability with Pandora's Bench as well. Reroll is, I think, right up the alley of what he wants to do. He's like going to find ways to go the same direction regardless of the spot you put him in. You know, he's always going to find his way back home. And so having a Pandora's Bench on this silver augment, I actually think this could be one of the stronger things that Milk could walk away with. Because if you're not going to have a strong influence via your silver augment, you're going to want to do something that suits your playstyle. And Milk is so strong at playing lines he's familiar with that I think that this is a pretty scary thing for most of the rest of the lobby, just because he's going to get where he's going, like pretty much every single time. That's what Pandora's Bench is trying to do.
Yeah, the big thing with Pandora's Bench in rerolling all these 1 costs is there's actually, you know, such a large pool of different 1 costs that it's pretty inconsistent, but there is potential for high roll. We actually saw in EMEA, there was someone who hit a Cho'Gath 3 on 2-2 by playing Pandora's Bench and just found a lot of luck with it, hit the Cho'Gath and just got there, and it lets you snowball a comp that's fallen off quite a bit in the Cho'Gath reroll. But if you hit it that early, right, it's still very powerful because he's going to just get so many stacks by being a tier 3 unit that early in the game. We'll see if Milk finds that same luck, but it also will just help him in the late game with finding the 4 cost and 5 cost he needs to complete his composition. And that's the Mordekaiser on 5.
Right? We've seen this twice in 2 days now.
Yeah, Mord on
the early Mordekaiser. Like, what the heck? Philip, this is such a blessing to show up with this. Like, he's already leaning towards like this direction with Demacia, and like then Mordekaiser just shows up. Like, you already have the Slayers online. You have a unit that's just big and beefy and isn't going to take no for any. Like, what the heck? Philip's in a great spot in this lobby. This is silver. The 4 costs are a blessing.
This is very interesting because Philip's actually kind of leaning multicaster right now. We've seen Ornn players go for multicaster. It looks like that was a latent forge picked up by Philip, potentially leaning in that direction. And there are 2 multicasters on the board, but of course that is kind of more like linking Demacia and then just finding a unit that would pair with that, since the upgraded unit is the Poppy, and that's what he's playing around. There's certainly room to still lean towards Mordekaiser now that you've found such an early one, and I think the items are also kind of conducive towards that. So we'll see how Philip decides to evolve the board from here. If he decides to play around this early Mordekaiser hit, or if he leans towards the multis where he has just found, you know, a Vel'Koz as well here on level 5. So a very interesting spot for Philip, right? Because there's the options of 2 pretty strong comps. The multicasters will cap out higher, but probably be contested. Whereas the Mordekaiser is still quite a strong way to try and play towards that top 4.
Yeah, but then you take a look at Replay's board, for instance, and well, you know where he's going at this point.
Yeah, of course.
So, it's like that's really going to be I think a big question for Philip, is looking around the lobby and seeing if this is a realistic option for him or not. If it's not a realistic option, this isn't going to work, as Replay tries to force through a loss here. That's Milk and Replay both going after a 4 or 5 loss streak here, and one of them is going to get cracked, and this is really bad news for one of them.
Yeah, and we saw Milk trying to trap his units. Replay did the same, and it looks like Milk was able to put together the weaker board overall. It's going to be a very narrow loss, but Replay is going to lose his streak. Milk will maintain his. Fortunately for Replay, he's already hit 40 gold, so his economy is still so strong that it's not the worst thing in the world, but certainly, you know, the loss would have been massive.
It's not the worst, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it is.
When you're trying to open up with the 5 loss streak here, you know, take it for what it's worth, but you just sacrifice 22 HP, which is like, ooh, like it hits really hard. You know, looking at it from our point of view, it really doesn't look that bad. It's just, if you're sitting in that chair right now, you're going. That's the internal feeling.
It is infinitely worse than losing there, but
oh, I thought you were going to say it's infinitely worse than the sound I made. I was like, oh, it's definitely true. I mean,
but at least, you know, having the economy in a good shape is salvageable for sure. I want to note Philip also was able to 5 streak into Krugs. This is actually something that Replay was able to do a lot with the multicasters yesterday. Was able to actually streak into Krugs with multis and then go from there with tempo. And Philip might have a chance to do that. And let's, you know, look, I heard the sigh. I saw it too. Hey, this is why Earth players are picking Hall of the 9, is it not?
That was a gasp. I'm excited. again, I like watching this. It's so great to watch. I mean, it's just, I can feel it in the players' bones at times where they're like, ah, and I'm like, y'all picked this, all right?
Yeah,
We all
well,
banded together and did this.
spatula for everyone. We'll see where that goes. I mean, it's not going to help, Casper because he's on Void. And actually, the fact that it was a silver lobby is pretty massive in the fact that, hey, most of these players don't actually have a tome already, so they're not getting +2 from this spatula. The big scary thing is, do we get a prismatic on 4-2, and we get some tactician's crowns for the Earth players when they hold on to these spatulas?
Yeah, I mean, prismatics are certainly going to be one of the biggest impacts to the lobby at this point. It's just going to be how big of a booster players getting. The spatula, I think, is more of like a long-term thing that impacts the lobby, and the immediate things are really what's going to affect things the most as we roll into another silver here. And when you roll into another silver in this spot, it's the players who are playing more for like early game tempo. I think they kind of rejoice at this sort of stuff because the gap in power is going to remain there. It's like you invested into having strength right now, and players continued to have a nominal increase in what's going on here. So if you're ahead right now, this is a fantastic spot. If you're behind and you're finding a spot that's going to boost you ahead, fantastic spot. If you're relying on this augment to gather a lot of your power up, this is now a really bad spot for you.
Yeah, and I think, Milk, a good example of someone who found quite a bit of power off of the silver. The +1 bruiser allows Milk to reach 6 bruiser very easily, and also already have 4 bruiser online just straight away. So continuing to try and roll for these Cho'Gaths with the Pandora's bench, also rolling down, is on 5. So, I mean, he can hit very fast if the Pandora's bench cooperates, but so far it has not cooperated with Cho'Gath specifically. He's found all of these off of roll down because he's been rolling upgraded units the whole time. We don't see a second upgraded Cho'Gath. There you go. Surmise to say he has not hit. He has hit a Cassiopeia though, so he's getting a little bit closer on some of the other units he wants.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got 30 gold in the bank here with 3 1-cost units rolling through on Pandora's bench though. So I'd say all things considered, Milk is in a pretty good spot here. His HP is still pretty good. 6 loss streak at 71 HP is like honestly, that's pretty impressive that you can get to that. This is a 7 loss streak now where he's sitting at 64 HP. Like, this is very unusual to have a player be this high HP as a Cho'Gath comes through. And so we might see him now off the back of that, put in a little bit more investment into rolling pretty aggressively here, because there's some significant changes that can come out of this.
Yeah, I think he just sends it to, it's just one Cho. He might just send it all the way down. I'm curious though, because he does want to keep his econ. He does want to keep this econ as strong as possible.
Yep.
That's fortunate, because I think Milk would have been a little scared to send it, like to 10, sub 10 at this point. He might wait a little bit longer. He's probably very relieved that he doesn't have to make that decision. He found it at this 20 gold threshold. It's probably good enough where he can start to econ back up. Keep rolling for this Cassio, but he's already got, 5 Cassiopeias, and he's rolling, as you said, 3 of these upgraded 1 cost. Now the Cho'Gath's going to be able to get some early stacks in stage 3. I mean, if he can find and put together a Dragon's Claw, he's going to be in a really good position.
Yeah, and again, this is like all on the back of everyone getting a nominal power increase while Milk is chasing like a huge power increase. He actually got a huge power increase as well because of the Bruiser emblem. I'm sorry, the Bruiser Heart coming in at 3-2. That's probably one of the best ones he could have gotten at that stage. So Milk, I think, is in a great spot to find himself in like a top 3 finish and potentially be able to chase a lobby win, depending on when he ends up hitting all these 3 stars. Looking at the rest of the lobby, though, I'd say that Casper is in a pretty good spot where he hit his. He's on a Bruiser Heart as well. It's not going to be quite the same chase that Milk is going through, but still a strong spot to be in. And then right now I'm looking across, and really nobody's benefiting that much from the spatula except I'd say David Ace, who looks like he's in a great spot to make use of that spatula and really put something together because of it.
Yeah, I think it's really great. We saw David actually, was that a Slam of Ionia alongside having a Invoker emblem from early on, so being able to get to 3 Ionia with Invoker without having to actually play the 3rd Ionia unit, which is a lot of times just your next in, you just have to splash an Ionia that you're not always excited about unless it's an Ari, is definitely very nice for the early to mid game. So it's gonna be quite good for David Ace.
And Connor is me. He is cranking on some of these rolls right now. Like, this is a ton of stuff that he's got on the bench ready. The problem is none of it's really completing at the moment. And so one of the big things that I'm looking at right now is this 2-star MF that's holding in the back line. This is pretty interesting to me. I'm kind of curious if he's considering a brief change in plans because of this right now. Like, this is 9 gold that we have on the board right now. This is pretty unusual for me to see, but I'm wondering if this is due to inexperience or if Connor's just cooking up something.
I wonder if Connor actually has been in a spot like this before and just knows that this Misfortune is stronger than playing the upgraded TF. It's kind of strange because that would give you 4 multis and it is an upgraded unit. But instead you're getting to play 2 strategists and an upgraded 3 cost, and maybe that is actually just more powerful at this point, getting all the AP on your back line, and you know the fact that this is, you know, an upgraded 3 cost unit. And maybe this is just strongest board, and Connor continuing, you know, is on a 7 streak, right? So he wants to just play whatever the strongest board is, keep this streak alive as long as possible.
Yeah, it's very unusual, I think, to see something quite like this, but this is, I think, something that happens as you move along. Oh, did he hear me?
Yeah, there's the swap.
He's like, oh crap, it is an MF. I thought this, oh geez.
And he might have hit the Twisted Fate later. Like, there is kind of a if it's not broke, don't fix it kind of thing when you're trying to play strongest board, and Connor was winning with the Misfortune and so didn't want to change, and now I guess deciding to try and play for the econ, sell that 9 gold and make more, puts the Twisted Fate in, runs into Casper, who has, you know, finished that Herald, and Shelly just wipes out the back line. So Connor will lose this, and, you know, just MF diff, right? Clearly.
Well, I'm not going to give MF that much credit. I think what's happening here is that Connor's on Buried Treasure instead of on TF, and so holding a spatula here, I think it's testing a little bit of what the direction you want to go with that last spot is. And so he's holding his options open where, like, maybe he can make a Bilgewater spat, he moves the blue buff over to MF, and then suddenly you have a Bilgewater composition that can maybe hold up to it. You know, playing Buried Treasure means that you can't necessarily go one single composition every single time. You're going to have to work with the tools at your disposal there. So I think Connor's just kind of hedging the bet a little bit there, playing strong boards in addition to that, and really making the most of it. I think it's just a clever, strong play from Connor.
Yeah, I'm like, let's take a look at David Ace. You actually called out that the Spatula was able to do a lot of work, and look at this: 6 Ionia, 4 Vanquisher, 4 Invoker online. So getting a lot of extra mana gen for the Invoker specifically.
Whoa.
The Shen.
Tactician's Crown drops off of Hall of the 9 here.
So this is gonna end up with 6 Vanquishers with potentially Ash 3. There's the Neil.
Wow.
There's the 6 Vanquisher.
David Ace
for now.
David Ace might win the lobby off of this. That is massive improvement to this. The amount of pressure he's going to start applying to the rest of the lobby, I think, is about to be huge.
Yeah, that was big. I mean, 6 and 6 can even go up to that 4 Invoker later with a Rise. I don't know what the Rise is though yet, because we are on Void, so it is randomized. So we'll have to see when that Rise shows up. But if it's a good Rise, I mean, that can be a really good way to cap out this board with a 4th Invoker that's going to actually have very high impact.
He's gonna cap the cap. Like, my gosh, his board is humongous.
All right, we got.
I'm trying to look at everyone else's and compensate what's going on here. Like who's gonna defeat him right now?
Note from production that Rise is Targon, so this one can be very good if there's like a big frontliner, get it out of the way. So Targon can work. It's not your favorite, but it's not the worst at all. It's definitely a decent enough Rise to make the board.
Hey, favorite is subjective. What is your favorite Rise? Because that is subjective.
My favorite Rise?
Mine is the Targon.
I actually really like playing with Ione Rise and Noxus Rise. Those are my 2 favorites.
I do like the Nox Rise a lot too. But Targon's a big one in this lobby too. We see all the rerollers that are coming through. Major frontline units can really exist in that. That's going to be one of the big strengths that you have as Ionia, is defeating those lines. I'm sorry, the Ionia Vanquisher, I think, is defeating those lines anyway. But if it's like a mega tank scenario where you're just not strong enough to be able to push through right now, say you don't have the items to show you don't have 2 stars, the Targon Rise can compensate for that. And we did see a Taric getting kind of maybe put together earlier. It was via Connor's board. I'm still not sure which direction he's 100% going to go yet. But if he puts together like a mega tank Taric, that's where the Rise can potentially answer that and help you break through. That's
completely fair. I mean, Targon Rise certainly could make a massive difference here. We even see reroll from Weijin ending up committing to the Zon line, has a Zon Graves very close to hitting. This is really unique. I like this a lot.
Or Zon Robotic Arm Jinx with the Vampiric Blades in here. Weijin's board is pretty strong despite the fact that he has not hit one of his premier 3-star units on the Graves. That is pretty impressive.
I'm looking at just catching up on this fight here. We see Phillips actually in Shurima did slam an emblem onto the Mordekaiser that he found very early in the game. So Shurima board ended up the direction, and he even had a Cassante on that board. So interesting look from where Phillips at, even though he has hemorrhaged quite a bit of HP from where he was. Still, this board from Weijin, I really like this. I think this Zon Graves is quite powerful. The fact that he hasn't hit is quite rough, but it links together very nicely with the rogues to play the 4 rogues for Zon. The only unit that feels like filler on the board is going to be the Warwick, and that's not a huge deal to just play it for the trade.
The thing that's really tough about this for Wajan Iverson is he's getting such low benefit from the Tactician's Crown, where everybody else is getting such a high benefit from it. So he's missing on the Graves in addition to the fact that everyone else is getting a power boost. So despite that, he's still got, you know, top HP in the lobby right now. And if he can put this together and really turn this into something, that's a big deal. But look at the Zon benefits. My gosh, the Zon benefits here are massive. And mind you, Wajan Iverson did this like at the start of the game. He slammed Night Harvester. He put the Zon emblem directly onto the Graves. He knew that this was the direction he was going very early.
Yeah, this is a pretty unique line for Wajan's playstyle as well. He really likes to push levels. Reroll isn't a huge thing that he likes to play. I know he can find out those spots, but he's historically really liked to push level 9 or you know, roll on 8 and hit the 3 stars. But here, playing a reroll line that he seemed to be very comfortable and confident in, if he finds this Graves, I mean, Shimmer Injector on the Graves, you just saw how powerful that was, right? He lives for so long already because he's a pretty durable unit, and then heals to full. If he's at 3-star, this is going to be a nightmare for a lot of these players, especially the ones that are backline centric, like the multicasters.
Don't need a Bloodthirster if he just heals for free.
Yeah.
He just gets the big injection. I will say that Wajan Iverson, I don't think that like he necessarily wants to chase down reroll stuff, but I think it's a very easy push for him. I think it's something he's very confident in because he's okay taking risks. And I think this is one of the reasons why his win rate is so high, is because he's just comfortable taking a risk, and if he misses, he just goes, eh. And he doesn't really care that much. That's a pretty tough thing to develop in strategy games, is having the skill to be able to simply shrug off bad luck when it was still the right decision to make. Like, risky moves are risky. That's just that's all there is to it. And so when you have to take a risky line and it doesn't work, this does not affect Wajan Iverson's mental. And I think that's a very big skill to develop in strategy games.
So I love how you called out, you know, a lot of people are getting pretty insane value from this Tactician's Crown, right? They're able to put a very strong unit on the board. The unique thing that Wajan gets to put on the board is he gets to play Ishtal, where usually that would not feel good to fit, and in fact, it'd be really difficult to fit, and it's Wind Ishtal, so it's giving more attack speed to a Robotic Arms Jinx, which I think that combination is actually quite good. I wonder if Wajan will stick on that kind of for the rest of the game, or if there's going to be a pivot point to go for Gunner at level 7 instead. So I definitely have my eyes on that, what Wajan will do as the levels push, but I do think Wind Ishtal is a pretty good way to utilize that as wow. Look at Milk here, found for Shurima Cho'Gath with the Dragon Claw and the Bramble, and he's been on this 3-star for quite some time. That HP bar is chunky.
It's still struggling despite that, though. Like, this, you know, I look at this and I'm like, what's going on? Like, could Redemption possibly be this important? Like, he's missing the blue buff onto a cast or something like an Archangel at this point. He's kind of just hoping that this puts through something good at this point. But when I look at this board and I see that Milk is still on 5 HP, it's like, did this get put together a round ago, or like, is this just struggling? It's in the lobby. Like, what's going on right now?
I think lack of blue buff on Cassio is massive, right? And then I think that just in general, Cho'Gath has been quite a bit weaker on this patch. It hasn't found that same success that we've seen in the past.
Like, incidentally, Cassiopeia dies.
Yeah, and I don't know that Cho'Gath can do this.
This is it.
Too much damage. That's just gonna be Milk going down, I think. Here, yeah. There's the tick of the healing. It's big healing.
Dragon. Oh, Milk is just out in 8th.
Wow. In stage 4, doesn't even make it to Raptors.
That is crazy. Wow. I'll tell you what else is pretty crazy. Is this board Darth Nub, 2-star Sedge and 2-star Jarvan at level 7. That is so strong on your front line right now. This not only that, but it denies the Jarvans from everywhere else, where Jarvan is like the most contested unit in the game.
Yeah, Darth Nova ending up on 6 Shurima. We saw early the slam of the RFC, wanting to go the Neela direction that we've seen him be so comfortable on. I think the Spatula probably threw a little bit of a wrench in his plans. He ends up on the 6 Shurima line. He's lost a lot of HPs on a 2-loss streak. Really needs to find the upgrades to maybe Nasus and Azir, but he pushes 8. See if he finds the Azir. I think that's the biggest thing that he can find, just that upgrade, so he's got a strong carry in the back line.
Well, it's another Spatula gets dropped. He's offered a rod here as well. Like, is this something he can put together? Like,
he just can't go 9 Shurima though, because
there's a Tactician's Crown.
Oh, you're right. Actually, yeah, he maybe can put this together then. That is a good point. What unit is he missing? Renekton? That makes it tough if it's Renekton. It is Renekton. Oh no, he's got Renekton.
Front right.
Oh, it's Cassante. Cassante is what's missing.
you have 2 Shurima spats, you need Cassante. If Darthnub can hang on because of the Tactician's Crown, he has access to 9 Shurima as soon as Cassante shows up. This could be a big deal for Darthnub in this lobby.
You are so right. That is 100% correct. If he can find that Cassante, this can turn around massively. But really, honestly, the biggest hit is still just this Azir 2. Because even if you get the Cassante, if you just don't have damage, the double ascension might not matter enough. Because we've seen 9 Shurima falter in the face of the heavy damage that comes through a lot of the compositions in the meta right now. You see David Ace drop to 16. It's like Casper also finding a loss there, down to 25 HP.
Philip now on 6 Shurima. You do this extra. The Cybernetic Bolt, too, you notice that he's actually getting value out of that by equipping a Tactician's Crown over to the Nasus on the right side. So that silver augment he has in the middle, he's getting a little bit of value out of that as well, which is something that you never want to forget about, is that Cybernetic Bulk turns a Tactician's Crown into additional health as well.
Yeah, look at this. The Mord we saw on level 5 is a Juggernaut Shurima Mordekaiser with the Titans.
Philip has also got
damage.
2 Shurima Spatulas here. This is also opens up availability to 9 Shurima. What the heck?
Yeah, it is potentially available for Philip. We see his 4-2 augment being that Shurima Caress, and then we also saw him use one of his early spatulas to make into this. And yeah, as you said, he's got that tack crown, can make a big difference. As we see the Azir, can it pump through the damage? It does.
Wow.
Philip gonna deal some damage to Connor, survives there. David Ace has found the Xayah, had to lock the shot for it. Wow, he was on 2 Xayahs so long ago. Just now going to be able to finish that. We thought this was a comp that could contest first, but it seems like he just didn't hit the units he wanted. Still a ways off as looking around. I did see Darthnub was able to hit the Azir 2. Maybe that's enough for Darthnub to find his way towards a Cassante. I'm very curious about this carousel, though, Admirable. If there's a Cassante, do people deny Darthnub, or will he be able to grab it?
It's a good question that you have in mind here. I'm looking at this board and I'm like, why isn't this doing as well? And honestly, I think it's kind of an item diff here. I think he was probably right to lean towards the Ashe, as no one was taking this and there were so many 2-costs out of the pool. The Ionia 6 Vanquisher 6 Ionia Ashe is very powerful. The problem is he doesn't have items on anywhere else. Neela doesn't have items, and the items on Xayah are pretty low quality. So I think that's why he's struggling to do so well, because the additional power level of the lobby is also there as well. And so when you look at Casper's board now, and you see him up in this matchup, it's like what's going on in this place? It's like I have no idea really what's going on with Casper's lineup. I think it's just he's getting kind of hard carried by the fact that he's got 6 Bruiser and a Heimerdinger in the back line for this. So he's just kind of hanging on for dear life and hoping he can make the best of it right now. No Cassante shows up on the carousel at the moment. There is another Bruiser emblem available.
Yeah, Casper needs a 3rd item for his Azir, though, and Nash's Tooth is a really great candidate. This is kind of the, we talked a bit about it yesterday, kind of a China tech where you play 6 Bruiser with an Azir carry and then another flex spot. Looks like the Heimer's the other flex spot here right now for Connor, and being able to, or not Connor, sorry, for Casper, and he's able to find that Azir item. Kind of exactly what he was looking for. No other massive takes here, and no one goes for the Bruiser emblem.
And Philip, he gets an Edge of Night on a Belveth in that spot as well. So that could be something that maybe he's end up looking towards in that one. And just, my gosh, this spot from Casper looks like it's so powerful right now, but he's only won his previous round. And he's kind of looks like he's been bouncing back and forth and trying to hang on with it. It's like, when I look at this board and I'm like, really, this isn't strong enough right now? I feel like I'm scratching my head. Like, why not?
A one-off of Tarek on that roll down on the bottom left. Connor was pushing for Tarek 3. He has the Abyss items. Didn't quite get there. We'll see if Connor can hold on enough to get to that 3-star, and will that make a big difference as he's still at 20 HP. Is Wasian looking to end Casper. Got the Rogues trying to jump through. There's the Shimmer Injector proc. The Graves is just so tanky. It lives for so long in that front line. And so this Jinx just gets to free fire, and Wasian's composition, yet again, just showing how powerful it is, taking out Casper and Wasian, keeping that HP lead above everyone else, sitting at 47.
These fights are so close. Every single one of them is like this frontliner that's hanging on for dear life while the backlines are like trying to get through damage, and they're like, I'm sorry. I'm not a 3-star Vel'Koz. I'm sorry.
Connor found it.
Wow.
Got there.
The Sorcerer Spatulas plethora right now. 8 sorcerers is really the big benefit that a sorcerer additional +1 wants to have. 6 sorcerer, it's just not that strong. When you hit 8 sorcerer though, if you are given time, this lineup is extremely powerful. This Taric 3 is night and day, and if you cannot stop this Silco right away, your team is probably about to fall apart.
Yeah, and actually all these sorts are pretty threatening because they have AP from the 8 sorcerer, and they actually have mana gen from this infusion on 4-2. So they're actually able to cast a decent amount and do really good damage outside of just the Silco. And I think that's pretty massive here, especially because this Taric is just living forever. And that's such a big hit into Replay, who's on the multis, which generally has enough damage to punch through or hit backline, and it just didn't do anything to Connor.
It's hard to stop a Taric that's got a big shield, that's got the 2 stone plates, and that's got the healing that's coming in from the Silco there. I mean, we're talking this Taric is going up to like 300 plus armor and MR, and it's got a heal backing it up. So when your teammates die, they get popped, and it affects the rest of your team. If you can't get through right away, you're probably not getting through. It's so strong.
All right, on board with Replay. Still, you know, this has been a very common occurrence with Replay. We see him top 4ing and never 3-starring multicasters. It's just playing for the 2 stars, tempoing with it, pushing some extra levels because he recognizes it's contested. And there's a tome. Earth players popping off right now because they've got an extra addition to their boards. It's pretty useless for multicasters a lot, but maybe +1 strat can be very good here. Doesn't find it.
Sorcerer is not the worst. You can put that on somewhere and make use of it. We did see that a little bit earlier. Just the champion duplicator, you still can't 3-star the Vel'Koz. This is like almost heartbreaking to look at, and you can see that Replay's already positioning for rogues to try to avoid that in this one.
Replay's just got an item on the bench too. He was not even popping that. David Ace.
There we go.
Fighting against Connor.
Wow, bad matchup. This is the one that Replay just fought, and he wasn't able to break through. This is different with the Vanquishers, though. Ione Vanquishers certainly has a bit more frontline and the extra shield value that's coming in. And then look at piercing through on the Taric.
Yeah, the Jhin actually kind of an MVP of this fight, being able to just break that Taric shield immediately. And all the Vanquishers are able to push through. Replay goes down in 5th here, as David's able to hang on at 2 HP, dropping Connor to even with him at 2. David might be able to scrounge even more placements, but just that win being so massive, being able to outlive Replay.
This is crazy right now. Look at what's happening. Wajin Iverson still in first place after all it's said and done. Darth Nub is up there as well. Replay going 5th. David Ace hanging on by a thread. And Connor is me. Just barely scraping through. It feels like everyone had so much power in here that really the matchups ended up being such a big difference in this one. You have to break the tie somewhere. The matchups are what's breaking it right now.
Okay, I'm kind of looking at Wajin versus Connor. I'm curious how these rogues do into the sorcerers. Will they be able to get the backline? But the positioning from Connor was beautiful. Look at the Silco. Untouched, just stuck in the corner away from all the rogues. Graves did not jump there. Echo did not jump there. But can he get the damage through? The Taric staying alive. The Echo's going to go down pretty soon, but he is living for so long. And now the Taric still has the shield, has the HP. It's just not going to be enough. Connor, this was a positional gap. Being able to put that Silco on the far side away from the rogues, and Connor gets to live from that while David Ace falls. Connor holds on for another placement, and maybe he can find more.
Arthna picked up a win as well. 8 Sorcerer, 4 Zon. I'm honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know who wins here.
Targon emblem as well for Connor. 3 Targon on this Taric. It's a very close fight. I mean, we saw realistically, Connor will lose to Wajin if the positioning isn't perfect from Connor. It is entirely about getting this Silco to a safe spot. We saw that last second move. He's against Wajin again. The Echo is there. The Echo can get to the Silco, but will the Echo be able to finish it? The Graves is not going to get there. We'll see where the jump goes. It might still jump back to the turret instead of jumping to Silco.
Should jump to the back
it jumps
line.
back to the back
Silco,
line.
where are you going?
Silco walked towards him. Silco's still trying to get the damage, but now Echo's on the Silco. And the Taric actually is going down. Doesn't get the shield off, so this was not enough. It might have been a ghost diff. Connor gonna fall here.
Wow.
And now Darth Nub stays alive for now. I mean, he's at 15. This might be a double kill. Connor might actually just kill off Darth Nub, but Connor had less HP. This should be the difference. A big hit to Darth Nub. Let's see where those HPs end up as Wajin wins the lobby with the Zon Rogue reroll. I think it looked like Connor was in second. We'll have to get the confirmation after. I barely missed it.
Oh, this is crazy.
Wow.
What a start to the day, huh? That's pretty awesome.
If you would have started this lobby, be like, oh yeah, 4 Zon rogue reroll. That's really high up there on players' radar right now. I wouldn't have guessed that. But I'm getting kind of word that right now it might be a little bit high up there on the radar.
I think that definitely needs to be considered for the future, I think, and it's exciting to see that, because I think on top of that, you know, when we take a look at just overall how this lobby even shook out at all, I think it's like you guys called it out so early, like maybe David Ace has like a really strong board that might be able to get the first place. It sadly didn't, because this like shadow comp out of nowhere kind of snuck in from behind Casanova.
Yeah, and I think just the fact that he was able to hit so early, right? Weijin found the Jinx very early once again. We saw this with Casper when he played that Gunner reroll, but this Rogue reroll just kind of ended up being better. The perfect Zon mods for that composition, right? Shimmer for Graves, so he gets that full heal, and Robotic Arm for Jinx, which is the highest DPS output that you can get from Zon. So kind of all the signs like aligned for this, all the stars aligned for Weijin to make this work. And hey, I can't say I'm surprised to see Weijin take a first place considering, you know, his stats, but I'm surprised to see him do it with this composition in particular. I mean, I knew this was an okay comp, but not one I expected to grab many first in the current meta.
And that's honestly what makes it even more impressive, right? Is not only is it a really unique composition, but Weijin Iverson, even coming into today, started with a 2.67 average placement. So, I don't even want to do the math on where he is now, but that is very, very high.
Well, how lucky. He went way above his average in that one.
I know, that's absolutely bonkers. Like, it's just above average placement for him, too. And that is just honestly, like, saying something really cool about him as a player. Let's take a look, though, at our lobby scoreboards, because while we followed Lobby A for this very first game, we, of course, also had Lobby B happening as well. And, wow, admirable. Deepay coming into this one, starting things off with a first place.
I want to go from the bottom up on this one. Setsuko, Dish Soap in 8th and 7th, Milk in 8th in Lobby A right now. Like, these are, if you ask the pros right now, these are the top 3 players, pretty much in order. Setsuko, Dish Soap, Milk. They go 8th, 7th, 8th in this first lobby right now. That is a really tough thing to kind of look at and go, well, hey, wait a second, what's happening right now? But yeah, looking at it from the top to the bottom here as well, we talked a lot about Deepay and mindset yesterday, and if you're coming off of yesterday making it through to day 2, I think that's a big improvement for Deepay's mental, and I think something like that bolstering him a little bit and then showing up with a win here in lobby number 1, I think this could be very big for his finishes throughout that. And seeing Soju coming in at 2nd place, we heard him say yesterday that something had kind of clicked like right before the tournament where he put up 5 top 4s in a row and he felt like he was just in, like, it all kind of put together, and then he had a strong result on top of that. And then Toronto Tokyo still performing in top 3 spots throughout the day. His average yesterday coming in was a 3.0.
Yeah, I really wonder. So it's like great on Toronto Tokyo to be able to keep up that pressure, and K3 Soju is like constantly living up to those expectations that people have put on him coming into this NA regional finals. But Deepay, I feel like I would love to know what happened in that lobby, because even coming into the weekend, he was saying that he might just want to try to stick in ride or die with the multicasters. And we have somebody joining us on the broadcast as a reporter right now. Crowan, I would love to know if you could give us insight on that, and also what else was happening in Lobby B.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to. Lobby B was really fascinating, especially because seeing on stream the Zon Rogues winning for Weijin Iverson, Setsuko tried to go that route in Lobby B, but went fast 8th with it. And it was the same Graves mod, it was the Shimmer, so you get in the backline, you heal up once you're taken down. But the thing was, Setsuko at 3-1 had 8 Graves. It took him 22 rolls to find the final Grave, so his economy was just down the drain from there. He was stuck on a Jinx one for so long. The game just did not go in his favor. Obviously, it's a very strong comp, that's why Weijin won with it on this side, but if you low roll with all reroll compositions, it's gonna not quite treat you well. However, on the other side of that, looking at Deepay's win, Deepay found golden ticket, did not take the Ezreal augment because he played 4 games of multis yesterday. That was Deepay's game plan, but he did pivot into the Cho'Gath reroll, hit very early with golden ticket, hit all his carries, found the Nila with really good items later on in the game, and kind of just cruised to an easy first with that one. So that lobby. But a question I guess I had for this lobby and Wage and Iverson's success is, how did that kind of pacing, the tempo of that Rogues go for him?
I mean, it started out really early with him kind of committing to the Graves right off the bat. He slammed items onto the Graves. It was the Night Harvester and then a sword. He eventually turned that into the Sterix with the Zon mod right away. He actually didn't even have Zon when he first like slammed that. I think he was committed without even knowing his mods, which was very interesting to me.
Oh, wow.
But then he quickly was able to 2-star both the Graves and the Jinx. We didn't see on screen exactly when he hit everything else, but he was win streaking most of the early stages, or at least it was like when lost, he was not losing a lot of HP. He maintained a very, very high HP.
He 2-starred everything pretty early on. The Graves 3 came in very late by comparison, but he did have Jinx 3 already by that point, and I think it turned into a heavy priority because he found Robotic Arm. It was like, oh, I need to get this Jinx put together. So I think that could have been a big difference in it, as well as just the early 2-stars bringing him so much success by comparison, I think, of maybe what Setsuko's doing. And then you also mentioned that it was Golden Ticket, which means that it was a prismatic lobby, so a lot higher power really early on.
Yeah, for Setsuko, that prismatic, he did take the Earth Augment there and got a Zon and a Rogue Emblem immediately, actually. But even still, his early game, he 5 lost streaked with 61 HP on Krugs. Roll up done at 3-1, had to waste all that gold. It was just kind of doomed for Setsuko at that point. But doesn't mean the comp is weak, of course, as we have that evidence from Wage and Iverson.
The dichotomy. Oh, it's like the multicasters all over again. Does it go first or does it go 8th? I guess we'll have to wait and find out. One thing's for sure, though, is that this first game was very, very exciting, and we still have 5 more to go today. So, Crone, thank you so much for the report on Lobby B. We're going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, we've got game number 2 of day 2 of the NA Regional Finals. Welcome back, everybody. It's game number 2 of day 2 of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals, and I am joined by Poopasaurus and Crowan to bring you through this one. Crowan, we just got a chance to talk to you, but I didn't get a chance to ask you how you're doing. So, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Back here, day 2, NA Regionals. Let's freaking go. Could be more excited to be here.
Poopasaurus, you know what's coming. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's it's awesome just to be here. Casting a video game is awesome, and to see what representatives we're gonna have move forward. Like I said yesterday, like we can talk about meta and comps forever, but the people playing them is where the real stories come from, and I'm excited to tell them for the next 2 days.
Yeah, Crowan, you were able to come in and give us such a nice snapshot of what was happening in this lobby, in particular what was going on with the top and the bottom end of the lobby, but kind of like what's going on in the middle ground here.
Yeah.
Where do you feel like this meta could really go when you look at this group of individuals?
Middle of the pack was multicasters. Kerm and DQA, both the Ezreal players. There's actually one more. DPay was the Ezreal player, but he did not take the Ezreal augment. He took the golden ticket and found that success with the Cho'Gath reroll. But yeah, multicast found their way in the middle. Demacia actually didn't have much success. There was a couple Demacia players, Dishsoap and T-Lides, who went 7th and 6th, but they didn't get up to that 9 Demacia cap. Even Dishsoap found a way to bot 4 with that though yesterday one time, so unfortunate there. But yeah, didn't quite get to that break point here today. Meta, I mean, at this point, you don't really know. There's not too much variation outside of like maybe super niche things. The Zon Rogues, I think, is one that we didn't see yesterday. We saw some Rogues, but I don't know if we saw Zon Rogues, so that's, I think, one that players are going to keep their eyes on if they do see a Zon opener and nothing else good once they pop their tomes from playing Earth.
Maybe no silver augments.
Yeah, but it's Boop and I, so we're gonna get silver augments.
No!
So it's like, yeah, it's just
No, come on.
It is what it is.
The university, let's go.
Okay.
No?
College isn't for everyone, is what I like to say.
I don't know what that means, but sure.
I want to see the prismatics too, because they're fun, right? But I think there's another really key point about even just having so many Earth players in a lobby that it's almost like you're getting a prismatic lobby in a sense, right, Boop? Because you have all these emblems, you have all these very high cap board potentials out there, and I feel like that allows for some very crazy shenanigans to happen.
Yeah, shenaniganery is like one of my favorite things in TFT, if you will. But I think what this also provides is opportunities, right? I think players like Weijun are really good at seeing where the highest point of that power level come from, right? What he's had a hard time with in the past is actually getting there. And he, except for today and yesterday, he's been crushing it.
Yeah, let's see if Weijun Iverson can keep this up. He's now at an average placement of 2.44. So hope I didn't just cast a curse him. Anyways, enjoy Placidium Library.
Or we might get Flushing Arena.
It's possible.
A combination of words that always makes me uncomfortable. But Placidium Library, Flushing Arena, and the Summit. It's going to be the library along with Toronto, Tokyo, which is one of your favorites coming in here. A bit of an underdog, but definitely not playing it. But we're going to be riding along with Soju right now, who I think has actually been overcoming some low expectations coming in here. A lot of people meme about Soju being ready or it clicked, right? But it seems like over the last couple of days, it truly has.
It truly has clicked for Soju. Coming in being what, 7th overall yesterday, coming into the day. Today he is 3rd, had a really good game 1, trying to keep that momentum rolling, especially playing Earth and being on Placidium Library. Boop, it's going to give you another emblem of your choice at 3-5. So as soon as we get there, we're going to be seeing some crazy cap boards and these play styles that we're talking about specifically from like Weijun Iverson. We're going to be seeing that kind of action in this lobby here as well. There are 5 Earth players and 3 Ezreal players, right? The Ezreal players might be leaning towards multicasters, but for the rest, it could be some crazy stuff. If we do maybe pray for a prismatic augment opener, we can't stay cursed forever, Boop.
The Cubs thought, I thought the Cubs could be cursed forever, but after 100 years, they weren't. So hopefully we're on a little bit of a quicker track. But yeah, something I also want to bring up about Soju's, he looks locked in, to be honest with you. The way that he was playing, when I was watching him on stream in that first game, it seems like he knows what opportunities he wants to see and is able to go through that. But the other thing I also wanted to mention is throughout the last 2 lobbies, we did get to see a little bit more variability. We already talked about Zon, but we also saw a little bit more reroll. We had a Bastion Cho'Gath at one point in that other lobby as well. So let's see if we're going to be able to
it's
go
gold.
as wide or as vertical as possible with this stuff. Ancient Archives is going to be the pick, of course, especially with our Earths, Bruiser, Rogue, Invoker, and Bilgewater.
Interesting. Bruiser's probably the safe option here, and that is what Soju takes. There is an argument, maybe if he had some other units like an Alawi or Graves to go Bilgewater. Vertical Bilgewater is very niche, but can find some success if you do have good Neela items to work with. But like we have seen in the weekend so far, even just going a tempo style of 6 Bruiser, have a backline either Neela or Azir Mordekaiser carry, can work out pretty well. I don't think that's actually claiming the lobby wins, but it can get into the top 4, Boop, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, and once again, this is a 50% cut going into the final day tomorrow, but we also have to recognize too that sometimes you just got to go top 4. Playing super risky comps in a position, especially at the beginning. You know, when you win, of course, that's going to pay off. But if you don't take that dub, the consequences are potentially going to be dire for you. So let's see if this Galio is going to be able to pick up another one of these Mal's ultimates and survive. The answer is no. And now the question is if this cast is going to be able to take down 1 or 2 extra units or none.
No.
Because of that Swain ult, he's able to stay alive, and it's going to be a 3-unit loss.
3-unit loss for Soju, dropping down a little bit, but actually I wanted to comment on, that's a great point about the cutoff coming from today, or from yesterday into today. It was only the bottom third, but now it's going to be halfway point, and a player's average coming into today, I think the lowest one was a 4.8 average, and they still made it into day 2. But if we take that to be around the halfway mark, theoretically, if we had cut 12 players, it would have been around that 4.3 4.4 average placement mark. So that's a big difference, right? Thinking about how players have to find their success today, there is not much room for kind of slipping up. You have to keep your placements high over the course of the day, because that cutoff is rather harsh.
Consistency is king in TFT, always has been and always will be, and the results will also show that. But we also have a Gunner Poppy in the front line. You know, I don't know how she's going to be able to hold those guns with that big hammer, but doing a pretty good job right now. But this Gunner line is something that we've seen attempted a couple times, but actually has had, I think, up to no success so far. We saw Jace re-roll, I think, once yesterday, but now with the Zons and the Gunners with the Rogues, we've seen that kind of creep up. Maybe this particular version might be successful.
Yeah, it's seen most of its success with Piltover as the starting point to it. You do get that cash out and then re-rolling for Jinx 3, Jace 3, things like that. But if you're just going a tempo style Gunner composition and going to Aphelios, that is performed so poorly, and I think people expected that to be the case as well. So looking at Setsuko's points in the game right now, he is playing that tempo kind of style of play. Piltover is not online, has 2 Jinxes though, and is leveling up so aggressively, right? Level 5 at pre-stage 2 carousel on round 2-3. This is Setsuko just trying to carry this win streak forward and maybe be kind of forced into that Aphelios line.
We haven't seen the success of that line very often in this particular tournament for regionals, but things can change. We already seen a little bit of a difference with the Gunners and the Rogues with Weijin in that last lobby. So, and the other thing that we have to point out, right, like the 3 of the top 3 probably TFT players coming in got 7th, 8th, and 8th. Coming into this game. So Setsuko and Dish Soap definitely trying to turn that around, because another bottom 4 placement actually puts a little bit of nervousness in their heads and probably a lot more anxiety, because it's not going to be as sure-footed as we go forward. Looking at around the convergence right now, we're seeing a good amount of Demacia attempts. We have some Sorks as well, looking at DQA. What else are you seeing?
I'm seeing Dish Soap got Demacia emblem again, so he's kind of high rolled for 2 games in a row in terms of the augment, or excuse me, the emblem that players want when they consider taking Earth. He wasn't able to convert last game. Hopefully this game's gonna be a bit better. But also, I believe it was T-Lides had the 2s healthy and going multicasters, and he is one of the Earth players coming into this, but finding that augment is super good. You end up playing like 4 or 5 kind of 2-cost units to give all that health with the multicaster line, playing it from a little bit more of a tempo style. So I'm really curious to see where T-Lides does end up with that.
All right, the destination is still not quite known, but the journey is going to be what we look through for the rest of this lobby. And going back over to Dish Soap, finishing with only 2 points on that last lobby, has had opportunities to play Vertical Alliance, but hasn't been able to reach those power levels in a couple of our lobbies. And is someone that we're expecting to be competing tomorrow and for that world spot. And if it makes it to Worlds, which he's never done, would probably be a competitor there as well to take the dub. But he's got to get there first. Remember yesterday we kind of talked about every champion goes through obstacles, and Dish Soap's obstacle for today is going to be overcoming that 7th place. Now we're looking at how this is going to go. The Poppy finally does go down. The Rogues are trying to do their thing in the back line, but these Bruisers are just a little too beefy.
Yeah, even with just a Cho'Gath 1 holding that Demacia emblem and a Redemption, it is a Radiant Warmogs there, so it's just way too scary for Setsuko to deal with. And that was a really important matchup because both of them were on a 3 streak. Now Dish Soap's on a 4 streak. Setsuko been taken down. Dish Soap the only person available to full 5 win streak into the Krugs. Moving over to Toronto Tokyo, going the same direction as last game. He played Ione Ash, got a 3rd place with it. Toronto Tokyo, I think, overperforming when it comes to most people's expectations of him. But
except yours.
And I want to call it, actually, I want to give Soju props because Soju actually rated Toronto Tokyo 5th out of the whole pool of regionals players. And I was like, okay, maybe not quite top 5, but definitely top 8. But maybe Soju had the read too about Toronto Tokyo being very powerful, and he is doing just that. I think the Ione Ash line he's had success with in the last game, so I think he can do it here again.
All right, maybe it clicked in multiple ways, not just for the meta, but who's going to be good in the meta in this regional spot as well. So far, Toronto on a bit of a loss streak, but at this point in time, that's probably on a purpose. 40 gold is the richest in the lobby as well, which you would expect for our lower placed players. And that's one of the coolest parts about graphics like these. You kind of see the push and pull, the rubber banding of when people are good. Like when you're investing a lot of money at the early game, you're not going to be hitting the same econ as a lot of the people who are sacking, but Dish Soap is also not going along with that narrative. So when someone's leading pole to pole with 41 gold and 100 HP, that's pretty insane. You can take that to top 4s pretty easily a lot of the time.
Oh, especially with the Demacia line, right? Assuming that Dish Soap doesn't super giga low roll on a level 7 roll down or something like that. This is looking pretty good for a top 4 spot. Redemption being the only item slammed, right? Maybe if we are going to talk about how Dish Soap can fall here, it's going to be the items aren't really going to be in his favor. There's not many items for a Mordekaiser at this point. Sure, you can make some AP. That bow is fantastic when it comes to Mordekaiser itemization, of course. But moving now on over to T-Lides, the 2's healthy multicaster player. There are going to be 3 2-cost units right now for that extra HP. So I have to see exactly where he ends up going with that.
All right, these are just baby versions of all of the units at this point. They're all tier 1, only 1 item slab. That Hex Tech on the Vel'Koz is just super strong. The way that it's able to prop up this comp and make it last through 1 or 2 extra ults, especially a little bit later in the game, is one of those differentiating factors and why this comp is so good. That's why multicasters would be the free space in TFT bingo for this particular tournament. And now let's see these Vanquishers on the other side. So far, they've not been doing a ton of winning, but they do depend on those 4-cost units, and so once that Neela or Xayah does come by, that's probably when we'll see Toronto stabilize, but when is going to be the question.
Exactly, right? Toronto Tokyo, especially amongst a tournament lobby of this caliber, the tempo is going to be a lot higher. You're going to be getting punished, so can he actually stabilize? Can he roll down and find a board to work with and find all the Xayahs? And it's a prismatic augment, Boop. We do get at least 1. It's not 2-1, but hey, we take those.
Hey, it'll be the only one this whole time,
I know,
even for the rest of the weekend for us. But this is really interesting. So something we actually don't talk about. We talk about all the time, ProN, how prismatics affect the early game when it's first. When they appear 2nd or 3rd, are there any differences in terms of the impact when it comes to these prismatics?
Oh, certainly. It depends on what spot in a player's game you are, right? Say if you have no gold and you roll into prismatic that gives you a bunch of gold or something like gold influx, you can stabilize from there, fantastic. If you already have a very strong board and you get one that's combat power, absolutely fantastic. But not all prismatics are kind of treated equally when it comes to your specific board state and point in the game. So at 3-2 and 4-2, right, it is going to be a little bit more of that variance as opposed to 2-1.
All right, so Let's see if that variance is going to come into play. I'm sure it will, as this front line is going to be all about that Galio. It's crazy how the stone plates got so popular in this particular meta because front lines are pretty hard to find. You'll find a lot of the time it's just the one really big beefy frontliner that's trying to take as much time as possible. People trying to maybe run Taric in that situation, but when they go up against Vanquishers, it's a little bit harder. We're seeing a little bit more rock, paper, scissors as we get through the weekend, but once again, the multicasters are going to be the most popular. Looking on the other side, that Quinn is looking to be rerolled at some point as well. Tier 3 Quinn would be awesome, but the economy on that side is looking quite good. Dishsoap also took that first loss, so that might be a little bit of a tempo change as well for them as we get into stage 3-3. And looking at the money right now, look at T-Lides as well.
T-Lide's very rich. I was kind of just laughing because look at DQA's board. I'm like, wait, is this the first time DQA is not going to run multicasters? He's literally played multicasters 7 out of 7 tournament games so far, but then I look at the bench, it's like, oh yeah, there's the Galio, there's the TF, there's the Soda. He wants to pivot. It's just a matter of time. But I think a big testament to DQA's skill is how do you get to the multicaster's board, right? If you just throw in those 1-star multicasters, that's not gonna be his strongest board. He's playing around 4 Shurima with a Nasus, with a Cassio 2, and then a Zero that he's found at this point as well. And that is really, really smart, especially because he's on a 5-win streak with this and can pivot at whatever point he wants to.
And you can pivot into a couple directions, but definitely looking towards multicaster, Talia being in that Shurima link between those two comps. And something that we came in with a little bit of information about these multicaster comps is we'd see more of this going in when it comes to a certain amount of this players leaving themselves some outs because they expected it to be contested. Now we're going into our 3-4 carousel right now, looking across the board, seeing these prismatic augments, and look at where Setsuko is going as well. The Gunner emblem still on Poppy.
Yeah, it's not Poppy, but there's 6 Jinxes and one is he picked up blinding speed as the prismatic and has RFC double rage blade on the Jinx. She could be attacking very fast, but maybe hopefully it'll have enough damage to pump through. But we know the direction of Setsuko is going to be that reroll style for the Jinx. There is still a little bit of ways to go, especially because he's at 42 gold. Okay, now it updates, he's at that 50 mark, so it's not too bad in the economy. But still, again, a ways to go. Now that we get to 3-5, that Placidium library will come through and players will get another emblem of their choosing. Looking at DPay's board here, going for another Ionia over, say, a Vanquisher, so has the 6 Ionia in, and is currently still carrying just a Samira, even though he's level 7 and only 20 gold.
DPay also playing off a little bit of a psyop, said I'm going 20 out of 20 multicasters the whole weekend. And that is definitely not what we've seen it today. Maybe lulling some people into, an idea about DPay's play, and now going outside of it. That's a little bit of an advantage. He's a coach. Yeah. Makes sense. And so, honestly, this backline is doing quite well.
It is. It's 6 Ionia, provides a decent amount for the front line, right? Buffing up that set especially. But it's still a close matchup. The Jhin snipe comes through right in time. If the Jhin fell, then Malzahar actually could have clutched it out, I think, at that point. But fortunately was not the case there. Just finally finding a Cho'Gath too to be the front line there. He is on a 3-loss streak, has found a rise as well, but Quinn too, having 4 Quins, that's huge, Boob.
Yeah, and I mean, the Quinn 3 is actually a big difference maker when it comes to power level. I think there was a lobby yesterday where once that Quinn got into Quinn 3, the winning that's kind of when the win streak started, and was able to build upon that to try to find even stronger units a little bit later. Also, whenever you hear the Rise's name, don't you just want to go, Rise? At the same time. It just happens in my head every single time. But let's see if this 5 cost is going to be helpful here, especially since we got it during stage 3.
Yeah, so getting the cast out there, spreading the Morellos is a bit, but really it's just how much time can that Quinn be botched. The Cho'Gath does fall. Rise is going to get another cast off, it looks like, and that is huge. Does it buy Quinn enough time? It does as the cast comes through. Soju takes the loss there, and Dishsoap snaps losing streak as we get into Wolves.
All right, now let's see what these puppies are going to bring. Ooh, we already have a pretty itemized Jinx here. We're going to start putting in our Ishtal as well. We actually haven't seen a ton of Ishtal today.
No, we haven't. Yesterday either, but it is going to be Wood Ishtals, which is stacking HP. Not great for this composition. Setsuko looking to make a lot of changes happen here. 1 Jinx away from Jinx 3, has the Warwick in for the Zon. some decent items coming through here, but the Jinx already has 3 items, right? How many rolls is it going to take Setsuko this game to find his 3-star, right? That is the question. Does level up. Last game it took 22 rolls for him to find just 1 Graves. I'm not going to be counting this many, but hopefully it doesn't take quite as many, right, this time around.
Yeah, we got 2 Gunner emblems as well, so super curious
Scion.
which Vanquishers might be able to make it through. So we're going to sell the Scion to give us a little bit more money to get this Nasus 2, which is a big upgrade. Nasus is one of the better frontline units. We're going to put Gunner, Scion, Gunner, Nasus, get rid of all of those items on the Jinx, spread them around onto the Aphelios. We still got options to make, but this is a big change here.
Yeah, it is. One of the Rage Blades is on the Aphelios now. That is a big deal when it comes to that 6 Gunner, how powerful it can be in theory. The Nasus upgrade is huge too, right? Having a 4-cost 2-star in your front line with a Bramble to buy time, benefiting from that 2 Juggernaut as well, I think is exactly what Setsuko needed, at least in this point of the game, right? 6 Gunners means, okay, where's your front line? And he does have it. Dueling Gunners he's offered as well, and that is a snap pickup, and it gives the Jinx 3, which is the most important thing. Setsuko doesn't need to hit in his rolls. He's going to find the augment to hit.
You know, sometimes you just hit. Right? The last game, that was not the case for Setsuko. This time around, we finally got there, especially with the Gunner emblem, the Gunner augment, right? Like, this could not be a more thorough Gunner comp. Like, when it comes to Gunners, you're not really going to be able to see more power than from this particular board. Now, it's the question of where everyone else is. Are the prismatic augments going to be able to compensate for some of this power? Are the Gunners on the front line going to mean that maybe those tanks don't carry an extra tank item and can't stand for as long, right? Like, there are definitely still some outs for other players, but this comp is pretty strong.
There could be a little bit more power if the Zanma was a bit better. It is virulent on the Jinx, which does work, but it would have been way better for something like a robotic arm on her to deal more damage. Sure, he has a bunch of attack speed though, so maybe it's not quite as valuable as it usually would be, but let's see the power versus DQA's multicasters. DQA has transitioned into this, but the Gunners, the Jinx is going insane and does barely clutch out that round win. Boop, that was close.
That was super close, and that, I mean, I think that kind of just goes through like why that multicaster comp can be so frustrating. You look at 6 Gunners, and you're like, this can't be that close to this comp, but it is. It was barely that win, but it was still a 2-unit win against the multicasters, and honestly, a dub is a dub when it comes to this. Now, looking, let's take a look at where everyone is living right now. Dishsoap still in at first place. T-Lights, who is poor for the majority of Stage 3, starting to get that economy going once again. Setsuko with those 6 Gunners. DQA playing multicasters, it seems. Soju, Toronto, Tokyo, Kuramex, and D-Pay sitting in last place, no gold. So it does seem like a lot of people have started to invest in trying to right the ship or start new streaks. D-Pay definitely one of them right now. 23 health, 0 gold on a 2-loss streak. Hopefully this is going to be the dub that he's been looking for. Oh,
I'm on a 6-loss streak. Where's this board? The fight's somewhere else. Okay.
Some magicians coming in here, making it disappear. All right, let's see how these Vanquishers do. It's going to be Ashe versus Ashe, and it's going to be the Tier 2 Ashe taking it down with that Ionia, i.e. Last Whisper. What a classic combination as well for TFT. Now we're looking at something a little spicy here as well, which is this Rek'Sai. And Rek'Sai actually did kind of all right in an in-house a couple of days ago, but you still got to get to Tier 3, still got to invest some things, and that still could be temporary.
Yeah, ooh, a Scion with a spatula on this carousel. There's a lot of emblems, obviously, with the Earths, even more with the Placidium Library. Kurum maybe considering it, but no, going to just take the bow. I think this is the longest we've seen a spat go on a carousel, at least from our games, Boop. Is it even going to get taken? Like, surely it will, right?
Well, I wonder if everyone's already got what they needed, right? With Placidium and the Ancient Archives, right? I don't think spat. Everyone's already there.
5-cost spat and nobody takes it. Okay, this is not the TFT that I thought we were playing here in this current meta. But see, like Toronto, Tokyo, he doesn't need it. Already has 6 Ionia, I guess 5 Vanquisher, and he wants to level up to play 6/6, but is going to stay on level 6 to find the Ashe 3. Now going to consider leveling up, but is 1 set away as well, and we know set 3 is such a powerful power spike for this composition, Boop.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday when the Xayah 3 was struggling, it stopped struggling once we got to set 3, right? So, just a little bit of extra time. That ult from set 2 is, I think, something that a lot of people might underestimate. Like, locking them down just for that little bit of time enables these Vanquishers to start pushing their damage. It gets them to their ultimate, so you're able to push that damage a little bit quicker. They've already gotten through that front line, and now the multicasters are doing multicaster things, and that's a 4-unit loss. Even with that tier 3 Ashe, DPay now in a almost exactly the same situation. DPay also falling there.
DPay. Man, contesting the comps, but also just like not quite hitting as much as you would have liked to. Kerm's in the same boat as well, right? Stuck on level 7, rolling down to 0, not hitting your 2-star forecast. But we're talking about that feels so bad, and Kerm is stuck in exactly that same situation. Pair of Jarvans, pair of Nasus, not even a pair of Azirs, just has one copy of the Azir.
This is a very classic situation in TFT where the people who are hitting are just way stronger right now, and everyone seems to be kind of scrounging for scraps a little bit right now, right? DPay definitely one of those. Very curious to see how these Gunner emblems on the front line are going to affect that comp in the hyper late game, especially since these vertical comps are starting to turn on right now. But this Vanquisher comp is just not working out. DPay with, I think, was a first or second in the last lobby. Going to be its opposite day in the second lobby. Unfortunately, is going to be that 8th place, the first person to depart from Elimination Station. Yeah,
and before Raptors as well. That feels so bad. Not even able to get what could have been your most powerful board online with all the items and everything. Dish Soap, fortunately, having a bit of a better game than the last time around with this 7 Demacia for a Slayer. It is possible for Dish Soap to get to level 9, to get to that 9 Demacia. I believe he did it twice yesterday. One of the games was a 6th, but one of the other games was a 1st place. So we know this is usually the trajectory of a 1st place looking 9 Demacia board, but he is at 6 Quins, so he's going to consider, I think, rolling for that Quinn 3 whip, as you alluded to earlier.
The Quinn 3 is going to be a big option for them. Backline access, spreading the damage, right? That's going to be a big deal. We get 34 gold to work with. Who are we going to put through? We go over the Fiora.
Another Quinn.
We get another Quinn.
Just one away.
2 Aries. Don't you feel like that with TFT is like, hey, you know what? If I was playing Sorks, these packs would be amazing.
I know, right?
But no, I need to just ignore these 2 Aries instead. What do you think about that roll down?
I mean, he's so close to a lot of things. He has a pair of Mords. He has 2 Fioras in the bench. He's not pressured to have to roll it all the way down right now. 45 HP is still okay, and he's still kind of strong, right? Going back to Toronto Tokyo has leveled to 7 and has hit the set 3. That is the big thing. Xayah 2 in the backline as well, though. But this board from Dish is just getting run over. Yeah, the set 3, the Ashe 3, Dish Soap needs to hit soon. He can only take so many more of those losses.
Vel'Koz 1 on the other side.
And it's winning, Boop. And it is
winning. It's not about, it's not about your height or anything. It's about your heart, right? And that's what Vel'Koz
Yeah, do you believe
says.
that truly? No.
No, I don't. All right, let's go ahead and see if this Fiora gets picked up. I'd be curious to see if we invest 4 extra gold into that, especially since we are still looking for that Quinn. I like that idea. I was commenting on it because I was wondering, but I think just like a little bit more damage. And if that Fiora gets into the backline, this happened a lot with these Demacian comps yesterday, is with positioning, they were able to get to the multicaster's ult and take them out. So that doesn't seem to be the case on this one, but for future matchups, it could be.
Oh, Kurum is 1 gold off of that Nasus upgrade, is up against a kind of mirror matchup here. Azir versus Azir, Boop. Can Kurums actually win?
Azir versus Azir. These have been honestly one of the better fights to watch because they do tend to go pretty close. But no, the front line actually goes down for our Kurum X here, and it's going to be 1 left remaining. How much is the X-Tech Gunblade going to matter? It's not going to matter at all. And the Azir versus Azir Kurum is going to Kurum right out of here.
No.
So sorry. Kurum is going to get eliminated,
How are you going
unfortunately.
to do him like that, Boop?
Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
that's my fault.
Goes out in 7th after barely top 4ing last game. Not quite the start of the day as he would have hoped, especially being, again, stuck at level 7, rolling down, not hitting. That's generally where you're going to end up. But Dish Soap, that's a big roll. Finding that Mordekaiser and a Jarvan, but he sells off of the Quins for it. He sells the Quinn too. and just says, no, this is my strong board now. I'm going to econ up to try to go to 9, but Quinn 3 will not be that pivot point.
All right, and it's going to be a Fiora tank in the front line, so this is a bit of a smattering of that Demacia. This is definitely not best-case scenario when it comes to this comp, but sometimes it doesn't matter because things like this Mordekaiser are able to do as much damage as they do. He does get into that backline, so he's going to be getting some stats as well as Jinx versus the world here, and that Tier 3 Jinx is not going to come close. Setsuko takes the L on that one. DQA losing. Look at how low our bottom 3 are, too. 22, 19, 18, 14. Wow. The battle for 4th place is absolutely heating up.
Yeah, even no one's really running away with the lobby either. Yeah, it's a 20 HP gap between 3rd and 2nd. T-Li just 1 HP above Setsuko as well. There is a Gunner emblem, which I would be looking at if I'm Setsuko. You can get rid of that Graves and play something else, or just pick up the GP, because that is a big Gunner as well that you want, and an RFC is pretty solid as well. So multiple good choices there as we move back on over to T-Lide, seeing, okay, yeah, here's the multicaster board that has hit the Vel'Koz 3, and gets to push levels as well, Boop. That is a huge deal. And the augments are pretty solid as well, between 2 is healthy. Now Magic Wand being that 3rd augment picked up for multicaster, for strategist. There's so much HP in the back, or AP in the back line now.
Yeah, that first augment, I believe, has really good stats.
Yeah, it does.
If you look at them on there as well. And the funny thing here about T-Light is we saw Vel'Koz 1 earlier. This is why. And who needs Ezreal? Who needs TF? Just play Urf with multicasters. You know, we get that strategist emblem too, which is going to, you know, prop up some more stats for our backline. So in terms of top-level power for multicasters, this is going to probably be competing for that on this particular lobby. But if you get CC'd like they are in this particular round, it's going to be tough for you. It's going to be all up to that this backline to try to get this back, and it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. As DQA is going to get to 1 HP, it seems like, tied 2 HP, and it's going to be Dish Soap at 1. Is Dish Soap going to have another bot 4 with that vertical Demacian comp?
Yeah, he doesn't have the time that he needs to make it to level 9. Maybe, you know, could have considered rolling harder for that Quinn 3. Maybe that could have been the power that he needed. Dishop's board does look strong. The tank Fiora is a little bit kind of awkward to make work. It's really down to that Quinn and the Mordekaiser to deal all the damage. But for DQA, there's a stronger multicaster board out there from T-Lads. He's the weaker one and runs into such a strong board from Toronto Tokyo.
I wonder what Dish Soaps is looking at right now, because I think this multicaster comp could potentially get ran over by this Vanquisher comp as well. T-Lights are... Oh, the Mordekaiser's in the backline against the Vel'Koz.
Yeah,
is he going to be able to push any of that damage? The Jarvan gets back on him, and the multicaster Tier 3 T-Lights is going to do a lot better here, it looks like. And we do get an elimination from DQA as well. So let's see where the HP totals do finally end up after this animation. And it's going to be minus 12, 1-7. Oh, there it is. Minus 12. So he actually ended up losing by a couple more units instead. And Dish Soap follows in 8th place with a 6th.
Yeah, that's rough. Or it was a 7th and a 6th here, but still not the day Dish Soap was looking for, especially being one of the tournament favorites, right? People looking at Setsuko, Dish Soap, Milk kind of in that order. Setsuko did bounce back from that 8th place. He's made this Jinx reel work to get into the top 4. Soju, again, the consistency making a top 4, as well as Toronto Tokyo. Big breakout names here, especially with T-Lides as well, being the kind of set 9 breakout player, and continuing to see them have success here is really exciting to watch.
Yeah, T-Light's definitely in the running for breakout player of the set, I would say. T-Light's Vanilla, who competed yesterday, might be a part of that as well. And Soju, again, it's super weird. I wonder if people underestimating him on this particular competition might be helping a little bit, because I don't think a lot of people actually believed that Soju would be able to top 4, I think, almost every lobby over the last couple days. Toronto Tokyo also doing really well, but Soju is going to be the one that is on Elimination Station. And we're going to see right now if this Vel'Koz 3 is going to take him out. That Jarvan gets a pretty alright ult into that backline, but there's some immunity there, it looks like, in the backline there as well. But the Vel'Koz unabated right now until the Azir gets onto it, and the Azir's not being targeted by the Vel'Koz, but it doesn't matter anyway. That's a pretty good 4th place, I would say. Setsuko did lose out as well, so we're going to be seeing our winner here very, very soon, but getting a 4th place in this particular lobby, having it be so close pretty much that whole time around like 3rd through 6th is a pretty big dub in my opinion.
Yeah, especially with the comp that Soju is running in a lobby that there is a capped multicaster board, a capped Ionia Ashe reroll board, and this kind of I don't want to even say makeshift. Like it was a good for Setsuko to make this board happen, but it is the most capped version of gunners that you can get. So Soju claiming a 4th year is still very impressive. I think the big question for me is how far can Setsuko go with these 6 gunners into these super capped multicaster and Ionia Vanquisher boards?
All right, there's not a lot of tank items in that front line. Would definitely help. The turret's definitely trying to help. The Scion's already gotten into its 2nd life. The boat, though, gets right into the back line, and the Jinx almost takes down the Vel'Koz. Will this be enough? No. Oh, if things just went a little bit differently there, I think Setsuko might have been able to make it out, but we still get an extra round anyway. So it's going to be 9 HP, 1 HP. Everyone looking up on top of the pyramid right now, which is T-Lides.
T-Lides, not only is it the top in HP, but the top in gold as well. Going to be able to push to level 9. The only player of this lobby, it seems like, to be able to do so. It's almost like a victory march for him, especially other players just trying to scrape out and battle for that 2nd place boot. But Toronto, Tokyo, 6 Vanquishers, 6 Ionia, going up against Setsuko. Someone here is going to fall.
We will know who's going to be 2nd place in this lobby. Is it going to be Toronto, Tokyo, or Setsuko? It's going to be Gunners versus Vanquishers as well. The boat only gets to that set, but that set's already super low. We have backline access now for these Gunners, and the Jinx just not doing enough damage. Unfortunately, those rockets aren't hurting enough, and Setsuko gets a 3rd place. Pretty crazy comp. 2 gunners in the front line. 3rd place, though, especially with the tempo of this lobby being so quick. You gotta give props to just the top 4 in general, I think.
Setsuko recognizing that spot, rerolling Jinx, and actually making that work for a top 3 is really impressive, and a testament to how much Setsuko is willing to make these kind of niche lines work out. It is super hard to differentiate your play style from that typical meta compositions, but he did it, I think, really well this game. That was almost never going to be a 1st place, but it didn't need to be, right? A 3rd is still super impressive, as T-Lides now does get to level 9, Boop, and it seems like he's just going to run over Toronto, Tokyo, but can Toronto do anything about it?
Is Toronto going to be eliminated on this round, or are we going to keep this 1v1 going? The Vel'Koz is already getting actually CC'd by the set, so the Vel'Koz not pushing as much damage as it usually does in these particular situations, but it doesn't seem to matter so far. But the Ashe already goes taken down, and I feel like that almost went as well as it could have.
Yeah.
When it came to that comp, but unfortunately the set was not enough. Not enough beef on that set. The Vel'Koz just doing too much damage as well.
T-Lides taking game 2, lobby B, Boop, doing it in style with the 2's healthy multicasters, but still an impressive way to make that composition work out.
Yeah, we got to see T-Lide's finishing animation like 3 times, which is kind of a fancy way to be able to show off a little bit and also win the lobby. And as you both were mentioning, T-Lides is one of those players that really has had an incredible breakout performance this set. And Bupasaurus, I feel like it's been so much fun to just watch him, like, not only just interact with TFT, obviously, but just also how good he's gotten over the past few events.
Yeah, and to kind of like piggyback off of what you just said, some people show off, their watches, some people will get a car, in TFT, it's the legends, right? It's the legend animations is how you're going to be able to show off. Fluff-to-Poros is my favorite, but no, and like, going back to T-Lides, it is just really cool. TFT is always going to give opportunities for new players to come through, right? The big issue we've had with newer players, right, is sustaining, right? Over sets, the types of play and the types of people who can be good can change. But that's why we have so much respect for people like Dish Soap and Setsuko, because they've been good that whole time. So for T-Lides, you've proven yourself for this set, going to Worlds and being a representative. I mean, like, how much more can you prove that you're one of the best players in North America, but also the journey's not over technically, right? So super cool to see the upward trajectory for it, but I don't think it's done. I think he's still going, and that's also very exciting.
And this is T-Light's first regional, right? I just want to, remind everybody, like, to do that in your first regional in a tournament with as much high stakes as this is super impressive. Just even more to add on to that.
Toronto Tokyo too, right? Like, what a great set that Toronto Tokyo is having. Also being able to get a second place in this lobby, and lobby A too. Gotta check out what's happening over there, because it's it might be a little spicy. What do you think, Boopasaurus?
Great job, Milk. You know, it is so hard to get an 8th and not let that kind of poison your mental, process throughout the rest of the day, right? And it's great to see someone like Milk go, but Connor is him as well. Connor having arguably the most surprising tournament so far. I think only a couple of people were like, yeah, Connor's actually got a chance. When, even yesterday in the pre-show, we said he doesn't have a study group. He's not really been able to practice all that much because of some IRL stuff, right? So, like, the fact that they're here is a testament to how good Connor is, because, again, we said sustaining for our newer players is the hardest part, and going from day one to day 2, Connor's doing just that.
Oh, for sure. And it looks like we also have a little bit of a flip-flop happening a little bit too in Lobby A, as we did for DP in Lobby B. So it'll be really interesting to see how these lobbies end up getting reseeded, Crowan, because, like, it's tough when you take a look at this field of competition. You're like, okay, well, how does everybody interact here? Even just looking at Lobby B, right? It was just Ezreal and Earth players.
Yeah. There is still going to be a TF player, I believe. Didn't quite see yet what replay was playing, but I would assume it would be TF, and I think there's one more going to be playing that as well. But putting a bunch of Ezreal players and TF players into a lobby, then it gets real finicky of like, ooh, what's actually going to happen here? Are people going to pivot away from that multicaster line or not? But definitely just kind of reflecting on those last scores, I believe that will leave Toronto Tokyo and Connor is me tied in like first place right now. I think one other player as well, but those new players really showing up. Like, both of them, this is their first regionals, and kind of doing it in style, especially top 4ing 2 games in a row, like in a day 2. Not to curse anything, but that is a very strong start to the day.
This and average placement does matter, because that is going to be one of the ways that our North American players can qualify to be able to compete in the Runeterra Reforged Championship. So maybe this is just a great sign to the start of their championship journey. 2 games down, 4 more to go. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. Our lobbies have been reseeded, which means some fresh faces for some of our competitors, and brand new game plans heading into our last 4 games of the day. Admirable, Casanova, when we take a look at how this lobby is shaken out, I mean, what do we say about this one, Admirable? Like, I'm at a loss for words, kind of, looking at the star power in this lobby.
I mean, that's the regionals top 16 at this point, but yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think that you could argue that these are the 8 strongest of the players remaining, although I think that Toronto, Tokyo in Lobby A would probably want a word with you at that point. But, you know, I'm just saying, like, you're sitting in the top 4 and you show up to your lobby and you're like, yeah, these first 2 games have gone great, and the bottom 4 players are Setsuko, Dish Soap, Kurum, and Replay. Like, I am upset. I'm upset that that's the lobby I got seeded into because I'm trying to win the tournament, not have players actually be able to defeat me pretty handedly on that one.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, right? Like, we talked about a lot, the 3 favorites coming to this tournament, like Milt, Setsuko, Dish Soap. Okay, they're all in this lobby. Okay, former world champion, we think he could probably show up, replay it. Oh, he's in this lobby. Oh, Weijin, he went to Worlds in set 8. He's also been popping off on day 1, lobby leader. Oh, he's also in this lobby. Like, Kurum's already qualified for Worlds. Oh, wait, he's here too. And then the funny thing is we're looking at this lobby, and Connor and Darthnub are the ones who are showing up today and who have been popping off, who, hey, maybe you don't want to be seeing them in your lobby because of how good they've been playing. Darthnub on the Twisted Fate, he's shown mastery over it. Connor back on his comfort pick with Ezreal, and he's still playing. I mean, we were watching the game, we we're just like genius mode constantly. This guy has been picking some really great lines. He's been playing some great flex play, which is a little surprising in the current meta. I don't know. This lobby's crazy. I love it.
And what's even more interesting is that, like, even going into the break, talking to Crone and Bupasaurus about just the legend choices, this might be, like, the most diverse lobby that we get all weekend when it comes down to who is going to be playing those choices. Casanova, you just pointed out, like, Connor and Darthnub picking, like, the Ezreal and the TF respectively, but Replay's been playing the Twisted Fate, Kurum X has been playing the Ezreal, everybody else has been trying to play Earth. Like, that makes me really excited to see how they're all going to interact with each other, because that is something that I feel like does spike the power of the lobby. Who's going to actually be going for the multicasters? How contested are they going to be? Only one way to find out. That's with game number 3. So, Casanova and Admirable, let's see what we got in store for us.
So I think it's a good point that Necro made at the end of that too, is like the diversity of the compositions here, because we do have some brute forcing going through some of the player strategies, but I will say that very much, you know, the kind of player who I don't think is typically going to do that is Kurum. He's taking Ezreal because he wants to use items and play for power. Connor's Me's doing the same thing, but I think is displaying a tremendous amount of flexibility in this one. We're getting Placidium Library, so, you know, a big fist pump from, I'd say, the Earth players that are sitting in that position for that spot. But Connor, I think that Connor is on fire today. You know, I had some people telling me that he was performing fantastic yesterday as well. The results reflect that. But watching his play, it's pretty easy to understand why he's doing what he's doing, and that tells me that he's doing it very well.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, I even had noted that Connor was actually playing very flexibly with Ezreal yesterday. He had played a lot of different compositions. He still has a multicaster lean, right? I think he still had 3 games on it, but then he had like 3 other different comps throughout the day. So Connor's still able to play a lot of different things, and we've seen that reflected today, especially in his first 2 games. And I think, you know, we might still see him lean towards multicasters, of course, because Ezreal is giving him those extra items. That was initially the game plan people thought. The fact that he's shown that he doesn't have to get caught into that, especially when he's got other players who are forcing it in his lobby, i.e., let's take a look at Replay, who has pretty much forced it in, you know, most of his games, almost every single game. I think Connor having that adaptability has been the big boon for him.
Yeah, and so here's the thing about it. Him playing playing multicasters a pretty significant number of games. That's what the Ezreal augment is supposed to be doing, is you default to a composition like that where it's still easy to find the items and you don't really have a ton of direction, but it gives you the ability to have more power, but that will mean that you can't necessarily go that line every single time. When you look at the legends too, I'm noticing that Kurum has swapped over to Earth, and I think that there's 2 major reasons behind this. The first one is that the Earth players are simply performing better right now. The second one is that Kurum is not in a comfortable spot. He needs big finishes. And so if you need big finishes, you're going to have to take bigger risks. Ezreal does not take as many risks as Urf does. The Urf is going to have more variance to it, but it typically offers more power in general. So I expect to see Kurum kind of swinging for the fences on these next ones. He has not started out well these first two lobbies.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely happy that it ends up being Placidium on the first game that he swaps. This would have really hurt if he was stuck with the other players who are not on Urf in this particular portal, where you get, you know, that extra emblem for your composition. I think potentially the fact that, you know, there are other players on Ezreal and TF can impact that, because both of those lines went to lean multis, so you don't want to be in a place where there's 4 players potentially contesting it. I also want to call out that Kurum won mid set on Ezreal. It's a big comfort pick for him, so for him to change away from it means he probably has a good amount of prep on Urf as well, and feels like it is better suited here. Taking a look at these emblems, though, I mean, what are you seeing, Admirable, immediately from this prismatic lobby?
I mean, Dish Soap, he cracked the tome on one. He was offered the Demacia. He took Ionia instead. He looked around the lobby real quick. He took the Ionia instead of Demacia.
I wonder if anyone else just has Demacia already and Dish didn't want to play the line contested, because, I mean, he has the second emblem. Usually Demacia in the first emblem, you just snap pick it. Or maybe it's just noticing that Ionia is completely uncontested and Dish knows he can play that line by himself. I mean, I'm very curious to see how this game progresses from Dish Soap, because it feels, especially on the prismatic version where you've got 2 tomes, being offered Demacia first is like a godsend. Plus it's Placidium. You're guaranteed to get the second one.
I'm going to go back and double check this, because I don't know if just my eyes are off or not. Like, I feel like that is, like, why would he not choose Demacia is really the thing that was in my head. And like, yeah, no, he was offered Demacia, and that is very, I don't really have any insight to that other than, it's Dish Soap. It's very rare that I feel like I'm going to disagree with him, but yeah, I feel like I would disagree with him on this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the idea of tempo from popping the tome as well, right? Because he's on the Aurelia and the Jhin, so he can play for the Ionia angle instead. But yeah, just the power that we've seen from Demacia, right? 9 Demacia, you know, it won every game that it was in except for one game that Dish Soap played to his 6th. But we remember what happened. He pushed to 9. He had all 1-star board, and he, you know, couldn't quite find the 2 stars before he finally lost. He was just on 1 life, right? So that is the situation where it doesn't work out. I mean, we see Weijin is on Demacia on his first pop. This is exactly where he wants to be. So has the 3 Demacia in as well.
I guess like the difference would be that Weijin already has a couple of Demacia units here. Wow, this is like a nightmare for everybody else. Weijin Iverson is in an unbelievable spot to find himself going to first place in this lobby. Like, this is such an incredibly powerful start, and it's the reason that players are selecting Urf is because the spike in power is dramatic. And so when I look back at Dish Soap's spot and I think about it, the reason to not choose Demacia would literally be because you had a 2-star Aurelia and a Jhin right at the opening, so you're playing for the tempo and the power of it, rather than trying to spike as much as you can. And that's interesting to me that the early tempo can be worth that much in a lobby, but at the same time, if you're thinking about it, you know, 9 Ionia is a pretty high chase trait as well. So if you can play the early tempo and you can still have a powerful chase trait, that to me has to be his thinking at the end of the day.
Yeah, it can still work out, but we also see that Dish has just lost a fight, so not able to completely convert into a full win streak off of popping that tome. I also wanted to quickly call out, we saw Milk leaning towards that direction of Rogues. He did slam Zaun and a Night Harvester onto a Graves, and then he also has an Ishtal emblem as a second one available to him. So we'll have to see where that ends up going. Of course, Milk is going to be leaning towards that reroll for the Gunner or the Graves and the Jinx. We even saw Shimmer Injector for the Graves, so we saw it work with Weijin. We'll see if Milk can make it happen as well.
Yeah, the Ishtal is fire, so there's like a little bit of damage that's being offered there as well. So that could be like a reason to kind of lead into it, is if you can get the big boost on that. It can be pretty potent, I'd say. But you know, when I look around this lobby right now, it's so hard to like get like a strong lobby context out of this, because prismatics are going to really shift the strength and things. And then when I'm looking around, it's, you know, 2 of the strongest players sitting at the bottom right now, with Setsuko at 7 points, Dish Soap at 5 points. Like, this is well below the expected amount of points that you should have at this point. So when they're taking these these lines, and it's high tempo, and they have to put something together. It's like that's exactly what they're trying to do is exploit the power that you can get early on from these early spikes and try to punish the rest of the players for going a certain direction. Like look over at replay spot, for instance. Here it's Gunner with Piltover early on. This is a great spot to open up with, but prismatic lobbies are going to punish you a little bit more, and I think players like Setsuko and Dish Soap, they're trying to take advantage of these lines that are kind of forced into losing scenarios early on.
Yeah, replay going to take a lot of damage for sure, because it does look like a lot of players are pushing heavy tempo. Actually, look, Connor seems to also be on that Piltover start. So we actually need to really look out for Connor versus replay as we get towards the end of this stage, and who can hold on to the loss streak, unless they've already fought, because we see Connor only on a 2-loss, replay on the 4-loss right now. That could be a big difference here, being able to keep this streak for so long for replay, whereas Connor is potentially going to have to look to play it from a more tempo angle and maybe try and win streak with his Gunners instead and try and get gold from there. But this is 3 players going after Jinx. Milk is going to reroll that Jinx as well.
I mean, you saw Connor jump over to replay's board here at the start. He definitely has his eye on the idea of what do I do to make sure I lose to this. And it's going to be Milk that replay's up against. But Milk's board is... I mean, I'm not going to call this strong by any means.
Milk's positioning was really good here. He's actually able to get the Echo out from the back of replay's composition. The Soraka tanks very early on, but it looks like replay is still able to be weaker. Yeah, the Jace gonna be able to cast. Yeah, it looks like Graves just too beefy. Milk did a very good job trying to weaken the board, but replay successfully holds on to the streak through Krugs with this Piltover start.
It's definitely a lot harder for replay to lose that round in terms of the impact than it is for Milk. When Milk loses that round, it hurts. When replay loses that round, it's like, oh no. Like Piltover does not lose and really recover from, I'm sorry, does not win a round and recover from it very well in those scenarios, because you have to build up the lose streak. If you don't build up the lose streak, it's a disaster.
Well, on the other side of this, Weijin has fully win streaked into Krugs with the 2 Demacia emblems. He found a Swain 2. He's sitting on 30 gold. I mean, that is absurd. Swain 2 with a Radiant item and all these extra stats. Weijin is probably going to have a great stage 3 with this board already. And then it just sets him up to find an angle to go to 9 and play 9 Demacia. I mean, Weijin's like odds to win this game are probably insanely high compared to an average TFT game.
Yeah, I mean, Weijin's like making a new TikTok where he's doing the dance and then posting it, and that becomes the new trend. Like that's what he's doing right now. He's like, oh, this is a cakewalk right at the moment. I have to make sure I make 2-star units and then find the Demacia things that I have. Like 2 Demacia early on Placidium Library. Like that's a home run. It's a grand slam from Weijin Iverson's spot. I would be shocked if he went below bottom 2 this game. Honestly, I would be kind of shocked if he didn't win the lobby. I'm going to be perfectly honest. So
yeah,
Milk now...
Yeah, it feels like that.
It pretty much, I'm going to focus on everyone in the lobby except for Weijin Iverson as a result of that. His power level is frankly just that high. So Milk here, trying to salvage something out of this. You would see that the 2 fire on the Ishtal spat is a bit of an incentive here. This is a lot of extra damage you're picking up in a composition that really wants to keep that going throughout the game. You take advantage of early damage, but it falls off. So how do you compensate that? With even more damage.
Yep, just got to go even further beyond. Get the extra damage here. The Fire Ishtal is going to be good. It's also going to give that healing reduction. I think a really solid pickup to have that bonus damage. The Ishtal spat, I think, making sense in this spot, especially because I just imagine, you know, you don't get a Gunner option, you don't get a Zon option. Okay, what's the next best thing? It's probably this Ishtal for the composition. Well, Rogue, I guess, right? And then... but doesn't quite get there. And we see Bronze Ticket was an option, but instead going to go +1 Zon, get the 4 Zon immediately in. I think that's pretty unfortunate for that mod to be Chemtech or Chemtank Explosion. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what the best way to actually use this is. It's definitely pretty unfortunate for that to be the case. It's not that it's useless. It's that you want a damage modifier for Jinx. That is your ideal setup for that one. There's really not much to it. We look down at Darthnub's board, and that is not a joke down on that side of things either. That is a pretty stacked little corner that he's got here for stage 3.
All right, here we are. See how the fight goes for Milk. Gonna run into Kurum, who's also on Demacia early, but does not have the Demacia emblem, right? Slayer and Strategist, which are going to go well with Demacia, with these units in the early stages of the game. Also, as the game scales up, but potential for something like the Azir Mordekaiser line later on, or we can see the commit more towards the Slayer, Demacia with Quinn Mordekaiser.
Seeing like the little small angles there from Milk's side. He needs just a little bit more, I think, to kind of tip over the edge there in that spot, and that's why the 3 stars are such high power. Is your comp's doing well when it's missing. Imagine how well it does when it's actually going to hit. So the earlier Milk does it, obviously, the stronger it's going to be. But on Darthnup's side here, like I'm not really sweating in Darthnup's position at all. He doesn't have very much gold left because he rolled to hit these 2 stars. But again, I mean, look at this corner right now. Like I don't want to, like, you're stepping into like the duel in the Old West, and like the guy just shows up with his whole gang. You're like, like I don't want to fight this right now. This is scary.
I mean, he's on that 2 streak. Gonna run into Connor, who, has leaned more towards trying to win streak, actually taking out Piltover. Just gonna be playing around the Gunner. Has the Jace 2, the buy 2 in the front line.
Bench over there.
Double Jarvan.
What the heck?
Yeah, still can't punch through just the tankiness of this board. I mean, as you mentioned, right, it's the little gang of goons in the corner. He's got the Randuins and the Virtue, just keeping everything so tanky and alive. I mean, Darthnub definitely has put together a very strong stage 3 board.
I'm like really interested in what Connor's doing with the Jarvans on the bench. Like, it is pretty rare that you see a Jarvan on the bench this early in the game. Like, his board has to just be like laid out perfectly, or otherwise, like I'd have to suspect that one or possibly both of those could be in play at this point with strong value on top of that. So his traits have to be lined up, I think, to kind of be carrying whatever he has in play at this point. When you look at Silvers across the board, nothing here that like too stand out aside from Milks. I think Milks was a pretty big boost in power. And for replay on pretty much any strat that it's intending to lose early on, Transfusion becomes about its highest power level. So I think it's a pretty slam dunk silver augment that replay is able to pick up here. But this is really the big round right now. It's invest everything on 3-5 and try to cash out this Dino right now. This is 25 stacks on 3-5. That's pretty freaking good.
Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal, right? And he actually finds the Aphelios, so he's able to get 4 Gunner in. His front line is still a little bit weak, but Tarek 2 on 3-5 is I think reasonable, right? As well as a Shen 1. I think that is like a reasonable enough front line, not feel horrible. Placidium's going to allow to go for an extra Gunner emblem here. It's not going to add any power immediately, but 6 Gunner will be easy to reach with 2 emblems. This is going to be a tough fight against Kurum because the Demacia is just giving so much stats right now, but it's like there's a Piltover emblem that Kurum found. I don't know that he wants that. He's Piltover in Rogue. Did he reroll his emblems and just missed?
I'm kind of curious about that. Like, I don't really know what's going on.
He did.
Like,
He's Pandora's his emblems.
Oh, was it a misfired cell?
I think he's rolling for Demacia because they're uncraftable emblems that he had, but I don't know why he slammed the Piltover emblem on his Quinn unless he's selling it. We'd have to see if he's just going to keep them on the bench and re-roll them. I mean, it's possible as an accident, right? Because Slayer and Strategist is good enough that I don't think you need to re-roll them, but because they're not craftable emblems, he can go for Demacia.
That's an excellent point. It's something I wasn't even really thinking about, is that when you have uncraftable items, they can roll into other uncraftable items. They can't roll into the crafted ones and vice versa. So if you have these emblems that are not going to work, they're just not high enough power level to get the job done, what's the ticket out? And the ticket out of that is going to be find the good ones. And the way you find the good ones is rolling them on your Pandora's bench. You lose a ton of value. There's no doubt about that. But if you can put that together via risk and have a high enough payoff for it, it ends up being good. However, there's already a Demacia player that's super strong. Everyone in the lobby is super strong right now. What can you afford to do? I'm actually really curious. I would suspect it's a blunder, but in the face of that blunder, how do you get out of it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard to say. I'm very confused by the Piltover emblem ending up on the Quinn. I think that's the thing that's really questioning for me, because my assumption would have been that he was trying to go for Demacia, but then why put it on a Quinn? We'll see if we get updates from Kurum in a bit here. But for now, we're going to take a look at Milk. He was able to find... He's on 5 Zon, trying to push towards 6. He's got this Graves 3 online. He's very close to Jinx, which, while this is a very contested unit, the fact that he's only 2 away and he has 1 duplicator is nice. So, effectively 1 away from his Jinx.
This is a big one that's coming up right here.
Build to 6. Can he find Jinx? I mean, that's the big thing. It's going to be hard. The unit is taken out of the pool by a couple players.
Wow, this is... I mean, 6 on here this is not a joke. This is a lot of There's a lot of power you get from 6 on. It's like, it's kind of hard to explain like how strong it actually is. But it's like, I guess kind of watch the fight and see the impact it can have. Like, I have recalled many fights versus 6 on I thought I was going to win, and it just felt unwinnable after that.
Right, we
Like,
see there's still one of the mods got slammed last second. We'll end up getting a list of all those mods in a moment here, but it does look like the power level is there from the Graves, as it does push through Connor's board, which is very bulky. I mean, hey, there's the Jarvans. It looks like Connor was just holding the pair because, you know, hey, if you hit that Jarvan too, it's such a strong unit.
Gosh. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. This game is still kind of up for grabs for everybody who's not on a 9 Demacia line right now.
Oh, Infernal Contract.
Whoa.
An option.
Infernal Contract's
Good
big.
option.
I really wanted to see the Golden Egg, but the Infernal Contract is like, this is what, like, so many compositions that don't benefit from level 8 want, is exactly this. You pump your gold, you 3-star as much relevancy, many of the relevant units as you can, and then the rest of the lobby are the ones who are under pressure as a result of that. In addition, he's got 9 Zon. This is like a miracle zone here for Milk, I think.
I just want to take a sec to run through these because it all happened very quickly. There was a bunch of the Zon mods got thrown to the bench, and then he threw them on. We have Shimmer on Graves. We have Virulent on Jinx, Adaptive on Katarina, Exoskeleton on Echo, and Chemtank on Warwick. So that is the spread. Did not end up with the robotic arm that you really want for the Jinx, but Virulent will be okay as long as all these threats end up being big. If you can 3-star all these rogues, Virulent actually improves because it's going to amplify everybody's damage.
Okay, why the heck is this Piltover still here? I feel like I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm also very lost with that. I know he's trying to get the Radiant item, so he has to slam the second item on the unit, but I figure he was rerolling for... Yeah, I thought he was rerolling for Demacia. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened with Kurum there. We might have to assume at this point it might have been... he blundered his emblems on the bench while he was rolling into a new round with the Pandoras. I'm not sure.
I don't
We'll
know.
have to see if Kurum can salvage the spot, though, right? He's at 33 HP. Spot is very tough.
I truly don't understand it. I'm just looking at Milk's spot right here. You know, Milk turned around an 8th place in game number 1 into a 1st place in game number 2, and I think he's in a spot to have a strong top 4 position here. But you know, I haven't caught quite the glimpse of the rest of the lobby that I want to have at this point. You know, Replay sitting on 6 gunner and rolling for the best that he can get right now. This is a strong spot. He's already cashed at the Dino, so the Dino sitting at 27 stacks is powerful, and you can see the difference in power levels across the board that Milk has to this. You know, Milk, I think, would have been unfavored in a lot of these spots right now. The Jace is still hammering away, though. Holy smokes!
Yeah, Replay just got a lot of power from his augments, right? Transfusion at Silver, one of the best when he's this low. Able to find that Jeweled Lotus 3. He's just got a lot of damage on this board, and Replay able to take that win with his Piltover cash out over Milk. I want to note that we've got 4 Infernal Contracts in this game. Right, Milk sent his, Darth Nub sent his for multicasters, Connor sent his for gunners, and Kurum sent his going into Slayers, right? He's got 2 Slayer emblems now. So he was able to roll something back into Slayer. That even more makes me feel like it might have been a mistake, but doesn't matter, right? He's got the 2 Slayer emblems online. He's pushing for those Slayer breakpoints, and he's playing currently 6 Quins on his board, so it looks like he got very close to the Quinn 3.
Yeah, 6 Slayer is a major power boost. There's no doubt about it. And Wajan Iverson, you look at this board, he's been saving up his gold to push here to 8 and try to make the most of this now. It's like, you still need the space to do everything. That's really the big difference that you still have to compensate for, is you need the time to get to the spots that you want. So he's still missing some stuff here, but he's sitting at a comfortable life total right now. If you sack the rest of the stage, you're going to be really low, but I think that he's got the time and the goal to push up to level 9 and get the rest of this job done. You notice that he just sold the Neela here. It's not really a big deal to him at all. He's just going to push through and make sure to make the most of it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's got those 3 Demacia emblems as well, so he can actually craft some really insanely capped boards once he gets to that point. We see him running into Kurum, who does have 6 Slayer, 5 Demacia, right? This is very good for Quinn 3, but his Quinn 3 has a Piltover emblem stuck on it when he made it. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, something went wrong. We'll have to see if Kurum can avoid the tilt from this game, because it feels like his spot was not terrible, and now he's got a Piltover emblem Quinn 3 is his main carry.
I mean, he needs an item remover. That's really, I think, what this is boiling down to. If you do not have a Radiant Deathblade on this, your damage goes down what feels like by, I don't even know, probably like half as much damage as I think it normally would have dealt. It really feels that way. So this is just one of those spots where it's a massive blunder, and it's like, how do you recover from it? Well, I mean, Morthdog take the wheel on that one. Without an item remover, I don't think that Kurum's going to be able to recover that.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic mistake from Kurum. Usually his play is actually just very clean, right? This is pretty rare to see something like this happen. Unfortunate spot for him, and yeah, we'll just see how he recovers in the future games as well. If he can recover a couple placements in this game, that would be massive. As we can see, Darth Nub has gotten the multicasters online, going up against Connor. This Jace has been an absolute wrecking ball, an absolute force, and it takes out Darth Nub.
Rudon's diff!
Beautiful. The Shock Blast actually just did so much damage and takes out Darth Nub's board, holding on some more HP for Connor.
If you look around the lobby too, it's like the augments on this are so crazy looking, where it's like the Infernal Contract Union that got put together in this lobby for players on Infernal Contract. It really speaks to the power level that it really holds. Like nobody in this lobby had the crazy ultimate spikes except for Wei Iverson. So the levels mean the most basically to Wei Iverson at that point. To everybody else, it was about scraping by and putting together as much power as you could. In their minds, I think they assumed this was fairly undefeatable, considering he had the win streak on 2-1. He conserves a lot of health. He's obviously very strong. It's not going to be super hard for him to find it. So everyone just taking Infernal Contract and getting as much raw power as they can is a pretty different lobby, I think, than you might normally expect to see in some of these situations. It's kind of a crazy thing to look at, where we've been seeing so many lobbies try to have these super high power caps. And now with Darth Nub not able to find like a super big mana item here, I'm curious where he's going to actually use these items for and how. Finds the Soda 3 at the very end. Big deal for that one. With 4 items left, though, what is he making here?
I mean, the tempo of the lobby has accelerated so much by the 4 Infernal Contracts that anybody who didn't take it is just fighting tooth and nail to keep their HP so they can actually finish what they started with their comps, right? Wei Jin is a big example of this. Look at all this damage that he is taking. He has a relatively strong board. If it wasn't 4 Infernal Contracts, you would feel very good about your board making it to 9, but he's going to be taking these big hits from these players who have hit everything that they need on Infernal Contract, and it's making it hard for Wei Jin to make sure he can scale to that level 9 spot. Now, look at his gold, at how much XP he needs. He can get there, but essentially that means this will be his board when he is at 9, when he gets that 9 Demacia in. It's going to be a 1-star Mord that he's relying on, 2-star Quinn. It's not really that scary. And when it comes down to it, will the resistances be enough to deal with these kind of capped out level 7 boards? That's the big question that Wei Jin is going to have to ask.
Yeah, we did see yesterday for Dish Soap, it wasn't enough in one of his games. It's because the power level was high. It's a very similar thing for this lobby, where power level is simply just high. And when the power level is high, you have to do something about that. So for Wei Jin, I think there is a tiny bit of worry, but it looks to me like it still might be enough. Connor not able to get it done in this game. He's taking the hit.
Grim held on for a spot.
That is a big situation in that. And we asked the question of why did this end up happening, and Crowan went back and provided me an update on this one, where if you look at the items on his bench, it's really unfortunate with the way the emblems and the items were sitting there. It looked like the bow was fully covering what was a Piltover emblem. He was scrambling on 3-5 to get items on for the round start to get the fight going, and he just accidentally picked up the Piltover emblem and slotted it into a Quinn rather than a bow that he was reaching for. So I think just a really unfortunate situation that came up for Kerm's spot, and that's why he's in the spot he's in. For Wei Jin Iverson, he's gone up now, but you notice that something seems to be a little bit missing here in the situation, and there's still 7 Demacia that are on this board right now.
Yeah, he didn't have a Jarvan. I thought he had all of them. He didn't have a Jarvan yet. They've all been taken out of the pool by a lot of players. He rolled down, wasn't able to find one, can't get 9 Demacia. He went to 9, didn't have enough gold. Too much pressure from the lobby, and now Wei Jin down to 1 life, 0 gold. Carousel, is there a Jarvan?
Well, what else is he missing? Because he has +3 Demacia, right?
Oh, he does have +3.
Yeah. So what's going on? There's 2 units he's missing.
We'll see his board. We'll see his board in just a sec. We can go through. Wei Jin on board has the Quinn, Galio, Poppy, Kale. No Fiora, no Jarvan. Is he missing both?
So it's the 4 costs. That's what he's missing. He needs a Fiora or he needs a Jarvan.
There's Fiora.
Okay, I mean, this could be a savior moment here. It's like he went from having 2 lives left to having 1 life to get this done right now, and he just spent all of his gold to do it. So that's what was missing on this. Either of the 4 cost Demacia would have gotten this job done, and instead he couldn't find either of them. So now the question is, can this Belveth potentially come in with the items that we have here, or are we sticking to the Force Slayer? I think it's probably better to stick to Force Slayer right now, and your items that you have are pretty dang good on this. I still suspect that this is strong enough to get the job done. However, this is a lot of 1-star on the board.
That's a lot of upgraded multis on the side of Darth Nub, I will have to say. We'll see if the resistances are enough, because the damage is coming out of these multis so quickly. Looks like there is still a lot of HP. The Mordekaiser is staying alive. It might be enough. The Vel'Koz is the last one, and that's the power of 9 Demacia, right? Even with this horrible-looking board, the trait is still carrying it along, and Wei Shin knew this, right? Look at the cost of his board. Look at it. This is why sometimes I love this on the graphic, right? Wei Shin's board is 35 gold.
But it's actually worth about 110.
Darth Nub's was 88. This is the difference, right? You can have an absolute dog water board, but if you have 9 Demacia in, it makes it so powerful.
It is so ridiculous how strong it is. The one piece that Darth Nub was missing there was a 3-star Vel'Koz. I think that's a knockation out difference. Is literally that one piece.
Now Darth Nub is going up against Replay. This is going to be another gunner coming from the Piltover angle. The Aphelios carry, something we have not said very much this weekend whatsoever. Looks like it might be doing enough damage, though. It's getting very close. The Sona.
Wow. Wow. These are such close scenarios that's going on. It's like Dish Soap and Milk have pulled ahead of the lobby at this point. Wei Shin Iverson looks like he's at 5 HP, but
there it is.
It feels like he's at about 100. And when you look over at Darth Nub's spot right here, this is now the cap. He's got 3-star every piece that he wants. Jarvan 2 is like his next biggest spike, and that honestly is probably less of a spike than just items would be at this point. But this was the board that Darth Nub needed to beat Wei Shin Iverson in that one spot. So the fact that it was delayed by 2 rounds, that is night and day for this lobby. Like, that would have been a celebration from everybody here if he was able to hit this. Yep. And it's like, like, how often are you cheering for the multicaster guy if you're the rest of the lobby?
And the big difference, right, is now Wei Shin actually found the upgrade to the Mordekaiser. So now Wei Shin has damage to back up the resistances. And we talked about how he was in such a spot to threaten first. And yeah, I think the 4 Infernal Contracts really put a wrench in the cogs there for Wei Shin, and it was putting him in a rough spot where he could go bot 4. And yeah, he's still 1 life. It's still possible. But now I feel a lot more confidence in his composition and its ability to hold on into the top 4 and potentially further. But the Infernal Contract players have hit everything. I mean, look at Milk. 3-star the entire board. He's blinged out. We'll see if these rogues can just punch through the multicasters. You see the damage is just so much from Darth Nub's board. The Shimmer finally pops onto the Graves. It buys a lot of time. But Vel'Koz is just chewing through the board. Milk's not able to take down these multis. Wei Shin finds the win as well. Darth Nub finds the win. Replay finds the win. Dish Soap back down to 8. And look at these HPs, Admirable.
It's so close here. And honestly, for Darth Nub, this was such a big spot on how this ended up working out, where he benched the Galio to take the Radiant Redemption off. He put on a regular Redemption, stuck it back in play, gave Jarvan over this big Warmogs, so that way he can make sure that he's getting a big stun and having some tank value behind there, give his multicasters time to really get the job done. I think it's a big effect that, you know, it's really small looking, but it's a pretty big effect to make sure you're getting that Jarvan cast. Milk's board, we talked about the power level of it and how the way that you keep it going is just keep it going even further. That was amplified by Infernal Contract, you know, pretty much ensuring that he's going to hit this style of board with that. Replay sitting at level 9 with this. He's positioned for rogues here, but is this enough? These are major rogues.
Yeah, I mean, these rogues are so strong. Replay's board feels like it should have reached towards the end, but it's absolutely destroying the rogues. Feels like the front line was enough, and having 6 gunner with these items on GP2 making all the difference. Replay holds on, takes down Milk. Milk falls potentially in the bot 4. It is a top 4 as Darth Nub on the fully blinged out multicasters cannot get more than a 5th. This lobby has gotten insane due to the tempo of these Infernal Contracts and the fact that we've got these players reaching big heights at the end of the game.
I mean, this is just, it's absolutely ridiculous at this point how insane this lobby actually is. Like, for Darth Nub to go bottom 4 from that spot is unbelievable. That's his first bottom 4 of the day, and Milk has picked it back up, and now he's about at even 8th into 1st into 4th. He's slightly ahead of where he wants to be, and that's a very big deal for him. So now when I look at these boards, Replay probably got the highest potential, I think, to defeat the Demacia board at the moment because he's got scaling damage. Scaling damage is one of the ways I think you can overcome this. You see on the left side that Wasian Iverson is able to beat this, but that's not actually replay, that's the Ghost. So Dish Soap gets taken down. He's completely outscaled by both of these players at this point, but that's a top 3 for Dish Soap, something that's super needed. And now we're going to test to see if Replay's board can actually fight against what 9 Demacia has to offer. We called it at the start of the game. It really is not much of a mystery. Wasian Iverson's board was insane, and it was literally as soon as he hit a 1-star Fiora to cap out his board. Now he's 2-starred a lot of that. How much of a difference can you make?
Yeah, I mean, really brilliant job from Replay to cap out from that Piltover spot. I mean, this was a really tough lobby to navigate with the power that everyone was hitting, especially because, you know, you hit your spike as Replay getting your cash out, and then suddenly there's all these infernal contracts and everybody is actually passing you up in power, which is really not what you want to see after you sack the entire early game. But Replay navigates it very well, holds on, finds this Tactician's Crown, and now he's put together a very powerful 600 board with all this crit, the stats coming from his augments. Can it do enough against the 9 Demacia? I don't think it has the damage. We'll have to see. We're watching the GP. It does not get a very good ultimate. And now here comes the Mordekaiser, and it's not even close. 9 Demacia once again claiming another first place. And it's Wasian claiming yet another first place here in the regional finals.
What's his AVP now?
Too high.
It's good. It's good. It's very good.
It's pretty good.
Unacceptably high.
Yeah.
It is pretty good, because last time we checked in with him, like, he had fallen a little bit. I think he fell back down to like 2.78.
Darn it!
So bad.
Yeah, like, what a fall from grace for Wasian Iverson. I can't believe it. But yeah, it's like absolutely nutso at this point how well he's been doing. And Admirable, you had called that out like immediately when you saw the double Demacia emblems off of the Ancient Archives. I feel like it was just an uphill battle for everybody else at that point.
Yeah, I'd say the big influence of calling that early is, like, there's players who are going to call out +2 Demacia super early anyway, but we're on Placidium Library as well. Like, he might not even need the 3rd Demacia emblem. The point is, it's there. Like, we saw yesterday Dish Up struggle because his board was just simply too weak in a high power level. Then the next time he hit +2 Demacia, it was a big struggle because he couldn't find a Jarvan. He rolled an enormous amount of gold on level 8, mind you, to find a Jarvan, and at the very, very end, he hit it, and he's just like, yes! Like, to a Jarvan 1 with, like, one of the weakest boards I've ever seen otherwise, and then he turns it around. It's an easy win for him. So with that spot there, Wasian Iverson pumps all the gold, gets to 9, needs a Jarvan or a Fiora, and misses the first time to go to 5 life. Like, that's still a panic situation to be in, so I imagine he's feeling the similar style of relief in that one. It's just +3 Demacia. Like, come on. You gotta get first on that one, and if you don't, that's just a disaster. You just get more dogged if that's the case.
That's fair. That's fair. And I feel like one of the reasons why you play these vertical traits, or at least maybe part of the reason, is it feels really good when you're able to actually cap out your composition. You get that 9 Demacia online, but something else that was really unique about this lobby, Casanova, is not only do we start with a Prismatic Augment, which players rejoice. You always love to see that, to be able to get the Ancient Archives right away. But we also saw 4 players pick Infernal Contract, which, when you typically look at that augment, that is not one that ends up topping the leaderboards or the charts for usage. That's just abnormal.
But we saw, what's even weirder about that is we had 3 people on gunner rerolls of some variation. You know, there was the one rogue, and then we had the 2 people contesting for Jace with Connor and Replay. And then, like, Darth is just, Infernal Contract and every single multicaster in the pool while you're pulling these other things out. I'm cool with it. And then he didn't top 4. I mean, this lobby is just absolutely bonkers to have that kind of situation happen. And, you know, the lobby tempo, it morphed that game completely with the Infernal Contract. I mean, when we see 1, it can change the lobby tempo because that 1 player is hitting people hard. But we saw 4. So for everyone who wasn't on it, it became this terrifying situation. And genuinely, I'm quite surprised from that position that we ended up with a Wasian Replay Final 2, because both of them were trying to scale up and they ran face first into 4 Infernal Contracts.
Yeah, and like they didn't pick it. Neither of them picked it, and I can feel the envy of Bupasaurus and Crowan just watching like the double Prismatic lobby show up for you guys. But in the other lobby, when you take a look at lobby A, Admirable, look at that. Casper now going to get a first place over there, and Deepay bringing it back there with a second.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo taking his first spot for the day as well. And I got an update from Boop that said that Quinn 3, Rek'Sai 3 was actually the winner of this lobby with 7
Wow.
Demacia. And it's like, well, who else to go Rek'Sai 3, Quinn 3? It's Casper. Like, that's who it is. It's Casper. Like, Casper has so many aces up his sleeve that it almost feels like some of them, you can tell are fake. And that's how he gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar and takes these bot 4s, is that he's trying stuff that, perhaps he shouldn't be trying in a certain spot in time. But, I'm glad to see him pick up a first place because he's a player that I just absolutely love watching because he has so many bizarre compositions. But David Ace continues to put together strings of top 4s here. He does have a bot 4 today, but again, this is such a stacked field. If you have 2 top 4s today, that's a pretty big celebration in my opinion.
I would agree with that one. And it's really interesting to hear that composition that Casper actually got that first place with, because when we were looking at the meta compositions at the top of the day, Quinn did show up. But as you were saying, Admirable, a lot of that is just, well, sometimes you just don't hit the 9 Demacia, or you just don't have the ability to do so. So you have to fall back on something else that's going to be really strong. So congrats to Casper for identifying that. And that is going to put him into the top 8 so far. But Casanova, we only have had 3 games so far.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the halfway point and Setsuko and Dish Soap at 10 and 11 points in the bottom half, Milk in the bottom half as well. Very surprising, but big congratulations, right? Weijin at the top of the tables again, trying to show that day one was not a fluke. It wasn't just a high roll. He actually can show so many different other lines that he can play. He's winning in different ways than he won on day one. Toronto Tokyo continuing to impress everybody. Darth Nub was a name that people were saying we should be watching out for in this tournament. In this set specifically, he's really shined, and I love to see that. So I mean, a lot of players are impressing, and it just feels like because there's so many heavy hitters in the bottom half of this, we are in for a very close bubble when it comes to the end of the day to cut to top 8.
It's like we set the stage, we're at the intermission now, and we need some plot twists to see some of these big names really turn it at this point. I mean, Darth Nub, I think this is the best form that I think that he's been in a long time. Everyone was saying it this week coming into it, and frankly, I regret ranking him so low on my power rankings. I didn't realize that he was this strong on this patch right now, but it's just, he's so strong where it is right now that honestly, I feel like I'm expecting him to find him in day number 3 at this point.
A great segue that you've handed me, Admirable, because we are going to be taking our halftime break right now as we get ready for our back half of the games today. So go grab a drink, a snack, and settle in, because we've got 3 more games coming at you for day 2 of the NA Regional Finals. Don't go anywhere.
De La Ahira, or the Dreaming Pools, was a temple in Phalor, a city in Ionia. This temple was destroyed by Syndra, who subsequently was imprisoned there by the spirit of the land, deep within the pools where she was stuck in a state of suspended animation, forced to relive that fateful day for decades. Just like how we make DQA relive this clip every day.
In reality, Jin didn't even get to play that battle.
What's happening on DQA side of the board?
Wait a second, what?
What? What?
Wait, what?
In TFT, the Dreaming Pools manifest as an Ionia portal. In this portal, you are given at the start of each stage a powerful unit for your most used trait. So this means at the start you should be tailoring for the trait that you want in every single start of stage, every single PvE round you set up for this. So at 2-1, you can tailor in Bruisers to try and get a Vi to play 2-1 Piltover, or you can just look for a strong 2 cost that will help you accelerate your board. But to master this portal, you just need to learn what traits will tailor what at which stage of the game, and then you can constantly be finding the exact unit you need for every single moment.
Deep beneath the volcano in the mountains of eastern Freljord lies Hearthhome, home to the great ram god Orn. It is there where he toils away tirelessly at his forge, crafting items of unparalleled quality. But in TFT, the Hearthhome portal doesn't actually give you an Orn anvil, but instead, the Masterwork upgrade arrives on 4-5, granting you the power to forge your own Radiant item. This is generically strong for any tank or carry, but especially powerful for units that benefit from a specific item, for example, Dragon's Claw with Shogath reroll, or Rapid Fire Cannon for Neela, who benefits massively from the extra attack range.
Hope you guys are ready for the rest of the action today, because we still have 3 more games for day 2 of the North America Regional Finals. And I'm here with Boopasaurus and Crowan to bring us through this next game. And it's been a great first half of the day so far. And taking a look at this next lobby, Boopasaurus, I feel like we've been treated to some excellent competition. And it's even more hotly contested, I feel like, when you take a look at who's in this lobby.
Yeah, not only have we actually seen a little bit more variable in terms of comps, like the Rogue Gunner Graves on comp that we've been seeing. We also just saw Rek'Sai 3 Quinn 3 win a lobby in that last lobby as well. So we get more variability. But another thing that I also want to point out is both lobbies were close. The one on stream was a bit closer when it came to like the HP spread, but it shows like a lot of these players are gunning for it right now, and they're kind of making their make or break moments. And this is going to be the lobby where a lot of our lower end scorers right now are going to have to do the same thing.
See what you did there? You're gunning for it. You're playing Gunners and Zon, and I'm gonna actually ask Crowan right now, like, what is the strength of that composition? Because that's not one I feel like people had on their radars heading into this weekend, and we didn't really see a lot of it either at the LCQ. So what makes it strong right now? Why do you feel like players are leaning into that as a composition?
Yeah, I think a lot of things just fit in that composition, right? You're going to be playing 2 Gunners with Graves and Jinx. You're going to have 2 Zon within the Jinx and the Echo. So being able to then just have a +1 unit to play 4 Zon and have all that power is actually really, really strong, especially because once you level up, it's like, okay, how does the rogue composition actually improve? You can throw in for 4 Gunners, I guess, but how much power is it actually giving? Not too much. Has reached the end of the game where most of your power is going to be in like getting to an Echo 3 or a Katarina 3. So that with the fact that Zon mod on a Graves is super powerful, it's just a lot of things really coming together and why it's so more popular today. There was a couple of those played in the last game off stream lobby, but it was contested actually. There were 2 players running it and they both, because they're against each other, went 7th and 8th and held hands. So maybe hopefully not seeing both or 2 players in the lobby, but I think we'll still see more of it to come here in this tournament.
Just griefing each other, because you have to re-roll for the Graves, and it can be really difficult if you just don't hit it. Let's see if that still ends up being a contested composition, though, as we head into this next game.
All right, we got it's Jace's workshop. That might be a way that we can do it. It's gonna be 2 players on it. So if you're liking those prismatics, it's gonna be DQA and DPay. Kind of rhymes there. It looks like it could happen.
Nope.
Nope.
Why did we even think for a moment that it would be Jace's workshop? Boop. That is not in the cards, not in the predictions. It is Yumi's Zoom Zone, so players can be leveling up just a bit more. And maybe we could still get a prismatic though on 2-1. It's still possible.
It's not a 0% chance.
Yeah.
As we move on over to Casper, Yumi's Zoom Zone as combat overtime starts sooner. Is what it's listed as right now.
Yeah, it should be. That's what old Yumi Zoom Zone.
Yeah, that's old Yumi Zoom Zone, and that's me reading a teleprompter, folks.
It is. You get additional 2 XP every time you buy XP.
Have you seen that Charles Barkley video? They snuck something into the teleprompter and he said it. That's
yeah.
All right. Okay. One of the greatest videos in the world. Also, when he goes, "I've got 2 words for you," and then says 8 words, is one of the best ones too. But we're gonna be right along with Casper on this one, and he had a pretty great game last game.
Oh, very good game. Ended up playing that vertical Demacia, but instead of going to that 9. Re-rolled for Quinn 3, Rek'Sai 3, and Galio 3 as well, was a part of that board. He had super high tempo, saved a lot of HP, and had the gold to be able to do so. Ended up winning out the lobby versus other really strong comps, right? It beat out comps like Ione Ash reroll, 7 Noxus 4 Streamer from David Ace, and a really strong multicaster board from DPay. So that composition really can do numbers when it comes to winning lobbies.
All right, speaking of, DPay has had a very up and down day. Started off really strong, got 8th in a second game, the one he didn't play multicasters, and then did well on to the next one. Now let's see what this augment looks like. It's gold, Ancient Archives, Total Domination, and Support Cache. Of course, you're just going to see what the rerolls are going to look like, but most of the time, if you're running Earth, this is exactly what you're going to do. We got some options here. Zon has been more popular today. Vanquisher has always been popular. What are you looking at?
all of these are clickable, so it really comes down to what Casper's spot is, right? Shurima is going to be solid. We see some 6 boards that have success, although some that really do just don't hit on level 6 roll down. Noxus is the other one that especially is good to get online early, and because Casperu had the Cassiopeia on the bench, the potential for an early 3 Noxus is there, and is going to do that. Plays the 2 Shurima as well because the Cassiopeia gives that buff over to that Renekton. So I think that's the wise choice there. But Casperu thought about it for a while, really thinking about what direction he wanted to go there. And Ionic Spark, I think, is a really good slam because you do are going to end up wanting units like Mordekaiser that deals AP damage.
You know, you actually brought up something that I want to touch on just a second. So I know a lot of beginner players or players in lower ranks that think like they have to choose quickly, right? That like any time that you waste is time that you're not going to be able to push your comp. But sometimes you got to take that time to really understand where you're going, right? Because if you're only looking at this game on where you're going now, right, where you're going is not going to be as clear. But the best players know exactly where they're headed, right? So, you know, it's okay to take that time. You don't have to rush everything, right? And taking that time means nothing other than you're taking that time. All right, let's go ahead and look over at Soju, who's only bought 4 so far. Today was in that last game, having like the opposite of Dish Soap happening right now. Started off strong, kind of fallen off right now. Dish Soap doing the opposite, but we already have that Demacian emblem, and we all know how good that's been.
Oh, it's been extremely good, and Soju even having a lot of gold to start with, right? Leveling up to 5 at 2-2, and he can even sell up to 10 gold, so that power of the items is lacking, but it is made up because of the Demacia giving that rating item over to a Galio 2 in the front line. So I thought Toronto Tokyo's board was strong early, Boop, with a Swain 2 with the Shurima spat, but it might not be strong enough against Soju. I don't know. If the Galio does fall, and Swain actually, might be doing it.
In Swain, if you will, gonna get to that back line. That Sorcerer proc is also helping as well, and that's gonna end up being a 4-0 sweep.
Yeah, leveling to 5 and losing on 2-2. Oh, that feels so bad.
I don't know if there's many things other than rolling at 7 and hitting nothing that are worse than that, or someone stealing your carousel item. But we're going to be going on over to David Ace, who had a really great day yesterday. In our last chance qualifiers, remember, Toronto Tokyo and David Ace, both in this lobby, were the last 2 players to qualify for regionals, and they showed up yesterday. Today, we're lagging just a little bit behind. 11th place is right on the bubble right now, but David Ace needs a pretty good game. A top 2 here would make him feel much better. Of course you want to win, but if you're looking at the macro, if you're below that 8th place spot right now, you got to hit those top 4s at this point. But yes, we're already looking on the other side. The Demacian moved on over to the Nico, and it looks like this is going to be a little bit better for Soju.
Yeah,
is it?
David Ace on the outside looking in, wants to win this round. That's why he leveled to 5, but no, is going to fall. And
deja vu.
Yeah, I mean, players leveling left and right. We see Casper and DQA also level 5, and that does come into play because it is Yumi's Zoom Zone, right? Being able to buy the extra XP means that you're able to still make econ with pushing this level. In fact, the only players who still on level 4 looks like are Philip and T-Lad. So we have to talk about the portal and how it affects the game, right, Boop? We're going to be seeing players, maybe, as you were kind of joking about a second ago, not stuck on level 7 rolling down to 0, but instead going to level 8 or maybe even level 9 instead.
Yeah, so everyone's going to get a little bit more gas for the leveling up. So 4 costs may be going to be a little bit more difficult to grab, especially since people are going to be racing up there. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to go, especially against the multicasters in this particular portal. As we going back over to T-Lights in 5th place in a pretty good position so far. Top 4 here would be just fine in my opinion. But yeah, we're going to be going that Shurima direction, rocking with just 3 right now. And this is not going to be something that T-Lights is expecting to do much with at this point. But it's all about taking units out so we can develop a good economy without losing too much health.
Yeah, good economy, not losing too much health. Is going to be at 77 right now, which is fine. Actually making his board weaker, maybe considering he might run into Philip, who is also sacking, it looks like. Does run into Soju, and probably would not have killed a unit anyway, so it's like fine to take that Orianna out. He's just going to, lose 5-0 here, but that's kind of just, the way of the road. It's going to end up happening. But something interesting when we talk about this whole lobby and how it's going to shape up is that there are 3 players who took a Shurima emblem in the early game. At least 3, right? Toronto Tokyo, David Ace, and T-Lides are all going to be contesting some kind of Shurima, but I think David Ace has one of the more some of the most experience with it, in fact, because of coming off the LCQ, playing a ton of Noxus Shurima, usually going more vertical than Noxus trait than the Shurima, but usually finds a way to play at least 4 in there, so he's super comfortable there. As we move on over to Philip, who actually, Boop, Philip played Ezreal Legend in the last game, but now is swapped over to Earth, maybe realizing that he needs some big finishes. And one of the ways you can do that is finding a Demacia emblem and making sure you lost streaked out all of stage 2, and he sells half the board to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to get stuck at 49 gold. Oh man, that feels bad. No way to get to that 50 gold to get that extra econ. We're just going to take one more round instead, go into this item round with that lost streak. But yeah, you know, something that I want to talk about when it comes to switching that legend, right? At this point, I think Earth has shown that the top end is going to win those games, and Ezreal and TF is already pretty much gone, right? When it comes to the multicasters, unless you get that Vel'Koz 3, which has been more difficult because of how contested it is, winning that lobby isn't as easy as one might assume, right? So
yeah.
the verticality of these Earth comps, because of those spats, are going to be a lot more attractive, especially if you have to get that first place, which I think Philip is gunning for.
Oh,
going back over to Soju now.
Yeah, Soju, another one of the Demacia players, contesting Philip, in fact, and Philip is all the way at the bottom at 56 HP, Boop. I'm pretty sure, I mean, don't quote me on this, but I think it's something like taking like a 4-0 loss into 5-0, 5-0, 5-0, and another 5-0. Going into this Krugs, like, you're almost halfway through your life total, and we're only one stage of the way through the game. Philip really was prioritizing that economy, but as you mentioned, could not make 50 leading into Krugs. Instead bought XP to level up, maybe lucking into some good level 5 shops, but definitely has a big hill to climb, especially as we look at that middle number on the right hand side. That's the board value, right? Philip was at just 9 board value during the Krug round and only 12 right now, where say Soju on their hand is at 20. His board is relatively very powerful.
All right, everyone looking up at Toronto Tokyo right now. DQA rocking a second place. Another player that absolutely needs a first or second place right now. Currently sitting in the second to last spot. Just as a reminder for everybody, 8 players. We have 16 playing in 2 lobbies right now. 8 will be eliminated by the end of the day. And including this lobby, we're only going to lobby 6 at the end. So there's running out of time, and by the end of this lobby, there probably will be some people that are pretty much mathematically eliminated, but we'll cross that bridge when it comes. We still got to see a winner as well. This backline going to get taken out, and just like you said, T-Lights already knows that we're probably going to be losing these rounds, but I actually think maybe there was a takedown there, so it wasn't a complete sweep, but yeah. T-Lights, Philip still doing their thing on those lost streaks.
Yeah, DQA, after having a poor game with trying to pivot from the multicast strategy into the Zon Rogue, says, nope, we're going to go right back into the multis. I've had enough of trying other compositions. Let's go for some comfort here as the 3-2 Omit comes through. It is gold. Tons of stats being considered probably, but Capricious Forge as well. The blacksmith gloves can have a decent amount of value on some of the units, right? Some players, even other regions, starting to consider Ornn when it does come to this multicaster play style, but then he rolls into Silver Ticket and has more decisions to make.
Does he want stats or does he want rolls? He's going to go ahead and roll Silver Ticket again for any comp that needs a tier 3 unit and has to have it as a linchpin. This is going to be an augment that you can consider. So let's see if that's going to get us there. So far right now, we're rocking with Sorks until we do lean into multicasters if we end up getting there. But it's going to be up to this Ori to try to take down some units and stem a little bit of potential bleeding as we get further into this game. In stage 4, this comp probably won't cut it.
Something I really want to highlight is how good DQA is at finding a strong early board then to pivot into multicasters, because some weaker players might just say, oh, I have multis, I'm gonna just put them on my board, right? That's my comp, but they're gonna lose and they're gonna wonder why. And it's like, oh, because you only have 1-star multicasters, right? And you don't have a front line. What's that gonna do? But instead, DQA finds like Renekton 2, Cho'Gath 2 early game, carries an Orianna a lot of the time as well, and just slams whatever items, be they AP utility items with the static shiv, or just solid AP items with that gunblade and the guard breaker. And look at it, right? His HP is 96. He's second place in the lobby, not too far behind Toronto Tokyo, and just getting to this multicaster board, he does it always so well, so efficiently.
doesn't matter what initial ingredients he's given, the finished dish is always going to look like this probably, right? So let's see if it's going to continue on with this win streak. We're looking at a Noxus comp on the other side, and that is going to be a Nila trying its best to take down some of these units, but so far, so good for DQA's front line, and now that Renekton has been taken down, that Nila just not doing enough damage as of this moment, but again, a lot of these comps start really shining in Stage 4, but I also want to point out our level 7 friends. Let's first start with Soji, because he actually leveled up at 3-1, and something that I want to mention too, some players with these portals don't interact with them in terms of a min-max way. They kind of just keep playing their game, particularly with multicaster players, but when you look at this particular portal and seeing people leveling up, trying to get access to higher cost units, right, they're the ones that are playing with what they're getting, what the portal's giving them. So that's Soju, that's T-Lides right now in Toronto, Tokyo.
100%. You got to play what the portal gives you, and also got to play what the carousel gives you as well, and that's going to be the case for Philip here. 21 HP, going Demacia's, and finds a Mordekaiser on the carousel boop. That is massive for him. So Philip's gonna go to 7 here, roll it down, and try to stabilize, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. But how did the rolls come through? He finds a Jarvan, finds a Gangplank even, but really needs to find some Mordekaisers, some Quins to stabilize his board. Massive pivot.
So far, yeah, so far not so good. We're at 30. I mean, at least we get an upgrade, right? Here's a second Mordekaiser. We get the Sona upgrade as well. Are we going to get that Mord 2? I think that's definitely what we're aiming for, or we're going to stop right here to try to maintain a little bit of economy. We do get to 7 Demacia, 3 Slayer as well. It looks like Casper also was rolling for a 4-cost carry, and it was going to be the Azir. Noxus Azir has done quite well over the weekend, but is this version going to be mimicking that, or is going to be falling off to the wayside? We shall see by the end of this lobby, but the Mordekaiser is doing its job. It's already in the back line, and Azir's gonna walk right by
yeah, the Edge of Night frog. Edge of Night. Azir said, I can't see anybody there. There's no Mordekaiser in front of my face. And then, oh snap, wait, he's on me. He's behind me somehow.
It's Halloween. It's spooky season.
Actually there, but finally Philip able to snap that loss streak, find some more upgrades as well with a Galio. Long distance palace as well that he wants to be buffing up the Quinn and the Mordekaiser, which is he trying to kind of solve that positioning puzzle there. But it seems like Philip has stabilized, so we move on over to T-Lides, who is playing this vertical Shurima, maybe even 9 Shurima in the future, because there is a tactician's crown here all of a sudden for T-Lides.
Yeah, so the Tac Crown going to give him that extra unit, and so we're going to be able to potentially put an extra synergy in. We do have to find it still, but 6 Shurima is going to keep our front line nice and healthy and give our back line a potential out for damage. And I'm really liking Asher's Tooth on Azir. It's definitely part of Best in Slot. I think when we saw that item, that was the exact unit we all thought of.
Oh, yeah.
When we saw Nashor's get announced 100%. For this particular set. We're seeing why right now. Sometimes you get CC'd and you don't get to ramp up with things like Rage Blade. But with Nashor's, it's guaranteed, right? You get attack speed, and it starts going. And with Azir, just complements his kit so well. Oh, look at this, a Belveth.
Yeah, finds a pair of Mordekaiser as well. It's kind of like take your pick of the litter here for T-Lides in terms of what carry you want to slot into this composition. It might end up being the Mordekaiser, at least for now, because most users of a Shurima spat are going to be tanky frontliners, right? Putting it onto a Jarvan or a Sejuani, even a Cho'Gath, right? That's one of the third items you can put onto a Cho'Gath reroll is that Shurima emblem. So it doesn't get as much value on these carries, so we might see that kind of swap as we reach towards the end of the game. Toronto Tokyo, though, has done so well at impressing, I think, everybody who's watching this regional finals, coming out here second place from the LCQ, and is continuing to show dominance. Currently second place overall today, just 2 points behind Wage and Iverson, and he's starting off strong in this game as well with another 6 Shurima board.
Yeah, David Ace also has a Kazante on their board as well with a Shurima emblem too. So Shurima is going to be hotly contested. I wonder how that's going to affect those players. Usually it means that they're going to fall by the wayside until like one is able to pick up the rest of the units. If that happens after they fall, we've seen it with multicaster comps in the past. But look at these Azirs go. We're getting into the back line. The Sona looks like it's going to take that Azir down. And look at how good this Vel'Koz is with these items. With that Hex Tech, it's keeping itself alive. But the Swain should be able to eventually, you know, get to a point where it ults and the HP is high enough. I don't see this next ult from TF potentially getting him out. There we go. The way that ult works, definitely saving that round for Swain. Now let's see what this augment looks like. It's gold!
Gold all around, which is fine. We'd take those as long as it's not silver for us, Boop, right? It feels pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like 3 gold lobbies feel the most normal.
Yeah, it really is. The power level is very middling. Not going to be super crazy in terms of where players are going to be able to cap their boards, but it is, you know, still going to be that Yumi's zoom zone, so boards are going to end up capping out because players can get to level 9 a lot more reliably, right? So we might be seeing some of those peak vertical traits. In the bottom left, we're seeing Casper Wu try to stabilize with that Noxus board with the Azirs, but like you mentioned, Boop, because so many Shurima players and players that want Azir, there's only so many of them in the pool, and they're kind of all stuck, I think, on Azir 1 right now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for the Shurima players to do just that. Like you said, I mean, especially once Yumi Zoom Zone came out, we kind of mentioned at the earlier stages that 4-cost carries are going to be a little bit harder to grab, right?
Yep, exactly.
People are going to get there a little bit sooner, and we are seeing just that in front of our eyes right now. Let's see how good this Azir is going to do on this particular round. This was the Mordekaiser that disappears and pops up in the backline, the one that we saw earlier. Let's see if it's going to be able to break down the Swain. I like how he chased after it as well. The Swain, though, is going to turn around eventually and is able to take him down, but enough damage was done elsewhere. And we're going to see that dub for him. K3 Soju is now going to be the board that we're riding with.
Yeah, if the Mordekaiser didn't get stuck onto the Swain there, I think I actually could have won that round in another world, but not quite the case for Philip. Now Deepay, yet another player contesting the Azir. However, it is just going to come through with that vertical bruiser frontline. This is a pretty standard kind of variation that does not win lobbies, but it does do well at getting top 4s. However, that's usually because Azir is not very contested. I actually think that's going to be really hard for Deepay to kind of crack into that top 4 placement in this lobby, considering he's on a 6 loss streak right now.
Ooh, the up and down day of Deepay has been very hard. I can only imagine sitting in that chair and experiencing that, right? Just success being so good every once in a while, but also bottoming out so hard on some of these other lobbies. And it looks like we aren't even going to be able to... Oh, it looks like we could maybe break through the initial front line here, but the Swain has been able to be very sticky on a lot of these boards. But I'm looking at that Aatrox with that Bruiser as well, but slowly but surely the HP is being eliminated. Not enough damage. This Swain is made out of concrete or something as it wins another round.
And that Swain's been there since 2-1 for Toronto Tokyo, and it is still carrying its weight as we're middle of the way through stage 4, right? That's just absolutely such a powerful recognition of how do I bridge my early game to my mid game and then into my late game, right? There's 3 kind of phases of that you have to think about in terms of your board upgrades, but it just kind of skipped all the way from the early game to the late game for Toronto Tokyo. As Boop, Carousel, anything standing out to you?
So far, it thing out to me is just how much this portal has affected this lobby so far.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, that is something that we haven't really gotten to see a lot of these 4-cost carries be the standard of what these lobbies are, right? We've seen so many multicasters and verticals, right? But the emphasis on these 4-cost carries is something we have not seen so far over the weekend. And again, that's one of my favorite things about portals, and I think the intent of portals is to do just this. David actually finds the Azir here, so that's going to be a potential big tempo increase for David, who needs it right here and right now, because as we enter stage 5, I mean, some of our players might not make it.
Yeah, same for Philip as well. Found the Mordekaiser 2 on the carousel, so exactly what needed it, because he is in 16th place right now, right? Dead last in the day, needs a good finish here in this game to start to turn it around, and is going up against David Ace, as you called.
Oh, no. Oh, will the Jarvan get... Okay, the Jarvan was able to get out. Kazante was able to push him towards the corner. That would have been really unfortunate if the ult did not get triggered, but now it's going to be up to this Sejuani to stay up against this Mordekaiser. Sure, the emblem is getting a lot of value right now, but now we're going to see this Mordekaiser start breaking him down. The World Series has started, and he's not going to be in the lineup as he takes as he's taken down.
Oh man, brutal but accurate. Exactly. Philip dropping to 3 HP. That is the exact matchup that Philip was hoping he did not run into, right? He made the decision to not level up and thought that, yeah, Jarvan 2, Mord 2, Quinn 2, that is enough to be stable to end of stage 4, and it would have been versus the other 6 boards, I think. Just that one unlucky matchup there, going up against David Ace right after he hit all those powerful upgrades. So now Philip says, okay, gotta pull the trigger, gotta level up, puts 2 multicaster in for that Sona, maybe spreading a bit more of the Morellos, but really it's how much work can this Mordekaiser pull off.
All right, especially with that Edge of the Night, we do get an opportunity for that Mordekaiser to reset. It's nice when that triggers right after a kill, so we can watch right into the walk right into the back line. And Asher's has already triggered, but look at the CC on the Mordekaiser. I actually don't think it really was able to swing all that often, but now it
More
is.
CC.
But in the meantime, the Azir is already on it. That Mordekaiser got CC'd, 1 more to go, and that's going to be an elimination before Chickens. Yeah, I'd be that frustrated too, Philip. Unfortunately, that's just been kind of the day that you've been having, and I think the reality is starting to hit. Oh, that is rough. Toronto, Tokyo now sitting in second place in the lobby. Oh man, that actually kind of affected me. I'm not gonna lie.
No, that is heartbreaking, right? Philip,
Yeah,
one of the
that
players,
sports-
this is their first time at regionals, right? There's so much pressure on your
man.
shoulders. You know that this game needs to be a good one to have a chance to advance, right? You're thinking about worlds, thinking about what you can do to make your mark as TFT player. But you can't always make it happen, right? Some players have to fall, and unfortunately is Philip there, as we see the emotions on his face as that 8th place comes through. It's rough, Boop. It's rough.
Yeah, he's gonna have to try to recover because there's still, you know, stuff to play for, right? And so let's see if he is going to recover in these next 2 lobbies. Toronto, Tokyo doesn't need to recover anything right now in terms of points and his current placement. But this is exactly what you were mentioning with these emblems. You're really going to see them on the front line versus the back line.
Yeah, definitely. 9 Shurima being a 2 by Toronto, Tokyo. Again, talking about the impact of Yumi's Zoom Zone and what that can have on the lobby. You're able to reach these crazy trades that much faster. It's 5-1 and we have 9 Noxus from Casper, 9 Shurima, right? These boards are just starting to reach such crazy points.
We're going to see some of these boards hit level 8. Oh, looks like Casper already on level 9 as well. So 5 costs starting to come into play a lot more than other parts of this weekend as well. And once again, we're seeing Azir versus Azir, just tier 1. David's the only one with that Azir 2 right now. But this Sejuani is beefy in the front line and seems to be holding up strong, just like that Swain that we saw a little earlier.
DPay versus David Ace. DPay taking a big loss there, drops to single-digit HP. Man, the HPs of this lobby, Boop, they're getting real close down there. Everyone fighting tooth and nail for even just one more placement, right? That could be the difference of making it into tomorrow. Having a shot to make it to the championships. Every single round matters this point in the day as we're in the second half. It's real intense.
And knowing how close the rest of the lobbies have been over the weekend, I mean, you got to gain, like, 1 point is something that you can work for, right? And could be the difference between making it or not. How many times have we seen that? Tiebreakers are going to come into play as well when it comes to these placements potentially. So you got to keep going for it. It's time to put the gas pedal down and go for some of these players. Soju is potentially in that group, especially if Soju finishes in the bottom 4 of this particular lobby. He's going to have to really push for some points as well. Kazante does get a kill on the backside. He's going to take out the Heimerdinger as well. Going to move up to the midline and is going to get this Azir into the corner. Man, this is one of the more valuable Kazantes you'll see, as it was able to knock out 2 units and DPay by the end of the day.
Knocks out DPay. DPay going from 1st to 8th, or excuse me, 8th to 1st and then 7th and then back, you know, down there. Had a very flip-floppy day so far. Casper Wu falls as well, but by 1 HP, ekes out the 6. David Ace dancing. He's feeling good. He's like, oh yeah, I didn't even think I might make it into the top 5, but now that he is, I guess that's something to celebrate.
he was in LCQ also like very emotive when his play. It was very fun to watch in a very good way. It's just obvious that he likes playing the game, right? So DQA also hitting that Sona 3 right when we need it. That could be a huge difference. Hey, you ask and you shall receive. We get to see it on the other side of the board right now. Vel'Koz with some pretty good items. It's going to be pushing a lot more damage, which should be pushing some healing because of that Hex Tech as well. But look at how much damage and work the Sona is going to be doing with the Nashers, the Giant Slayer, and the Shiv. But it falls. It's going to get popped immediately from this Azir, and you know what? Maybe that's a multicaster bias for you, as David is going to be able to take him down.
Boats coming through over on this side here for Soju with that Belveth too. Look at this absolute beast of a unit, Boop. Demacia emblem giving that Radiant RFC and the Edge of Night as well. How do you find a Belveth 2 on 8? That's crazy.
I mean, maybe hit up Lesion on how we got to place a 3 on 4 too. We traded some secrets and now we get to use them in practice. But we still have that top 5. David was able to pull that dub off of DQA, who just got an upgrade on that Sona with itemization. And looking at those streaks right now, Toronto on that 3 streak. DQA though hasn't been able to right the ship just yet, and doesn't really have a lot of opportunities to make this board better outside of this Vel'Koz. Not popping up for him.
That's the big one. DQA had to hit the Vel'Koz. The Sona is great, like you mentioned. 3 items are really, really good. A ton of damage, but the front line does not have any 3 stars. It's going to fall over pretty quickly, so you need a lot of damage to come through, and without that Vel'Koz 3, I don't know if it will be enough damage, especially against these crazy boards. Maybe David Ace is one that he can beat, but instead David Ace going up against Toronto. Tokyo on the other side there.
Azir 2 versus Azir 2. We got a Shiv on the other side, though, which is one of those items that seems to work really well on that Azir, but there's no attack speed modification on that one like the Nashers on the near side. So far, we're still stuck on these frontliners, but we still finally have our first breakthrough. It's going to be the Kazante in the back line, but it gets taken down before he's able to knock anyone out. But there's a lot more red than green right now. This Azir for David needs to do a ton of work, and it has to go through a lot of HP, and is unable to do that as he is going to fall. What an emotional difference from just the frame before when it comes to David Ace's reaction there, but that was a pretty big loss.
DQA finally hits Vel'Koz 3. That's massive. He had just enough HP to take 4 losses in a row and save up to hit this power spike. He's already made it into top 4, right? That's what he needed to start his potential comeback run. Coming to this game being in 15th place, needs a string of good placements. This Vel'Koz could be just that to propel him forward.
All right, will he be propelled forward by that Vel'Koz, as you said, Crowan, against this Belveth with Radiant RFC, an Edge of Night, and a Demacian emblem. That's just stats upon stats, plus a second life, pretty much, and we're going to be able to push so much damage. We saw this Belveth work really well against other multicaster comps, and that was a matchup difference. Unfortunately, that Belveth was brutalizing the rest of that team. Let's see how this is going to go for T-Lides. The Azir has finally made it into the back lines for both comps, but again, there's a little bit more red than green, and it does seem like that Azir is going to fall, but we've got one more unit in the back line. Does take a unit or 2 down, it seems like, but now we have a top 3, Crowan.
Yeah, T-Lides, David Ace, both of them were on 6 Shurima, but Toronto Tokyo is the Giga Chad with 9 Shurima, right? He has Rise 2, Nasus 2, Azir 2 as well, level 9, 37 gold to work with. So Toronto Tokyo is proving his dominance, right? How you can utilize that portal, get your spatulas online, your emblems, and make this board so strong. Really good showcase here by Toronto Tokyo.
All right, Soju also sitting in 2nd place. Really good spot for Soju in his position right now. Should be solidly in the top 8 still, regardless of how the rest of those lobbies go. Hey, why not another upgrade?
Heimer 2?
Tier 2 Heimerdinger.
Kazante 2?
Yep, right now. And this is another way that we can kind of talk about the portal, like you said, right? A lot of these tier 2 5 costs are normally not going to be landed at this point, but leveling up is a little bit easier, so we can get there a little bit quicker, and it gives us more options.
Tier 2 5, I'm thinking about tier 3 5 cost, Boop. There's another Rise on the bench for Toronto Tokyo. He's staying above 50 gold to generate econ. There is a world where we end up seeing something crazy like a Rise 3, but for now it's to get through Soju as T-Lides fights for his life against the Ghost.
Also, what year is it? There's a Zephyr in the corner against the Azir as well, so that's going to delay a lot of that attack speed buff, but I'm looking at the Belvith against the Ghost right now, and so he's going to be able to be just fine. It looks like now I'm looking back at Toronto Tokyo and Soju, and this looks moderately even right now. It's going to be the Azir against the Belvith, and we're going to get that ult going. Is the Belvith finally going to fall thanks to the Azir? Yes, it does! And so Soju going to take the L there, it looks like, and Toronto Tokyo is going to maintain that win streak in stage 6, and that's scary when you're streaking this late in the game. That is very terrifying.
Another rise. We're more than halfway there, Boop. Just 4 more to go. We could see it, but T-Lines,
that's it. All you need is 4 more rises.
That's it, right? That's such an easy thing to do, is just 4 more rises, especially with only 10 in the entire pool of 5 cost.
They cost 20 gold and you only got 50, right? That's all you need.
Hey, that's not too bad, actually. You know, it's not too bad. I just need to find them, but Soju did lose against Toronto Tokyo in that last matchup. See if he's able to beat T-Lides. T-Lides did lose to Soju's Ghost, so I think it will go the way of Soju here again.
All right, but you never know with TFT. Sometimes you get that 1 out of 10 situation, right? Where, 9 out of 10 times that comp wins, but one positioning difference can make the difference. But the backline has already fallen. Our carries are gone, and the Belvith is doing its thing and should be good to go. Yeah,
it was only an Azir 1 for T-Lides, which honestly, making a top 3 with Azir 1 being one of your main carries is pretty impressive. So kind of hats off to T-Lides for that top 3 finish. And hey, Toronto Tokyo, so much gold. Oh, a Scion 2, Aatrox 2 on the bench. We're just rolling for fun at this play. We're finding everything. We can't even fit it all onto the board.
Yeah, it looks like we got Bill Gates all of a sudden on the menu.
Oh, right? The Rise is going to be pulling in these units, right? It's Bando City, so that's why he's building this bench out, right? It can't fit into the board, but the Rise is there to kind of supplement that. This is so strong. It doesn't even need to keep these things like the Nefiri 1 on the bench, right? But doesn't have the tier 2 yet, so might as well. I don't even think he's going to be losing regardless, but I mean, Soju does have the Belveth, which can make magic happen.
All right, will the magic be there for this Belvith? There's already a lot more damage than a lot of the other rounds against Soju at this point in time, and the backline has been left unabated. Even the Azir with that shift has not taken any damage whatsoever, but this Belvith has finally gotten there. The next target's going to be the Azir. Is the Azir going to be able to take it down in time? Yes, it does, and that's going to be all she wrote for Soju for this round. We were always going to have another round after this. Let's see if the Carousel is going to be able to do anything for Soju in order to compete for this first, but congratulations on Soju. Really great weekend still so far.
Oh, a fantastic weekend. Soju showing up time and time again in tournaments, right? Soju tournament is a beast to, or tournament Soju is a beast to be feared nowadays. He's shown that ever since I think he qualified for Worlds, proving to the world that, he can really do it. He can clutch up when he needs to. And so great performance and great showing from him so far. And still going to be going further, I think, as he's finding a Jarvan 2 upgrade, has to sell the GP2. But it was like another Shrima emblem. Oh, we're trying to find some things. No Rise 3 coming through, unfortunately. But 2 off of Aatrox 3, actually. But it would be kind of a throw. It'd be a tuber to try to sell the Scion 2 and Rise 2 on the bench, try to go for it. Does not need to do it.
You know what's better than playing one comp? Having a second comp on your bench.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You can pull in, right? All right, let's see if this Bill Gates comp is going to be threatened by the Belveth. That's pretty much the only unit that is threatening these backliners. But, once the Edge of Night gets triggered, it's going to be really hard for that Belveth to find any purchase in the back line. Doesn't find purchase other than in death, as Soju is going to fall. And that's going to be a 58 HP win for Toronto Tokyo. Came in with a lot of, a little expectations except from one of our casters here at Crowan, but has really been able to go over them so far.
100%.
Hashtag Toronto Tokyo to the top.
Let's go.
I think what we're still trying to get trending right now. And yeah, what an incredible weekend. What incredible last few events for Toronto Tokyo at this point. It's almost like looking at this, I'm like, how did he not make NA regional finals without the LCQ? That's a kind of a crazy question to have to think about, Crowan.
Yeah, I mean, actually, looking at Toronto Tokyo's performance over the set, right, that's the big interesting story here, because his finishes were 78th in Freljord, 63rd in Shrima, so didn't qualify for mid-set, and then went 139th in Noxus Cup, so it's like those performances are awful, right? You can't say anything besides that, but his progression from the LCQ, getting second, realizing how he needed to improve and shape up in the meta, and then from that time from the LCQ into regionals, the improvement as a player, it's like almost, it's a new player, right? An absolutely new player from those tournament finishes. And he's just done so well to improve, rebrand even. And that just goes testament of like your hard work, your studying as a TFT player. And I actually want to, I'm going a little long-winded here, but want to flip that towards Philip as well, because we saw the kind of anguish that Philip has experienced there. But Philip was another player who did have a really good set 9, right? Was really breakout performance, made it to regionals, and obviously it's disappointing to be effectively eliminated, right, when you still have 2 games to go. But shout outs, because he still has so much more to go. And be surprised to see Philip here again in other regionals and prove to the world that he's meant to be here and can actually make it towards worlds. Just props to Philip for this really good run to make it here.
It's impressive to be in the 24 players that even get a chance to compete this weekend. And yeah, as you mentioned, even at the top of the weekend, Crowan, you're like, there's 10 players here. That it's their first time competing at a regional, and to make day 2 is so impressive, just on top of even qualifying to play this weekend out regardless. And so fantastic stuff so far from them. And we get a chance to also take a look at what was going on in Lobby B. And another story here, Boopasaurus, I feel is that yeah, that's tough.
All right, so Dish Soap is honestly in a position now where I think it's okay to be a little nervous for him. I think a lot of us have the faith that he's just going to come through, right, and right the ship in time. But honestly, that hasn't happened. I think just one top 4 so far today. Setsuko doing kind of similarly, but was able to break through in this top 2 replay on the top as well. But, I'm going to go ahead and talk about Toronto Tokyo again anyway, because something that I also wanted to mention is I think we might be undervaluing his specific LCQ. When you're able to compete like that and then come out with that second place and able to say, I can be with them, right? I am good enough around these people. Something I've noticed, especially with the newer players in these bigger competitions, is they like separate themselves from the top players. They almost separate themselves. I'm not as good. They have the history. But I don't think Toronto Tokyo did that. I think finally he saw that he belonged in this group and is playing like he does. And that's super impressive.
It really is. And I mean, even just to be able to hang with some of like the big dogs, as we like to call them, like replay, reigning, and like NA, like TFT champion, all of the above. You've got Weijin Iverson, who also had such a breakout set last set. And even K3 Soju, like, this is the guy we used to meme on a little bit. He's like very first or 8th play style. We do, because that is just his brand and the type of personality that he has. But still, like, what a great day for him too. And that bubble is starting to look mighty tight, Crowan, when we look at just who's on the cusp of making that top 8.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about here and only so little time to do so, but quickly, just, we mentioned that there were 10 players. It was the first regionals. 6 made it into today, and right now 3 of those players are sitting in the top 8 with Toronto Tokyo, T-Lides, Connor's Meat. Actually 4, Darth Nub is in there as well. It's actually their first regionals. But looking at the bottom right now, looking there's a couple players that really just actually can't make it there at this point, right? If the expected value is usually like 27 or 28 points to make it in there, Kurum not gonna make it, but he's already qualified for Worlds, so that's okay. So we see more of Kurum, Philip as well. But for players like DQA and Dish Soap, who there is a lot of expectations on them, they need to clutch up in these next 2 games, because it's gonna be really insane.
There's still a chance. There's definitely still a chance for those players mathematically, and so it's not over until it really is over. We're gonna let those players take a quick break though, because we're reseeding the lobbies. Maybe this is really like the momentum that they need, just a little bit of a change up to change their environment that will help set them on the right path. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we've got the final 2 games of day 2 before we figure out which 8 players are moving on to that final day. We said day number 2 was going to be a tougher one, and that is absolutely living up to the expectations, as our players only have 2 games left to get things together so that the top 8 can move forward to day number 3. We've got Admirable and Casanova back on the desk for this game 5, and this bubble is looking mighty scary, Admirable.
Yeah, it's about exactly where we're going to expect it to be. It's about in the 27-ish range. And that means a lot of things for some of the players, though, when you start looking at the averages here. And I think the biggest one coming into this is, Cass and I have been kind of pouring over these and trying to figure out exactly what players need right now. It's Dish Soap. Like, this could be technically Dish Soap's final legitimate game for the tournament at this point. He's sitting at 13 points and the cutoff again. We're expecting it to be about 27. I'd say 27.5 is like the over-under point. If that's the case, Dish Soap has to have at least a top 3 in this lobby. But I'm seeing a little bit of good news in this one, because a lot of the players in here are very much like the multi-caster brute force players, and that bodes well if you need big wins in this one, Casanova.
Yeah, I mean, it might open the door for Dish to play towards that late game with everybody contesting and find his way to a first. But yeah, as we said, he needs at least a third to be live for the 6th and final game to actually get him in. But if he gets a third, it means a first place will maybe lock him in for day 3. So really we want even higher placement for Dish Soap. We're also going to be looking at the bubble for, Setsuko, Deepay, Connor, and Darth Nub, all of them really looking for a top 4 performance here to feel safe in that 6th and final game. It is a really tight lobby. There's a lot on the line. The world spots, even just making it to day 3 being an accomplishment. So, I mean, there's a ton happening here.
It really is, and I can't wait to see how it's all going to unfold, because you talk about like contesting, maybe it's going to be multicasters. We saw a lot of contesting for Shurima, and Dish Soap playing a lot of Demacia today, so maybe that line does stay open for him, as all eyes are on that right now.
Ooh, I am terrified for Dish Soap at this point. He has to clean up, or it's done. And it's like you said, a 3rd place in this one means that maybe a 1st place in the next one can get him there at this point. Like, it is now or it's never, as we are going to Ishao Khan for this game.
A lot of players have not been liking Ishao Khan that much. We see people avoiding it, but it is going to be stood on. And if, we are to believe what was happening in lobby chat, and, it is accurate based on what they've been playing, there are a lot of multicaster players here. So a lot of star up potential in this lobby, but this is the man on our screen that we want to focus on the most in this game. Dish Soap has been very consistently at the top of North America for so long now. He is yet to find his first tournament win, and he is now in a position to potentially be eliminated on day 2 of the regionals. We know this would be a disappointing result for Dish Soap. It's not what the expectations were for him, and he's still got a chance to turn it around. And if there's any player that can go back-to-back top 1, top 2, Dish Soap is certainly someone we'd have our eyes on.
It's certainly a player that I think you would want to take the wagers on at that point. Like, this is, again, it's Dish Soap we're talking about here. It is not over until he is mathematically out. At that point, I still find hope in the performance from Dish Soap. I'm telling you, he's just that good. We've all known it for a long time. Like, why at any point would you start to doubt this player? Now, there's a couple things I really want to point out with this, which is, number one, the mock tournament that took place. During that, Dish Soap had the strongest performance, to exactly no one's surprise at that point. When it comes to actual tournaments, people talk about, like, Dish Soap hasn't had the win, Dish Soap hasn't... He hasn't had the wins, per se, but what he has had is incredible performances. 3 of his performances this season so far have had top 3 finishes in them. It's insane how strong Dish Soap has played throughout. I'm sorry, it's 2 top 3s and a 10th place this season. Like, it's insane considering that you're only granted those 4 tournaments thus far. And in this next one, we're finding him in day number 2 of this one. Like, he's not finding victories in tournaments, but right after the mock tournament, when they were talking about it, they said straight away that it's like, for Dish Soap, he said he'd be happy with a 2nd place finish in this one. He really just wants the world spot. That's his goal for this. So right now, to get to that, the next step is clear into day 3. So how does he do that? We talked about getting a 3rd place finish. He's got 2 healthy. This is one of the strongest ones you could have when re-rolling for the multicaster line. He starts out with Rod, Cloak, and Tear. I think this is a good call, and I've seen Dish Soap play this line. He plays it pretty freaking well. because here's the thing. He's very selective about when he plays these styles of lines. If he's choosing this line, what that means to me is he knows that this is a fantastic spot for it.
I mean, he knows this is going to be contested. We saw him labor over this decision for quite some time, deciding if he should just go for Earth, play the default, or play into the contested multicasters, knowing that he would have 2 healthy, which is advantageous for the spot. He had good items. He had a Vel'Koz already. But immediately, you know, he runs into Replay, who is angling towards the multicasters. We saw the item slams, just playing a strongest board to try and win streak early, as we've seen Replay do so many times. Replay has constantly been besting other players who contest him on the multicasters. And look, DPay, perfected repetition. There's at least 3 players pushing towards the line, and there is potential for more.
Yeah, it's definitely getting scary out there for a spot like this. I'm kind of curious if there's other lines that you can use with 2 healthy and like what they actually look like for this. You know, I haven't had a ton of experience to take the augment 2 healthy and then furthermore, you know, kind of explore down that line. I've seen other players take it and seen the things they do. I don't have a ton of experience otherwise. So I'm kind of curious like what the actual spot for an augment like that is and how you actually optimize the scenario to be in your favor. It's obviously very strong. What else can you do is really my big question. For DPay is, you know, again, we've been talking about, you know, brute forcing through these multicasters. When you have this much stuff that's leaning that direction, I'm kind of wondering like, hey, who has to break in this situation? Is it actually just a race to find out who finds the biggest benefit from this first, or where's your maneuverability at?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because both Dish and DPay have picked augments that pretty much lock you into the line. I'm interested in if Dish has some additional tech for 2 healthy, but as of right now, what we've been seeing is just the multicasters. And it feels like Replay would have the most flexibility. However, as a player in this tournament, he has not shown that flexibility. He has shown instead his ability to overcome people contesting him and still find top 4 spots with the multicaster. So he feels like, as a player, the least likely to pivot, whereas DPay and Dish Soap having the augments feel like they're not likely to pivot either, and that is a worrisome spot. As we look at Setsuko, he's grabbed a Vanquisher off of his tome, and so he is heading towards that Ionia Vanquisher. We've seen 6 and 6 be that critical mass where the comp has actually had very good placements, but Setsuko also needing a very good placement in this game, being at 17 points, trying to gain 10 points in the next 2 games. He needs to be looking at top 4.
Yeah, we came off the point of DPay into Setsuko. DPay sitting at 18, Setsuko sitting at 17. They're looking for back-to-back top 4s to really find themselves in a relatively comfortable spot, I would say. And Connor, as me, honestly, is not really that much farther ahead of him as we took a look at his board. He's sitting at 19 points, so he's kind of also looking for, you know, back-to-back placements in that top 4 range, where, you know, maybe 1/5 he can squeeze by with and still be comfortable with, but I think he's going to be sweating quite a bit if he finds himself in a 5th place scenario, where that would leave him with 27 points. And so as we get a glance at all the augments that are coming into place right now, you know, I'm glancing over at Kurum, who's gone back to Buried Treasure for what he's playing with. And at this point, Kurum, you know, sitting at 10 points, he's already made it to the World Championships at this point. You know, he's pretty much done and dusted for this tournament right now. You know, some prize money to play for and such. So, you know, when we catch back up with him, I'll elaborate further on some of those points. For Darthnub, though, it has been quite a tournament thus far, sitting at 20 points right now. He's not, like, you know, sitting pretty and dusting his shoulders off, but I'm saying that this is a pretty good looking spot for him, and frankly, I've been very impressed with how well Darthnub has been navigating the spots that he's been in, because he's taken spots that to me I'm like I'm not really sure what to do, and then he comes up with just the absolute best of the best I think that he could have possibly come up from the scenario that he's in, and it's such a great display, I think, of how he's grown in as a player and just continues to grow in this patch with just a great mindset of always try your hardest no matter what.
And Darthnub also now angling towards multicasters. You see him holding them on the bench. He slammed down a Shiv. He's got the extra attack speed out of this Zeke's from the support item that he got, which actually pairs quite well into 4 multis with the extra mana they get on hit.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in it because you don't want to really clump around Sona to begin with, but now Sona's getting like a little bit of extra attack speed, and it's kind of coupling up with the rest of your units. I think like over time, it may not be like the greatest benefit that you can get, but honestly, it feels more like it's a tempo thing that still has benefit as you roll into the mid into the late game. So I think that's a fine spot to go with it if the items pan out, the units pan out. I'm just kind of curious, like what else does he have open when he slams a Shiv there? and has that Zeke's available to him, I think that there's, perhaps quite a few things he can actually do from that spot.
Well, let's look at this round. We've got Connor on the win streak right now. Dish Soap, Setsuko both on 4 loss. If they run into each other, one of their streaks can be snapped. Dish taking out his upgraded units. He's looking for the loss. Runs into Setsuko.
Whoa.
Setsuko did the same. This is massive for their economies. Dish at 20 gold. He needs the lost streak gold. The Aurelia stuck behind the ranged units, but the Cho'Gath has tanked for a long time. The Oriana keeps the Cho'Gath alive.
Wow.
Looks like Dish has held on to the streak, and he needed it so bad. He's holding on to all this gold on his bench with the multicasters. He found an upgraded Twisted Fate. He needed this lost streak gold to keep this game feeling alive for a top finish.
As the Titans clash with the weakest boards they could put together. I'm sorry, it's so important, but it's so funny to look at that. Where it's like they're struggling to lose to each other. Like, this is the condition that has brought out so much power in some of these lobbies, are these exact spots. It's like literally like cutting every single corner that you possibly can to get the edge out of this. Dish Soap has delivered a massive blow to Setsuko's long-term game plan, and Dish Soap just picked up a ton of gold from what just happened. That little tiny difference could be the difference in Dish Soap making it to day 3 and not.
It's impossible to understate how important that was for Dish Soap, right? Setsuko can still salvage their his economy from there, right? He's at 40 gold already. Even though he won that and it's bad, it's way more salvageable than where Dish Soap was stuck at 20 gold. If he's not able to farm the extra bonus from the lost streak, he is screwed as far as economy is concerned. But now he gets to start playing these multicasters. He can actually make a relatively strong board as soon as he can find an upgrade for the front line. His items have worked out pretty well, actually. He's got the Hextech Gunblade or the Vel'Koz. It kind of allows that attrition. We've seen these Vel'Kozes look very tanky at 3-star, as well as the Shiv to help give that shred in the early game. It's a solid spot overall for Dish Soap with a great economy going in. Even though this comp is a contested, Dish has found a spot where maybe he can make it work.
Yeah, and additionally to that too, it's, where it's not really done with the loss streak here. If Dish Soap can pick up little tiny losses, that's still a pretty ideal spot for him. He may not find himself in a lost position here, but it's kind of neither here nor there for him, because he's either going to lose this round and pick up a ton of extra gold, or he's going to win this round because he expects to spend it all in the next turn and then start picking up his win streak a little early. It's kind of like just a double benefit on either side with that. It's just great timing for Dish Soap overall. He went from, what was looking like terror at the start of game number 5, just simply because of the setting he was in, to now suddenly it's like, wait a minute, I see a glimmer of hope at the end of this.
Prismatics.
And now this is massive, a prismatic here. So everybody who's trying to find that mid-game power boost, that's been shored up a little bit by players who simply are not doing that. But the prismatic offers so much power that it's closing that gap of what you would normally have. So I think this is great for everyone except for Dish Soap, but he finds Jarvan. That's a big one here. Wow. So I don't think he wants any of these units, actually. Maybe he can justify the Soraka. He's going to go with both of them anyway, and this may just be like a strongest board outcome he's playing towards at this spot. Wow, Vel'Koz 2 is massive in this situation here, and that's exactly why I think he's going to put in the Swain at this point. The sorcerer benefit for this is too high right now, and he's got a Jarvan to suit up rather than a Galio. So I think that this is going to be an alternative direction for a little bit of time here. Load up the Shojin because this is the better long-term damage that you want from Vel'Koz, and then try to make the most of it here. With a Sona, this board's all but finished.
Used the duplicator to get the 2-star Vel'Koz because he knows he needs the tempo. He knows he needs to keep his HP. Also, Swain gets a ton of value on this board because of Too Healthy. He's added another 2-cost unit to the front line to give even more benefit. And he runs immediately into Replay, who is on the same composition as him, same kind of ideas, but the combat augments are in favor of Dish Soap, and it looks like it might be enough, especially with the Vel'Koz 2 versus the Vel'Koz 1, and just getting more damage onto the other multicasted players, making sure his tempo is high is so important for Dish Soap in this lobby where the comp is so contested.
Yeah, lots of little things making a big difference in that one. And you notice that Setsuko, this is really the difference in economy that happened because of that loss as well. Like, imagine where Dish Soap would have been at. He'd have been, what feels like, 8 gold less and the situation he was in. For Setsuko here, it's pretty much the same deal. There's been so much more gold in Setsuko's pocket, but he's looking for a different picture at this point now. And all of this really boils down to how the early game panned out with that Vanquisher spatula. He's pretty handcuffed on decisions he wants to make. It's get to 7 and then make the most of your board there. You have to play towards that Vanquisher spat in the most powerful way you can and try to shove some of the low rolling players down as quickly as you can. Setsuko at 17 points, needs back-to-back top 4s, and that's the only way he can be even comfortable to begin with. Without an average of 4.5 points in each of his next 2 lobbies, Setsuko is in a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, Setsuko being on this comp is really scaring me. We've seen this comp kind of fall flat over and over again this weekend. And, you know, once again, we see him just losing so much HP. His board value currently only at 19. It's the lowest in the lobby. He's dropped to 44 HP. We're going to have to see how well he can spike with gold here.
With a spatula.
Shen with the spat or Xayah with a bow. Both very good options. It looks like it will be that spatula. See what he can do with it.
That is a pretty big deal. That's like a major spike in power for Setsuko. And this is one of the only benefits that really I think he had coming into this spot because of what's ended up happening, is that he has the carousel priority here. So a 4-cost holding something that you could, I think, argue as an ideal item is a really big pickup.
All right, well, just take a look at that. You saw that graphic come up with all the comps. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Vel'Koz 2s. Look at everybody contesting the comp is at least hitting a carry unit for the mid game. That is horrifying for the rest of the lobby. Also horrifying for all of the people playing that comp, because they're like, wait, which multicaster is going to go down early enough for me to find my units? It's going to be very difficult. We've got Darthnub, Replay, Dish Soap, Deepay, and Kurum all contesting, and maybe that will allow Setsuko to hit what he needs to stabilize this composition, but he has lost so much health. He doesn't have any gold after leveling, and I mean, right now it's what, 4 Vanquisher, 4 Ionia? I mean, he doesn't have exactly what he needs.
He doesn't have exactly what he needs yet, but he might have his game plan set. And I really think that's a really big deal here, is because he can lean towards an Ashe reroll with all the 2s being taken out of the pool from the multicaster players. Pretty reliably find this Ashe and find himself on an Ionia Ashe, which is still pretty strong in this one. Right now, he's outpowered, and I don't think there's really any question about that. But the question for me is, can he shift that power back and find himself in a top 4? He doesn't have to have top 4 this game. He has to average top 4 positions to be mildly comfortable. Sword off of the buried treasure here as well. This is the big point of decision now for Setsuko. Which direction does he take this?
Yeah, I mean, another Ashe in the shop too. He'd be 3 away. Oh, it's the Shen pair. He's got a lot of ways to start getting more powerful. There's the Ionia in. 6 Ionia, 4 Vanquisher. I mean, this is a power spike. He's got no gold. I mean, how quickly can he find this Ashe? As you said, a lot of 2 costs will be out of the pool, and maybe he can hit it really quickly, but he's got no gold, so it's all going to come down to these natural shops.
It's also the Ishaokan that's taking place in this one. That does have some influence in the way the economy is going to go. But, you know, to the same credit, everyone's in this exact same scenario where if this many 2-cost Vel'Kozes get found, everyone's under pressure. And the one way to counter pressure something that's pretty powerful is to have a little bit stronger of a power boost yourself. And I think that's what 6 Ionia is providing here, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a massive hit, right? And if Setsuko can win in stage 4, I know he can stabilize and find a much more powerful spot for this board. It's just, what does he get off of Wolves? Can he find these Ashes quick enough? There is a lot going on for Setsuko. And Toronto Tokyo, who, when we were at the start of the game, I wanted to even, you know, call out that, hey, he's kind of on this uncontested Demacia line. He should be in a really good spot. The tempo from everyone hitting these Vel'Kozes has led Toronto Tokyo to be on a 4-loss streak as he tries to push to 8. He's taking a ton of damage down to 34.
It's expected to take a ton of damage at this point. I mean, he's invested everything into the power of levels and what they provide. And I think this is the right call from Toronto Tokyo. He's looking to find himself making a run for the average placement, I think, at day number 3, because he's sitting at 25 points right now. It's really hard for him to not make it to day 3 at this point, to be quite honest with you. And so with that happening, you right now you find strong units, you mitigate the damage that you can, look for level 9. I mean, you have level up. This is what the entire game plan is. It's trade life for long-term power, and he's done this, I think, pretty fantastically. We're talking this is level 8, pre-leveled into during the creep round on stage 3. You know, I'm just going to say it, Casanova. How often has anybody really done this before? Because I typically do not.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really great roll down as well for Toronto Tokyo, right? Finds the Jarvan immediately, actually finds an upgraded 4-cost. Yes, Kaisa, not the best. However, this is a Demacia emblem on it, and it does at least link with Challenger with your Fiora, so you should be able to find some wins. But wow, big hit immediately from one of our multicaster players. So even with the 7 Demacia, the stats just not holding up. And Toronto Tokyo running into some serious trouble because he hit big upgrades and then took a big loss.
Yeah, it's definitely not the ideal floor cost, which is, I think, the thing that's scaring me about it. Demacia Crest gets found!
If he can push levels and he's on level up, he can find his way to 9 Demacia. It's such a big bailout for Toronto Tokyo.
Okay. Let's do the math on this real quick. Is it 78? He's going to need approximately 46 gold. Is that right? Right. If it was right now, he'd need approximately 46 gold. I don't know how the breakpoint on this ends up working out for the level up at this point, but he's really not that far off of pushing the levels and getting there.
Setsuko on the bottom left, 1 off of Ash. On the pair of Zayas as well. If he can hit those 2 things, he would be stable, but he rolled all of his gold and he did not find the hits. Can he hold on long enough to make it to even a 5th is maybe doable for Setsuko, right? He just needs 10 points in 2 games. Really just needs to avoid this 7th or 8th. Even the 6th would be very rough.
Critical round here for Dish Soap.
Another
multi-caster misses the Bell Cause. That's a big deal.
Once again,
yep, it's enough.
Toronto Tokyo can't take down the multicasters once again. Looks like Toronto Tokyo is speed running this 8th place. Not going to be able to push to this 9. Not going to have enough gold.
It is level up. With level up, you can get some crazy stuff done. So I'm not counting him out of that one yet. It's going to be a very close call, but honestly, that's how we've seen a lot of them. Really, what it comes down to is the fact that he's only got 8 HP left. So if he loses this next round, that could be the big difference in that one. Honestly, it's this Kaisa that has not been enough. And you saw that he right now he simply completely changed the direction on that. He spent all of his gold and he said, you know what, 9 Demacia has to be worth it. He's left with no resources left, but this is 9 Demacia at 4-3.
It was just enough gold to get there, and can the resistances make the difference? We've seen them do it before, and he even had an upgraded unit. He actually sold out of it. 1-star Azir says this is better, and it probably is. We've seen the Kaisa be such a failure most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, this is night and day from what... Honestly, night and day doesn't even state how much of a difference it is right now. 150 armor and MR, plus the extra Radiant items across your entire team. That's a world of difference. Toronto Tokyo, I think, can easily find himself in a top 4 spot now.
There's an Ash for Setsuko. An Ash or a Zaya. He's running for the Ash.
Toronto Tokyo!
He denies it!
Spoils him!
It's still going to be a Zaya 2. This is still a big upgrade. But the Ash 3 is exactly what Setsuko needed, and it had a bow. It would have been a good item to try and finish up something as the 3rd item for the Zaya.
I'm curious if he also needs the bow or if that's just a super heads-up play. I mean, it could just be both as well. Like, it's just like, oh, what a coincidence.
Yeah, Setsuko just going to keep donkey rolling. He just needs to find the Ash. He finds an Ahri.
Ahri's not worth it.
Potentially that can replace the Karma, but it's just, it would be 1-star versus 2-star, and I mean, the items are really good for Ahri, but is 1-star Ahri better than this 2-star Karma?
I think it's not, and this is coming from somebody who defaulted Ionia Vanquisher for most of the set at this point. Ahri is fake. Karma with a Vanquisher spat is real. If it's a 2-star Ahri, I think you have an argument, but at a 1-star Ahri, I don't think it's close.
Looks like Setsuko at least agrees for now, and I don't think he can be locking a shop at this point. Looking for the Ash. Going up again, another multicaster player. Can he get there? The damage from the Karma was quite good. It looks like Setsuko might be able to do it. He's going to find another win. So close, but he gets there over Darth Nub, and every single one of these wins is massive. He just needs to hold on a couple extra placements to just keep himself in a good position for the final game. As Deepay falling down, he also in a similar spot to Setsuko cannot be looking for a bottom 2 here.
Deepay at 18 points. Averaging a 10 for Deepay would be a fantastic outcome for this. Setsuko is so close to having this happen. It's like, it's agonizing to watch this where you're like, please hit this Ash. I want to see it happen. NA needs Setsuko.
Still no
We need
Ash.
this to happen.
He's rolled so much gold and he just can't get there. But can he keep finding wins? If he can keep stealing wins in stage 4, it's okay, but he's spent so much gold and he's been donkey rolling every time, so there's been no econ. Up against Deepay. If he can send Deepay to 8th place, that would be massive in this spot.
Big stun. Jarvan goes down, doesn't get a second cast.
Just the one cast. He's got there. It's a big loss. Deepay's down. It's not an 8th, but it is an 8th for Deepay, who is at 18 points now at 19. He's going to need a 1st in the final game. Deepay is not what he wanted to see. He had a great start to the day, but game 5 takes the 8th, and now Deepay is 8 points away from even that 27-point threshold we're looking at.
The whole day this has been Deepay's story as well. He went first place, then he went 8th place, he went 2nd place, then he went 7th place. Now he's gone 8th place, and he needs to turn that back around exactly as he's been doing all day. He needs a first place, but frankly that's been happening the whole day. We'll see in the next lobby what it's going to end up being, but my gosh, these games are nail-biting close, and every outcome is so important right now. For Darthnub, you look at this spot, his spot is looking quite fantastic right now. With Darthnub sitting at 20 points, he needs to hit like a back-back top 4 range, but it looks like he's pretty well set to make it happen right now. That's a 3-star Ash for Setsuko! Let's go!
He got there. He got there. And I want to take a little stock here. Darthnub has held on to 54 HP playing multis, but Dish also on the multis, 66 HP. He has held on. He needs a top finish in this game. He needs it to be top 3, and holding on to all this HP is massive because a lot of players are starting to get hit hard by Toronto Tokyo, and Dish Soap was able to dodge that by fighting him right before he got 9 Demacia.
And if you're wondering why I'm being biased right now, it's because I absolutely am. I'm apologizing that's the case, but frankly, it's not going to affect my ability to analyze things. It's only going to affect my ability to be excited about a particular player because I know how strong of a player Setsuko is. I think he deserves that second run for it. We're going to find out. Setsuko taking a big hit
Takes a loss
to the Demacia, though. So Toronto Tokyo is the one playing spoiler in this lobby right now for low life players like Replay, but Replay sitting pretty good at 23 points. But for Setsuko, he really has to dodge that for as long as possible. If he can't do that, Setsuko's going to go out in a bad spot. So Toronto Tokyo, because there's so many healthy players, he's not going to be knocking out a ton of players. So how does Setsuko find himself at a spot where maybe he can scrape by with one of those wins?
Yeah, I mean, he had to dodge Toronto for so much longer, but he finally hits him. If Setsuko can beat the rest of these boards, he can be okay. He's got some time in stage 5 where he won't run into Toronto again.
Replay, frankly, I think he's made the right call on his leveling strategy here, but it's just been a poor outcome on the units. He just doesn't have anything completed.
It's Dish. It's Dish. Jarvan 1, but that is 2 Warmogs. It is a very tanky Jarvan 1. It's got a good stun. The Ashe is getting stunned up. The front line is disappearing for Setsu. He does take down the Jarvan.
Big deal.
He's got the damage. It's 2 multis left. He got there. Dish still on high HP. Replay and Kurum are down. Setsuko's made it to the top 5. That might be a good enough placement to feel good about the 6th and final game, but he needs to just farm as many points as he can in this one. He's at 17, already a top 5. That's pretty solid. That's pretty good. Is Dish Soap the one who needs the top 3? Still life leader tied with Darthnub, and he's found the Jarvan too. Dish Soap in a really solid spot.
This is such a rough game. Connor is kind of, been a rough spot for this one too. I mean, Connor's been taking some pretty big losses in this. Dish Soap and Darthnub, they've held on with very solid spots. Toronto Tokyo, I think, is clawed back and is showing himself right now as the front runner to take first place outside of a spoiler game that ends up happening here. And Setsuko, is this up against Ghost? Or was this Connor's board and he was away scouting?
I'm not sure, but Connor is at least here scouting it again.
I think this is Ghost board. This board is falling down immediately.
Yeah, it looks like a Ghost board. It is a Ghost. We've confirmed with production this is the Ghost board. Since Setsuko able to beat Connor's Ghost. Holds on again. Toronto Tokyo wins another fight. Connor, down to 2. Is he completely down or do you live?
It's 2 HP.
He lived. Holds on. Connor, another player on the bubble. Really wants this top 4. Sitting at 19 points coming into this game.
Setsuko can benefit pretty big from another Ionia here, but at the same time, items benefit pretty big. It's pretty tough call, honestly, because he's still got an Aurelia on the board.
Yeah, but he has 2 3-item carries, actually. It makes way more sense to take this emblem and just be able to put a stronger unit onto the board. And we see him do it. He can go to 8.
These are really tough calls to make, too.
Puts the gangplank in. Ionia gangplank for the backline. Give some more CC to this board. This Shen has been a lifesaver for Setsuko. The fact that he hit this early on. Really great items. Buying so much time for the Vanquishers.
Wow, these life totals. So Toronto Tokyo looks like it's close right now, but honestly, without just like a super unlucky outcome, that's a fake life total. Toronto Tokyo is the strongest player in the lobby right now. Connor up against Dish Soap right now. Setsuko up against Darthnub. This is looking pretty good.
Yeah, Setsuko able to take down the Jarvan before it gets a second cast, and here comes the boat. Gets a big stun down. Looks like Setsi is able to find one more win. Can Connor hold on? He's got 2 alive. There's another boat. The stuns come through. Connor is me. Goes out in 5th. and is going to make an uphill battle for game 6, but still 5th place was enough to keep him in striking distance as Dish Soap has made it to the top 4, and he is very likely to get the top 3 that he needed to stay alive in this tournament.
I'm telling you, you cannot count Dish Soap out ever. It's not the way it works. He needed a top 3 just to have the breathing room, we said. If he finds himself in a first place position, that can be a major difference for this one. But look at how strong that he has gotten in this spot. And this was a multi-way contest on multicasters with this, by the way. So there is quite a bit of RNG that comes in. What on earth? That's a Radiant QSS. That is very good to have right now.
Yeah, it came from the Shao-Kahn, so everybody's going to have that Radiant. We'll kind of take stock of what people got. It's hard to tell on Toronto Tokyo's board because he's got so many Radiant items there. We see the Gangplank coming down onto Darthnub, the big damage, and yeah, Darthnub not able to handle this, but on the other side, Setsuko staying alive even more. Can he live? There's the cast from the Vel'Koz. It's not enough. Setsuko holds on. He's still alive. They're both fighting their way back, and Darthnub has fallen down to 24. Dish Soap at 34. Dish Soap really does not want this to end up as a 3rd or a 4th. He wants this top 2 so badly.
This is a really tough spot for Setsuko now as well, because I'm pretty sure he's due up for Toronto Tokyo at this point with an even number of players. It's not a ghost fight at that point either. So for Dish Soap and for Darthnub, you see that they have these big loss streaks going on. It's Toronto Tokyo has been the one kind of pushing that forward at this point. Setsuko finds a Heimerdinger. Maybe this can be some difference in this spot right now. Item can be a big deal as well if this is one of those kind of weird spots where the item ends up having a super impactful difference. Going to be a regular item on this. So how on earth can Setsuko get his way out of this scenario?
Yeah, he found Swarm.
There's a Neela that pops up. So Neela is not going to get picked up for this one. He's ignored the outcome possibility of 6 Vanquisher, says it's not needed. It's not going to make the difference.
Yeah, finds more frontline items. Gets these other items on to the Heimer. Toronto Tokyo probably still not a fight he can win. If he can dodge it one more time, maybe he can outlive Darthnub. The HP being a big factor here. Who's the fight? It's Toronto Tokyo, not what Setsuko wanted to see. I'm not sure that he can win this. We're going to see how close it is, but that is a Belveth 2 with the Demacia. Toronto Tokyo has capped out this board immensely once again. Setsuko going to take this 4th as Dish Soap able to hold on versus Darthnub. Does he find the win? Darthnub gets the cast. Darthnub takes the win over Dish Soap, holds on, evens up the HP, and now it's a matter of who gets hit harder by Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, this is like a pretty nail biter at this point as well. And honestly, I'm curious if that's a Zeke stiff at the end of the day there. In Darthnub's side of the board, this is crazy. Setsuko finishing in top 4. This is at least a first step of what's happening right now. He needed to secure 10 more points over the next 2 games to have a chance for this one. Again, that point we're looking at about 27 points. More details as that's happening. You can check the scores live in the chat. Exclamation point scores to follow along live when that's happening. For Darthnub here, though, a top 4 is a major success at this point. And for Dish Soap, the top 3 is the first point of success here as well. So all of the goals accomplished for the players we were highlighting at the start of this one right now.
Yeah, it's all there. Setsuko's probably not stoked about the top 4, but he will take it. Does mean he needs yet another top 4 in the next game to try and lock things down. But Dish Soap does run into the ghost board, so he will take a little bit less as Darthnub gets hit very hard. But they both live. They both live. And so it might come down to a fight between the 2 of them. 5-4 on HP. Dish Soap desperately needs this extra placement to give him some wiggle room in the final game.
What on earth? Darthnub goes up to level 9 here. This is crazy. I wonder how much impact Desion's going to have. I saw Desion was on his board earlier, and the stun value against Setsuko almost won Darthnub the round for that one. It was really close. So I'm curious about this one. He's fighting the ghost. Dish
Soap's ghost. Dish Soap runs into Toronto Tokyo. And that should lock it in for Dish Soap, ending in 3rd for this one. He's not going to be able to kill enough units.
I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I had this plan set up from the beginning. Whoever faced against Toronto Tokyo, I was going to make that exclamation for. The point of it is, though, Toronto Tokyo, 8 life, stabilized because of the level up, and then ran away with the game. It hasn't been close since then. So again, Dish Soap, he needs a miracle still. He has to get first place next game, but the possibility is there. For Darthnub, 2nd place is a major success. He's going to be all but locked for day number 3 at this point, excuse me.
Toronto Tokyo continuing the dominance here at the regional final, trying to run away with as much AVP as possible going into the final day. Toronto Tokyo trying to ensure that he can find that world spot.
I mean, this has just been massive as they're running away with it right now. Wasian Iverson and Toronto Tokyo were tied in points coming into this round for today, but Wasian Iverson overall has had a better average placement. It's across the entire event for 3 days. That's how that spot is going to be recognized. Coming into this round, Wasian Iverson was slightly ahead at 2.7 to Toronto Tokyo's 2.9. So this is a big boost for Toronto Tokyo. How Wasian Iverson and Toronto Tokyo are doing is going to be a story that continues to go through which one of them claims a spot if they're not in the top 3 tomorrow, because right now it's looking like both of them are making it to the third and final day.
Toronto Tokyo, yet another first, absolutely popping off. He's locked in his day 3 spot, and it's just a matter of how much AVP he can get. From there, I mean, taking stock of what happened in our top 4, Tetsuko needed top 4 because, 10 points. You want to at least average that 4th. He got the first one. See if he can lock it in game 6. Dish Soap, a 3rd keeps him alive, but he needs a 1st in the final game to even have a shot to make it. And then Darth Nub with that 2nd, that should pretty much lock him in. Really just trying to avoid an 8th to make sure he gets there.
Yeah, this has just been like heartbreaking stuff to look at in some of these spots. I feel like it's going to be that way almost any way that you cut it. I'd say like the one story of effect that I don't necessarily feel it for is with Kerm, and this one is he's already secured his world spot for this one, and I'm like, you know what, this is great practice. Play for that little bit of extra cash, and play just in relatively high stakes lobbies. Take them very seriously, because all of that practice always ends up meaning something. So hats off to Kerm with this one. It's been a fantastic season for him so far, and it's not even finished yet. It's just the regionals that's finished for him at this point. For Deepay, though, the way that the rounds are flip-flopping back and forth, where again he went 1st and then 8th and then 2nd and then 7th, but now he's gone to 8th place instead. I'm like, oh no, come on, skyrocket to the 1st, Deepay. I want to see it so badly. It's been such a heartbreaker for him at this point, where it's like, what on earth can you possibly do? Where Wasian Iverson has now shot up to 33 points. My gosh, he came away with another 1st. We've got some special guests to bring us some more info on what's going on. It's Necra joining us, Frodan. What's going on over there?
Thank you so much, Admirable. So excited to be able to talk to you again, Dan and Ramblin'. How are you?
Good. Excited to be here. Having a great time with Frodan so far. Loving the tournament. Regionals has been awesome.
It really has been. This day 2 has been so exciting. You guys followed, I think, Lobby A for your game. What was kind of going on over there?
Oh, man. You guys missed one of the craziest games I think we've seen. First of all, it was Triple Prismatic. So Triple Prismatic never fails to deliver in terms of, like, the elevated power level. We had not 1 but 2 full, lose streak hedge fund players who had hundreds of gold. I think the 2 of these players combined had, almost 250 gold. And that's not even counting the bench, by the way.
No, they're bored their bench. And they're approaching 300.
And they full sent it at 4-2.
So
Wasian Iverson hit level up, so he actually went straight from 6, and then within a round went to 9. Fast 9 and stabilized, hit Belva 2 and GP 2 and everything like that, stabilized. But then Philip, who was unfortunately out of the running anyways, did not hit anything crazy and then died in 8th place. So really crazy topsy-turvy game. And on the other end, actually kind of a game of disappointment for Soju as well, because he was in such a really good spot with his early Noxus, but I think a couple of small mistakes stopped him from being able to go to level 9 and play 9 Noxus. And so he ended up tumbling down the standings, and then a lot of people jockeying for positions in between. So it was a really chaotic game, but overall, Soju still won 6, but I think was ultimately his best placement given what ended up happening in the mid-game. And Wasian ended up winning out, and that is why Wasian is still on top. And I gotta tell you, man, Wasian is looking really good for the average placement. Could he go back-to-back worlds, which would just be insanity, because most people usually have a really good breakout set, right? We saw that with Appies and Nason in set 6, and we saw that with Rainplosion and Kyvus in set 7. And, Wasian was set 8, but he's actually would be one of the first people to actually continue to follow up that hype.
No, it's been really impressive showing for him. People kind of looking at him this set, they still think he's a great player, but is he the best? Is he in peak form? We don't know, and so far he's proven that he is.
Yeah, and he still really sticks to his guns, right? He's fantastic at playing these win-out positions, and you can see exactly why that is, Necro.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Wasian Iverson has just had a phenomenal weekend. Even talking to him before we jumped into the competition, he was like, I don't know if I'm really that confident. And I feel like maybe he should be at this point, just based on the performance that he's been putting on. And another player that I feel like we also have to give some props to is Toronto Tokyo. That was one of the players that came in through the LCQ, and he's right there battling it out with Wasian Iverson for average placement. What have you guys thought of his performance?
Yeah, you know, Toronto. We talked to him yesterday, actually. So we do post interviews, but with the non-winners. You guys take the winners, we take the people like right above them, right below them. Toronto was like, well, you know, I feel like I was just like high rolling a lot, but you know, more specifically, I felt like I was able to like execute my game plan really well. And Toronto is like willing to play the good stuff, but he also branches out just a tiny bit. Like he's willing to play a little bit more of the Ishtar lines. He's willing to play a little bit more of the Sorcerer lines. He's willing to do like some of these slightly like meta adjacent things that are not popular, but if you have a good spot, you could pull out a good placement from it. And I think he's rewarded for it. So he's willing to cook a little bit this patch, and I think he's a really underrated player. The more I watched him, I mean, there's a reason why I drafted him on my fantasy team. Like, I actually think that he's pretty underrated, and he's clearly putting the work in. He also has really good mental. He wasn't exactly calling out the North America server, but he was saying, like, specifically, like, I see other people tilt from, like, seemingly innocuous situations in TFT. I actually handle high-stakes environments. I actually know what it's like to be in a situation where I could tilt and they could lose everything. And so he says, like, his mental has been rock solid and the real foundation of his success.
Awesome to be able to see that, and thank you so much for sharing that insight on him too, because when we were watching him through the LCQ, even talking to him, he was like, you know what, I actually didn't have the meta call. And so to see that evolution, I guess, from LCQ and then to playing now, where he really seems to have figured things out, I think that is very exciting to watch. But I want to get like a final take from you both. What about this new kind of interesting composition that's really been coming up? Zon Rogues. Where are your thoughts on that?
Start. Yeah, we've seen both ends of the spectrum so far. We've seen actually a lot more than I expected to. People haven't been that big on rogues recently in any of the tourneys, honestly. People haven't really believed in it as a comp. I've heard many times now that's a 2nd or 8th comp, and we've seen both. We've seen the 2nd, we've seen the 8th. It's something that you want to be open to, I think, because in a patch like this where there's a lot of people contesting the same lines, a lot of people looking for the multicasters, they're looking for the vertical comps like Demacia, any possible alternative you can find where people aren't going to be playing it is something you want to be open to. And we've seen it do well, we've seen it do poorly. It's kind of hard to identify exactly what went wrong in those games. For example, we watched Setsuko had a pretty good start for it in his first game today, it just didn't work out. As well, we've seen DQA and Philip contested in another game, so I think it's something to think about, but not something to be looking for.
Yeah, just because Rambo's wearing green doesn't mean that you should be playing Zon, guys. He's not trying to send any subliminal message.
Come on.
Zon Rogue is very situational, but if you have the right conditions, it can truly pop off. You just have to have the right kind of mix of everything. And Mortdog, who's also in our coach team, was talking about, like, the issue is you can't really see ahead. You don't know what your Zon mods are going to be. And so we saw situations where you get, like, Robotic Arm on Graves 3, and you're like, well, if I had Adaptive or Shimmer Inject, it would have been way stronger. And so that's the kind of dynamic that you have to wrestle with. But, you know, live by the Earth, die by the Earth. Honestly, I'm okay with Earth low rolling sometimes. You know, I think there's a lot of them in my lobbies, saying that as an Earth player. And so I think that it's okay, you know, that you don't know everything. You can't map out your line at 2-1. So I think that with Zon Rogues, that's part of the risk that you incur with it. And so I do think that it's good, but you have to proceed with caution.
I like that. So maybe high risk, high reward, or high risk and maybe no reward. That depends on the day, I suppose, and also what you get. But thank you both so much for joining us, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the co-stream.
We're doing great. Thank you so much, Necro. See you next time.
Awesome to get their take and insight on things too, because they do follow different lobbies than we do on the mainstream. And you even heard from Dan, they also got a chance to interview some of the players that we don't get a chance to talk to on the mainstream as well. But let's take a look at those overall standings, Admirable and Casanova, because there's only one game left and things are looking mighty close once again in that mid zone.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, feeling like the cutoff might be like, 28-ish almost. It's 27 coming into that game, but all sorts of wacky things can shake things up. And that's really where I have my eye right now, is on that middle spot right now. Connor, David Ace, and Milk all sitting at 23 points. That is a big deal for that one. I didn't necessarily expect tiebreakers to be a major factor in this one. Right now, it's looking like it might be.
Yeah, I mean, the bubble is so incredibly close, even up to players like Replay and Soju, right? 25 is not safe. If you take an 8th, you take a 7th, you might not make it in. And then we're looking at the players, we set up in that last lobby. Dish Soap needs a first place here in the final lobby of the day. Setsuko needs a top 4, and that's the same for, right, Casper. DQA also going to need a really big placement. D-Pay needs that first, right? There's so many players that need some specific placements. And then when we get to that point, if everyone's landing on that 27, then we got some tiebreakers coming through and it gets really scary.
It really does, but even when you talk about maybe the cutoff potentially being higher than 27, I don't know if a first place might be enough for Dish Soap and D-Pay. It really just needs to be the cards falling in a very particular way in order for that to actually be what happens for both of them to make it forward to day number 3. It has been so close and so fun to watch all of these lobbies, and even though there was a prismatic lobby on the other side, you guys got to cast 5 multicasters. How fun is that?
I mean, I was fine with the game. The game was a banger. Good game. Everything was so close and everything was so high intense. I am very much not like a I want to see crazy stuff sort of person. I'm okay with seeing crazy stuff, but I don't mind seeing a bunch of multicasters in the lobby either. If that's what players are going to do, I want to see who's doing it better, frankly. That's really where my stance is at, is I don't care if all 8 players are going multicaster. The point is which one's supposed to be going multicaster and which one's doing it better.
I think Replay has usually had the upper hand when it comes to that one. Maybe not so much in this particular game, but I mean, it's been so hype all the way around. Casanova, I feel like when you've covered these lobbies, like what's really been your favorite part of today so far?
Everyone is making it real close. They're messing with my heart a lot on these games. We've gotten so many of these lobbies where it's just this close from someone getting that first or finding that last unit, or and it's just good TFT to watch because of that. And we've got a really amazing final lobby coming up with so many players close to that bubble and a couple players who need to make it happen big. I mean, I just can't wait to watch. This has been some great TFT this regional, and just showing how stacked our region is. It's so much fun to watch.
It has been an amazing day. Admirable, Casanova, thank you both so much for taking us through those 3 games. We're going to let you go. Enjoy the show and also get some rest because we're going to see you tomorrow. We have just one game remaining before we determine which 8 players get a chance to move on for another shot to compete for the 4 final spots, the Runeterra Reforged Championships, representing North America. For this final game, we've got Bupasaurus and Crone to bring us through the action, and in this lobby, wow. I don't even know where to start with this one, Bupasaurus. I feel like everybody has a great shot to be able to make it, and the race is very close.
I mean, and if you think about it, right, you just said 4 more spots, right? That's going to be half of the lobby tomorrow, right? So making it to tomorrow is a big deal, right? So if you think about it in big picture sense, right, take the names away. Today's the day that you're going to set yourself up to that. Making that final lobby, you have like 50% chance of potentially representing North America at Worlds. So you got to make it or break it today, and this lobby has a lot of that going for it. We'll talk a little bit more as we get into the game. But this lobby is absolutely insane and has a lot of stakes attached to it as well.
I was thinking of you both when we were checking in with the co-stream, and they said that they got a triple prismatic.
Yeah, we were talking about that too off broadcast. Yeah. We know.
I am so sorry to bring that up. Maybe that bodes well for your final game of the day. And when it comes down to that, I mean, this is a whole lobby basically of Earth players at this point, and that does make things even more interesting. When we got 5 multicasters all contesting each other for our other lobby, and we don't have that this time around. So I feel like there's even more things that these players can get up to, Crowan.
There definitely is. There's 7 Earth players, at least who have played Earth up until this point, and 1 Ezreal player with DQA in this final lobby of today. So we're going to be seeing a lot more of the same in terms of those vertical traits, right? But not everyone's going to be able to go into those same lines, right? If you go, you know, the vertical, like Demacia can only really sport a couple. Same things with other lines like the Ionia Vanquisher and things like that. And also it's going to be what are players actually offered. Not everyone clearly is going to hit something that's like, you know, one of the top 2, top 3 vertical traits. So how do they end up pivoting? We've seen a couple of times, especially when prismatic augments come through, like with Golden Ticket, going to more of a reroll style of play indeed. So there's a lot on the line for 6 players, right? Soju, T-Lides, Milk, David Ace, Casper, and DQA are all on that bubble, all on that cutoff, so close, but none of them safe. It's really, really intense to see what exactly happens.
Can't wait to find out, and neither can my little legend. So let's get right into this final game of the day and see which 8 players are moving forward.
All right, this is the last game before we make it to the final 8 to find out who will represent North America at Worlds. We're gonna be done with 16 total lobbies throughout the weekend, with 6 more to go tomorrow. We're gonna go right back to Zoom Zone. And Crone, we actually had a really, really interesting lobby the last time we were on Zoom Zone, because all of a sudden 4 costs and 5 costs became way more attractive.
DQA absolutely hates that Yuumi Zoom Zone was one of the options. DQA is the only person on another portal option, just because we talked about it earlier, but Yuumi Zoom Zone helps out these Earth players so much in getting those capped 9-piece traits, right? You're able to go level 9 so much more consistently, and DQA, being the player who is at 21 points, needs his game specifically to be a big one. If we think about 27, 28 points being that cutoff typically, but even in LCQ, right, that cutoff was 29. With even a first place as a world where DQA might not make it, it is a bit close this time around though, so I think it might be that 27, 28, but still DQA not happy about it as we start into this Yuumi Zoom Zone lobby.
All right, we're going to start running around with David Ace as well, who is the gatekeeper in 8th place. 8 people will move on until tomorrow, so David would love a really good result to make sure that he doesn't have to depend on other people to do poorly to get him there. And so now, with knowing that the XP generation is going to be better, we saw Soju level up to 7 at like stage 3 something in the last time we played this. And Soju actually picked this lobby, and I thought Soju played this really well the last time we were there as well. So we already know that Legion coming in with arguably one of the best regional performances that we've seen in terms of average placement. Toronto actually very close with that as well, but it's still a wide open race for a lot of these players. For example, if someone in 6th or 5th place gets an 8th in this lobby, it might be done. And remember, the season is done for them. There's no more games after today for those people who got eliminated.
No, currently the only one who is locked in his world spot already. For everyone else is just looking towards set 10, and you don't want to say goodbye to your Runeterra Reforged run at this point, especially being so close, right? 1 game away until tomorrow. Your fate's in your own hands, Boop, for all of these players. Well, most of them at least. being able to look towards tomorrow. Wajan Iverson already safe, right? The only player at currently 33 points. He's been performing so well. It's now time for everyone else to really try to catch up.
Okay, I was wondering when David was going to pop the tome, because he usually does it immediately. We got Bruiser, Targon, Vanquisher, Challenger. Vanquisher is something that I think a lot of people would automatically move to. Yes, it is. But I actually don't remember David playing many Vanquisher lines. Definitely like the other verticals that hit 9. Noxus is what comes to mind. Actually, he was trying to set that up, it looks like. And that's not the case. But we're going to see what David's going to be able to do on this line that he might not be as comfortable on.
Yeah, David, it seems like usually trends towards that Noxus or Shurima, one of the two. He picks on 2-1 if he's offered it. Has to play the Vanquisher line here, as you're suggesting, Boop, so not quite as comfortable perhaps as normal, but the front line is still pretty good. Not going to win out on this first round as wow, the Jhin. If I got the snipe off, it would have, but David Ace still, he's in a solid spot here, 23 points. Needs to look for at least a top 4 to feel safe.
23 points as well for Milk, sitting in 7th right now. And of course, tiebreakers will probably end up being a big deal as we move forward after this lobby. And again, we will know who the final 8 will be. And we're already starting with Demacia here. So Milk probably feeling a little bit better than David in terms of what emblem we were able to get popped out. This one has shown an insane amount of success. I'm just curious who else was able to get it. Casper.
There we go. 2 players already contesting Demacia. Is there anybody else? We'll kind of see as we get into the carousel where all those emblems landed, but Milk leveled up to 5 on 2-2. We see that yet again, the tempo of the lobby on Yumi's Zoom Zone being so accelerated. Milk, one of the favorites to win the whole event, has already been to the World Championship multiple times and could do it here again. We talked about how this meta does favor Milk's playstyle with reroll being good, but Milk says I don't even need to play that playstyle. I can just play good solid TFT with Earth with playing these vertical traits. That's exactly what he's doing. He's put himself up in a spot for success, and at least on a 2-win streak here, making it happen at the start of this game.
Very interesting about Milk, when he's played multicasters, I actually feel like that's when he's done the worst in this lobby.
Another Demacia.
Yep, we have another Demacian player. So everyone putting their tournament lives on the potential line on this one vertical trait. Can 3 people end up finishing in a potential top 4 with this? We saw 5 multicasters in the lobby, and we already have 3 Demacians in this one. Looking over at Philip, who had arguably one of the most heartbreaking reactions to his game 4 knowing exactly what that meant for him. Hasn't really been able to recover from it, and honestly, I don't blame him. But is he going to play spoiler with Bard as that little legend? And looking around too, you know, something that has always been fascinating, we're seeing it right now, is when there's more than 4 Earths, things get a lot more complicated for those players.
They do get very tricky, as we're gonna have a peek at what emblems everyone is going for at this point. We see the 3 Demacias between Casper, Milk, and Soju. Vanquisher from David Ace. See Wajan Iverson as well. Freljord, that looks like. It's so small, actually. I think it's Freljord.
Yeah, it does look like could be Zon, actually, with the pixels.
Oh,
but it's probably Freljord with the Ash there. So
it is Freljord. We have confirmation. Thank you.
All right, it is Freljord. You know, when you get older, your eyes go.
I know. Am I at that point? Oh God, let's not think about it. Let's think about T-Lines. No. T-Lines is the Noxus player in this lobby, something David is very comfortable with. But T-Lines has played it over the course of today as well, and I think, if I'm remembering correctly, to some solid success. And it's especially powerful when you get to win streak in the early game and build up those early Noxus stacks, and it's a strong board to do that, having Cassiopeia upgrade, Cho'Gath as well, and then Sunfire for that utility. He's wanting to slam items for tempo, Boop. That's not something we've talked about a whole ton of the time this weekend, but something that really you need to keep in mind.
All right, tempo just means if this is an average place to get it, if we're ahead of it or if we're behind. When you hear that word, that's usually what we mean. And so let's see if we're going to be able to get these Noxus stacks going. The answer is yes, and we already saw in a previous lobby how important that is with this Noxus vertical, especially when you're able to get those stacks early on to get to your maximum level of stats sooner is always going to treat you better in TFT. Milk going to suffer his first loss on this particular round, sitting in 7th place, technically a gatekeeper as well, because tied with 8th place and just 1 point ahead is 6th place on 24 points in T-Lides, which goes to show how close it is. This is just one of the lobbies, right? There's a whole other lobby with players in the running as well that we have to also remember. Dish Soap being one that might not make it, needs a first in that lobby. We will of course update you if that is going to be the case. But once again, I'm assuming that our players will probably start pushing some experience after this next item round, but who is going to be the question?
Yeah, no players leveled up to 6 so far. I think the last time we saw the Museum Zone, Soju had went to level 6 at stage 2. Just because it's a lot easier to do so, of course, but no one quite going that aggressive in this specific game. However, T-Lide's trying to protect this win streak, going up against Melk, who has already lost his, but the board is really strong with the Demacia Cho'Gath with that Warmugs and Quinn in the back line, trying to pump out all the damage. Can she clutch out? Edge of Night actually slammed to try to win the round. That is huge and might have made some of the difference there. The Samira survived for so long, and T-Lide's makes the 5 streak happen.
You know, if you're wondering, well, now you're locked into that item. Well, yeah, I also got a ton of gold for doing that, right? 5 streaking into this is going to be a huge boon to T-Lides as we get into this next stage. And now we get to really think about, hey, are we going to level up? Are we going to use this money to roll down? What is going to be the plan? T-Lides is going to be a little bit more free in terms of his opportunities to do that. Now we're going to be going over to DQA, who's playing what?
Multicasters. Hey, at least he didn't play it every single game, right? He did pivot at a couple of points, but is back to that bread and butter when he needs the big finish. And I actually think this is really smart from DQA, recognizing who in the lobby is going to contest him. Probably nobody, considering he's the only Ezreal player, right? Maybe Philip will. As Bard does give a lot of items, and that does lean well towards the multicaster line, but DQA should be feeling pretty good about it from loading into the game, rolling down at 3-2. We saw DQA make a lot of other boards work out from that pivot point to get to this, but DQA is on a 5 loss. He finds all the pieces, and Twisted Fate and Stone are upgraded, but still on that Vel'Koz 1. However, 5 Gallios is above rate for this point in the game. Needs to recover the economy, though.
100% also. It's always good to be reminded by how quick DQA moves that mouse around.
Zoomer
how
APM.
quickly he's able to see, I know, the units. I mean, in my game sometimes I misclick the portrait. So, you know, I have mad respect for DQA, but more about them here. So Philip is going to be the one that is going to be contesting. It seems like these multicasters, but DQA in terms of tempo, way ahead right now.
Philip contesting. DQA is not going to be too happy about that one, but still the composition does support 2, and we've seen times where they're both being able to make it into that top 4 situation. See if it trips up either one of them as the silver augments come through at the 3-2. Tiny Titans is very good, and especially in a reroll comp, buying you more time to econ back up. DQA is definitely considering that one strongly. Rerolls into misconnections. Rerolls Tiny Titans away, but goes Cybernetic Leech as well. Just wants that combat power on his board.
Night Harvester on the Vel'Koz as well. So itemization not as friendly, I would say, in its current form. We're going to have to wait a little bit. I mean, we're going to get more from Ezreal, but the Night Harvester is going to land there. And it's actually really intriguing because when you do get to Vel'Koz, how many times have we seen the Hextech Gunblade kind of keep you around that level of health that the Night Harvester would trigger on? So, you know, it could definitely make a difference.
It definitely can, and it kind of is a little puzzle that DQA has to solve in terms of how do I neutralize this Chain Vest, because he already has 2 tank items in the Galio and then the Demacia giving that 3rd one. So he's like, how do I make this Chain Vest and this glove work out? It's going to be Night Harvester. So I think it's a very intelligent recognition of what he has to do from his spot. But going up against T-Lides, is it going to be enough? T-Lides level to 7, and so with that, it's going to be a bit too powerful for DQA to deal with right now. Did win out in 3-1, but then back to the loss, it seems like.
Ooh, look at this go. Level 7 already, and this is going to help with the Demacian verticals that are contested, right? Because you're looking for that Mordekaiser, and so if you level up earlier, you're going to have a better chance at getting it, and with the 7 streak, we also have a good amount of gold. So in terms of tempo, 3 people leveling up to 7. It's Philip in 8th place, and our top 2 right now, everyone else at 6. So we're already seeing the effect of Yuumi Zoom Zone, and we're also seeing Soju doing just as well as T-Lides right now. I wonder if they're ever going to hit each other, as it's been a whole stage and a half so far with 2 people running that 100 streak. But we're also going to be looking at multicasters. You've got the double Shojins, 1 Radiant, 2 Radiant Sojins because of that Demacian emblem as well. That's a good amount of stats, but let's see if these 1 costs on the other side are going to be able to take down this Vel'Koz.
No.
Doesn't look like that will be the case. 1 more ult from the Vel'Koz is all they need, and an audience as well, as everyone gets to see that one end.
Philip leveling up to 7 at 3-3 as well, being a multicaster player, very aggressive. Soju, young, wild, and free as he sprints on out and decides what enemy he wants, ends up taking that belt. But as I was saying as well, Philip rolled all his gold down, leveled up to 7, and still lost that round. Is really, really heartbreaking. It just basically means that your game is kind of doomed, not streaking. And of course, doesn't really change the result of the tournament, but still, maybe would have loved to have a banger game 6 to kind of send him off for expectations moving forward towards set 10. However, it does bode well for DQA though. Philip, if he falls and then all the units are back in the pool, DQA can roll down and hit, and that would mean his spot in the game is a lot better, of course.
A lot of people also wanting our players in good positions right now to do poorly in these particular lobbies, right? You want Weijin, for example, to finish bot 2, so those points are going to be available for you to catch up, right? Other people in that lobby, so we also have to take note of that interaction as well. Will Weijin doing, one of his worst performances in this lobby, if it happens, help someone make it into that final lobby? There are just so many different variables right now going towards that, but we still have 2 people at 100 HP as well. We're going to see where DQA and this Casper Wu comp is going to land as another Demacian angle. We already have the Mordekaiser on this one.
Already the Mordekaiser for Casper Wu. It has the death cap as well. Not one of the best items, but it is going to be okay. See if it's able to work out there, though, as there's a big round happening between T-Lides and Soju. Both players win streaking with 8 into the Krugs, and T-Lides takes the loss. Soju coming up huge here with the Demacia, carrying a Vel'Koz right now.
All right, we have another one of our Demacian players, 2 of them in the top 3 right now. The Quinn already at that tier 2. We got itemization on it as well. We saw, I think, with Weijin earlier, how good a tier 3 Quinn can be for that comp. Really good version of butter him up so the rest can take him down, and then take him down yourself as well if you're able to get those ults going. We already have that extra Quinn. We still have a lot of to go, and these are all going to be hyper contested. So if anyone's able to steal a tier 3 unit in this Demacian comp, that's going to be a huge boon for them.
Definitely. Casper made it work out earlier, right, with the Quinn Rek'Sai reroll, going that Demacia. It was so good there. Milk having a good spot, already having it online, going up against Weijin Iverson, who's running that Freljord emblem with an Azir, going Azir Bruisers, Freljord, buying time for the Azir, right? And he has that Archangels to be ramping up all that AP. Not quite enough now, or is it? The Quinn cast comes through, but the auto is the thing that finishes the round. Weijin takes the loss, but Milk still solidifying his spot in the top 3 as we move into Wolves and Boop. Players are already getting dangerously low, like Casper Wu, and if they go out in 8th, that is their tournament run just over.
Yep, Casper Wu sitting in 10th place right now. So like you said, in 8th, it is over. A lot of these players currently playing the most important game of TFT they have ever played in their careers. And we still have 1 more day of regionals to go. Let's see if Casper is going to be able to right the ship. It has happened before, but on this contested comp, it might be a little bit more difficult. We're going to level to 8 and see what we're going to do from here. Are we just going to add a unit? We do have a couple rounds to go, but and we might want to wait for the augment as well, but as of right now, this is going to be the play for Casper.
Yeah, in the bottom left, Soju rolling for Demacia as well. Casper is saying, do I roll right now? Do I wait? Casper is waiting. It looks like, thinks that maybe a Quinn 1 and Mordekaiser 1 is enough. I don't know if it is. Is he playing for like the 4-2 augment, maybe to bail him out, get +1 Demacia again, and go level 9? That is a win condition. Maybe Casper was thinking he needs to play for it.
Yeah, maybe level 9 is going to be that out, exactly like you said. But you're going to have to do something different than the other Demacian players to get that advantage, and maybe that's going to be the difference maker for Casper. Unfortunately for him, he is running out of time. He's going to be able to get some back here. Let's see if this Vanquisher Karma is going to be able to knock out this Mordekaiser. It's going to give them a little bit more time, and they got the cast off. Just enough HP on that Mordekaiser, and that's going to be it. Night Harvester coming in handy on that round, and it's going to be the Vel'Koz taking the dub there as well.
Deals Soju his first loss of the game. Oh, wait a minute. Library card. Library card. This could be what Casper needed. Is it Demacia? Yes.
Yes.
Holy Casper Wu
God.
played for the outs and hits it. Just needs to survive 1 or 2 more rounds and can actually go to level 9, play 9 Demacia. Holy, the discipline. Wait, he's rolling. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You know, trying to push an advantage, I suppose. Rolling is interesting here because you want to get your levels, right? So this is. I wonder if we just got excited.
I mean, no. Okay. Casper's board is strong enough to win the last round, but it was barely strong enough, right? He needs to think about his kind of spot in this game and how he's going to win. Is rolling down that heavily and finding some upgrades going to get him there? He is going to be contested, so finding Mordekaiser 2 very, very hard. Finding Quinn 2, yes, is great and all, but is it enough? This round versus Waged Iverson, it looks like it might not be, because that's an Azir 2 on the other side there. Casper Wu finds a way to win the game, but might have just thrown it away.
I wonder if maybe we just got ahead of ourselves, right? Like maybe we, you know,
he still needed to find the units, right, for 9 Demacia. He didn't have everything.
Yeah.
So it's either you go to 9 and roll and try to hit. I actually don't know what unit he was missing, but it was one of them. It might have been the Fiora that he found and is on the bench now. He did lose that last round, though, so he's not strong enough. And his gold is, so far to get to that level 9 point. Philip might fall soon, but Casper Wu might be falling right after.
All right, Casper got the augment that he needed, but now he needs the wins to follow that up. Right now, only on the Kiana, and it's still on 7 Demacia, right? So I am very much looking forward to seeing this comp take some rounds. It probably will, and will on this particular round. Maybe we're going to be able to stabilize and take a level 9, because that is ultimately where that power is going to land. But it's about getting there. I'm very interested to see what puzzle pieces Casper is putting together to try to make that happen for him, as Philip isn't going to make it to the carousel.
Philip falling again. A great run to get here. Obviously, the past few games, not quite what he expected, but Philip, definitely be proud of his run to make it here. First time at regionals. Really hope to see him again in the future, but so much is on the line for so many players here. Boop, Casper Wu as well, being the one almost on elimination station, but David Ace right behind at 32 HP really needs a big one as well. He's one of the players at 23, needs to look for a top 4, but for now, does Casper find any upgrades? Melk
He did win that last round.
Yeah.
Yep, and basically level 9 is just not going to happen for Casper. He's already relegated himself to that. So you never know. We might get a tack crown somewhere in the future.
Yeah,
crazier things have happened.
I guess so.
But unfortunately, I don't think that is in his future. And we're going to be moving some things around on this board as
2
well.
for Casper.
Look at this. Oh yeah, more 2. That might be the bailout. That's going to be a bailout for a lot of these players.
Yeah,
and
that's huge.
It's going to be really frustrating for the other Demacian players too, because it means those Mordekaisers are gone for Casper right now.
Yeah, Milk contesting as well. Other players, right? Soju is playing the Demacia line. Milk versus Wasian here, though, Boop. Milk strong enough. Wasian's board has reached really, really strong point. Runs over Milk.
Yeah, that double Nashers is brutalizing the rest of this lobby at this point in time. And now look how close 2nd through 6 can be, right? 14 is, the odd man out, but from 2nd through 6, it is very, very close right now. And our Israel player hanging out in the middle of the pack. DQA also needing a first pretty much to try to get into that last 8th. Soju doing exactly what Soju needs to do.
Yeah.
You know, I was listening to Dan comment on Soju and how sometimes in tournaments he can play too safe, so he might actually give up a couple spots, right?
Fair.
On this particular lobby, I think that is totally fine, right? You know, especially where the way that the rest is going out of the boundaries right now in this last lobby, when you're in a pretty good spot as well, would not be my advice.
Casper Wu, Mordekaiser 2 might be his saving grace to keep him alive in this tournament. The Jarvan 1 is up there, but it's going to survive for, it looks like, multiple casts, and it does, allowing Quinn and Mordekaiser the exact time to get through the rest of T-Lide's board. Casper Wu making it happen here, getting into neutrals. Tenny caught it. Very much can be, Boop. 3-win streak carrying it forward. But Soju, I want to take a second to kind of commend Soju on this atypical Demacia spot. You don't usually see Demacia being ran with 4 multicasters, but he played the high-tempoed lobby so well. It's actually pre-leveled to 9, going into 5-1. Has 33 gold already. Has 33 gold. It's going to be more than 40 in the next round, depending on how much gold he gets on the Raptors. Might even be up to 50 to just find a legendary board to make this Demacia pivot work with.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes you look at a game and you're like, why not both? Playing both of the strong comps right now, Demacia and Multicaster as well. Really, really curious if these extra stats on the Multicasters in the back line are going to be enough. And you know what? A top 4 might be enough for Soju from this position. 25 points in 5th place. A top 3 would feel a lot better. Yeah. A top 4 might be enough. A lot of 5 costs now. We pre-leveled to 9, so we're obviously searching for some of these higher cost units. We're 1 away from a Rise 2 already. We have a Gangplank on the board as well. So this comp is still manifesting, I believe. We could still move into a different direction, but as of right now, we're chilling. We have an almost 30 HP lead on 2nd place. We have time, which is something that a couple of these other players, Casper, David, are running out of right now.
Soju not happy that he was stuck on an odd amount of items, had to just put a cloak on one of those frontline units, but Casper Wu still fighting for survival, is able to hang on one more round versus David Ace, who is in a very precarious position here. Boop, so many players getting so low. The Demacia Belveth, it looks like, from Milk is going to take out T-Lides in that matchup. Such intense TFT gameplay. Milk has gone to level 9 though, and has 2 Demacia emblems, has the Fiora, but just looking for one more. He has it. 9 Demacia online for Casper Wu as well. He was able to save enough time to go 9. The roll down, in hindsight, absolutely perfect. The Quinn upgrade into high rolling the Mordekaiser, and he has reached critical mass. These are compositions that win lobbies, Boob.
2 Demacia 9s, and if we're going to see them together, no, it's going to be Soju on the other side, who looks like he just invested a ton of gold. We're going to look at DQA as well, because DQA is on elimination station. This will mark the end of his tournament life, and so with his double Hextech and that Night Harvester, everything ranking on this Vel'Koz, and that rank is going to be low, unfortunately. Even
DQA.
Just the tier 1 Demacia. Mordekaiser, David also going to fall. Where is DQA going to end up in 7th? So David opening up a spot potentially in the top 8 as well, since David was in 8th place himself.
David and DQA, that's pretty much goodbye for them in this tournament. I mean, David Ace getting 3 points, he'd be at 26. Usually 27 is that mark, so I want to call anything definitively, but not the result that he wanted. And DQA even less so, probably guaranteed to be out. A 2-times world representative, not making day 3 of regionals, Boot, but there's still more players to go. Casper Wu and T-Lides fighting, Soju fighting T-Lides here in this matchup.
All right, who's going to take it on that one? We're going to look at Casper, and we got to give Casper credit. I think a lot of people wrote off level 9 as just never going to happen. I know I did, and look at it right now. You're seeing it in front of your eyes. That is a Demacia 9, and it's going to take down Equation pretty easily. That's going to be a 5-unit win. T-Lide's going to lose out as well by a ton of units against that Demacian Ahri as well.
T-Lides, though, getting top 5 feels pretty safe. He's going to be at 28 points at least after this round, but really wants to make sure that top 4 is achieved for security. Wage and Iverson still 30, Milk and Soju both 39 and 43 HP respectively, but that Casper would make it to 9, Boop. Yuumi Zoom Zone, that is what allowed this to happen. That is what allows these crazy Earth boards to get online. That's why there's so many Earth players in this lobby. You're able to get those first places so well. T-Lides, though, finds the Mord too.
you know, the T-Lights didn't get the memo of level 9 either. Everyone else being able to make it. But when you get that Mordekaiser too anyway, right, it doesn't matter. Milk finally upgrading that Fiora as well. So basically in this lobby, we're going to get TFT where we're going to see lobby-winning comps go up against each other at this point in time, which is always really fun to watch for everybody. So let's see if T-Lights is going to be able to sustain another round. 4 HP. It does look like he's got a Ghost to go against, so that might help out. But let's see if they're going to end up winning that round anyway. That does look like a Demacian Aatrox in that front line. The boat not really doing it too much, but maybe buttering him up to make it worth it enough. But now this Mordekaiser getting closer and closer to that back lane, and our Mordekaiser is already dead. Are we gonna lose to the Ghost?
Yes.
And we are. Level 9 will never be in our future, as T-Lights is going to finish in 5th. Casper finishes in 4th by just pretty much one team fight, right, in the early game. You know, maybe T-Lights got wiped in the early game at some point, and Casper didn't. We were able to get that 4th place, and we'll see coming from 10th if a top 4 is going to be enough. I can almost guarantee you the math behind the tiebreakers is almost assuredly going to take place.
It's so crazy here. T-Lights is going to end with 28 points. Casper Wu with 27 after going out in 4th here. Wage Iverson, Soju, and Milk all still left alive here. We're going to be here for a few rounds, Boop. None of them on elimination point, but that Bel'Veth, we've seen the power of Demacia Bel'Veth 2 with the rapid light cannon, the Radiant version, and it's going to tear through this comp from Soju.
Yeah, it looked genuinely unbeatable the last time we saw the Demacian Bel'Veth, and it's going to be a tier 2 Ahri on the other side, and we also got the ult. 2 of our units still had shield health to go with that HP as well. So I'm not looking very positive for our Ahri on the Demacian, but this Bel'Veth and this Mordekaiser are looking really good for Milk. Milk in 7th place has pretty much, you know, gotten himself into the final day. A 2nd place here would almost, or better, would almost assuredly getting there. Now it's going to be Weijin and Soju looking at potentially 2nd place. Weijin potentially making his average placement better. I don't know how Toronto Tokyo did in the other lobby so far. We'll see that soon. But as of right now, let's see if this dragon is going to give anyone that extra bit of power to overcome Milk at the top.
Milk at least is going to be at 29 points after this game. Soju at least 30, so they're feeling pretty good. Now really they gotta be considering the AVP, right? Fighting that battle between, you know, Wage and Iverson and Toronto Tokyo. They're at the top. Milk trying to make this board even more powerful. Has so many good units, so many good carries, right? There are 4 carries on this board, and that Jarvan, which is that such a strong front line with this 9 Demacia, all those extra resistances too. So powerful.
All right, I'm going to look at the board that does not have the Ghost. It's going to be on the right side. I'm looking at Milk and Weijin Iverson. Last time Milk saw this board, it wasn't even close. The Mordekaiser was able to get to the Azir in no time whatsoever. Not only just the Mordekaiser at this point, you've got the Bel'Veth who pops away, so actually stays safe from the Azir itself. This should be a pretty big beat for Weijin. That's going to almost assuredly take him out. And Milk is going to get at least 2nd place. It's Milk and Soju. Genuinely, what year is it?
Milk and Soju holding hands 1-2, part of the same study group, part of the players that have been around the TFT scene all the way from set 1 since its inception, and they're over here on each other's boards just trying to roll down for some crazy. Soju knows that he lost this, right? There's no world where his board could beat Milk, so he has to roll for some crazy high rolls like RE3, but Milk is denying the Aries. 2 Aries on the bench. Soju, round of applause for the effort, but you didn't find it there, man. It's gonna be Milk running away with this game, Boop. And what the lobby do it in, they both needed a top 2 finish and they got it.
Yeah, they both got it, and so we're definitely going to be seeing some classic names going into the 3rd day. Soju, I think, overcoming expectations and playing arguably his best tournament of the set exactly when it matters. Milk, same thing, has already shown success on this particular patch, winning another tournament earlier last week, and so, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. They got there.
You ask what year is it? It's set 5. It's actually just set 5.
Feels like it.
But like seeing Milk and Soju just continue to show us why they are some of the best TFT players, and they have been for several sets. It does feel like kind of a throwback when you take a look at some of those names that also just didn't make it, Boop.
Yeah, I mean, even going back to yesterday with Robin, right? And, you know, something that's always, I really appreciate with TFT is that each one of those streamers has communities that they have themselves, right? And a lot of them are awesome. You go into a lot of the streams and it's all the same people going into each one of those streams too. And that makes it even harder for them to, you know, when they don't perform the way that you think. But when they succeed, right, you have that whole crew of people backing you up, your study groups, your viewers, you know, casters, everyone who are rooting for you. And we're rooting for every single person, but there is something to say about the nostalgia of the previous sets and seeing those guys doing well as well. You know, familiar names are always easier to listen to, right?
Oh, for sure. And it's been just a roller coaster of emotions today, whether it is rooting for some of those more veteran names or even just seeing the emotion of players that know that that was their tournament life. Crow, and we really have kind of hit the spectrum.
Seeing the underdogs, some of them rise to the top and some of them unfortunately crash and burn, right? Seeing the whole array of emotions, and we're gonna get a chance to talk to later, you know, some very, very happy players moving into tomorrow, but the other half of that is you're gonna be sending home some very, very disappointed ones as well who have to think about the future in set 10. But hey, when the top 24 best players make it to the NA regionals and only a few spots available for Worlds, right? There's gonna be so much heartbreak and so much range of emotions.
One thing's for sure, though, is that North America TFT, what a great year for just North American Riot Esports. It's been so great to watch not only just the TFT players continue to elevate the game, League fans, I think you guys will also be
top
really
8,
happy.
baby.
Yeah.
Azale didn't cast it, that's why. You know, he
Yeah,
casted LCQ, right? He casted every single NA loss as well, except for the energy game, right? So maybe it was a TFT effect anyway, right?
Salute to
Right?
Captain Flowers for that one, to bring it home for NA.
Right, I was gonna say, yeah, it just nice that Azale has kind of sailed the seas here with the Riot Games as well. It was a treat to have him, and I think a treat for NA to not have him on that broadcast. But what a great weekend though, and like I really am like just so excited to see the community, and like when we talked to Darth Nub and Weijin Iverson just to kick off the weekend, they were saying, right, like it's a whole community. They're friends. These are people that even if they do get knocked out, yes, they want to be able to make it to the championship, but they're also there to root on their friends. And I think that speaks volumes, Boopasaurus, to just the community as a whole that we get to celebrate here.
Oh, 100,000%, right? I mean, honestly, that's the big reason why we're all here, right? You know, I think, Necker, you and I are a great example. We're on the screen right now. We did not start together in this game, but we're here right now, right? And the power of TFT to be able to do that, not just for us, but for literally everyone else, the streaming communities and, you know, these study groups. And so that kind of power is special and is something that TFT will always have, because it's, you know, a lot of streamers do play it. A lot of people do participate in TFT related things, right? So at the end of the day, just the opportunity to meet like-minded individuals and also see them succeed in ways that you can be proud of as well is awesome. I know a lot of people especially get like proud papa moments, or it's like looking at their friends finally breaking through, right? Like, you know, one of my friends was like, I'm addicted to seeing my friends succeed, and I think that really goes along with TFT.
Yeah, definitely. And also when it comes to just like building each other up in the competitive sense as well, just like motivating each other to continue to improve and get better and better. And I think that's a big reason why, especially in NA, that we're a strong region now, right? Replay is a world champion, and we're going into this coming Worlds as well being like, hey, NA's region to be feared. That goes all the way down to these points that are like, yeah, the community is always there together. We're trying to improve as well. There's a lot of friendship, camaraderie, but a lot of just raw talent and skill, and that is so damn amazing to watch.
It really is, and for 8 players, their journey gets a chance to continue tomorrow as we still have 4 more spots to fill as North America's representatives at the Runeterra Reforged Championships, and here are your 8 players.
God.
That is
wow. My goodness. The world is rejoicing right now that Setsuko and Dish Soap are not going to be a part of Worlds, but however, here in North America, very, very different. Those 2 players were considered coming in here as potentially being 2 of the best players in the world, and it just goes to show how frustrating TFT can be. You can be considered one of the best, but if you're not one of the best on that day, that might be your last day, and that is going to be the case for Setsuko and Dish Soap.
Yeah, that's such a heartbreak for them, again, 2 of the favorites, but not able to make it happen amongst a stacked field. And you can, you know, point it to a lot of reasons, but, you know, speaking with Dish Soap in an interview, it was like, at the end of the day, you can always improve, always do better. I know they're going to be back and hungry to make it happen and make it to Worlds here again. It is disappointing to say goodbye to them though, but just like we were talking about, these cutoffs are crazy. But that top 8 though, 4 players who is their first time competing at regionals make it into the final 8. Yes, that's so crazy. Toronto Tokyo, #1 finish of today, is in that conversation for AVP tomorrow as well, if he doesn't just outright win the whole event, right? And all the way down to the bottom, right? Connor is him. Connor is making it into day 3. This is crazy.
I think that's what they call a Connorism right there. Being able to day 3 a tournament.
Connor is him. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Connor is him.
It's so awesome to see these 8 players, and of course it's sad to send 8 players home, but one player we do get a chance to celebrate right now is Toronto Tokyo, your points leader of the day. Toronto Tokyo, it is so nice to get a chance to talk to you again after that dominant performance at the LCQ. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, it's going good so far, needless to say.
I know this is your first regional, but like, did you expect this, like, coming into this tournament, that you would get a day 3?
I actually did think, I felt pretty confident in practice that I was going to do well, but so, you know, I wasn't going in with the mindset that I thought, like, you know, these players, like, I can't beat them. I just thought, as long as I focus on, you know, on playing well and just doing what I can, you know, maximize my placement, then I can do well in this tournament. So, yeah.
Awesome. So you were one of our qualifiers from the Last Chance qualifier. So you literally got here on the and you were second too. So you literally got here on the very last point opportunity as well. So what have you done in those 2 weeks to kind of prepare you for this kind of moment? I mean, there are a couple of players, including Frodan and Crowan, who kind of called that this was happening. Was LCQ like a big moment for you, or was that just the start of your confidence building coming into this particular tournament?
LCQ was, I think the biggest thing about LCQ was, first of all, the LCQ field is really solid. There's not a single bad player in the LCQ, so it kind of busted my expectations and introduced me to like a really high level of play in the tournament. Like, the thing is, I thought that TF was going to be way better than it was, right? Like, I brought TF into the LCQ, that's how I qualified for the tournament, but I was really surprised at how bad it was relative to how good everybody says it was, right? So actually, the day after I qualified for LCQ, which I did on TF, I switched to URF because it just, like, something clicked in me where I was just like, this doesn't work against good players, like, at least in my opinion. Like, I feel like URF is better against better competition, and I think on average TF did worse at this event than people would have thought. So I guess I just got introduced to that idea early on.
Yeah, definitely. I want to take a look back even further to you starting to compete in set 9. Your tournament performances before LCQ were not amazing, but then you show up at LCQ and you blow everyone's expectations out of the water. What was your progression point from the start of set 9 until now as well? Because during that point, something else had to click, right?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was actually the qualification to LCQ. I just worked really hard. A lot of people helped me. I think the biggest thing is that I wouldn't be here without the help of the people that I study with. You know, like people like Boss of Skills, Darth New, Wei Iverson, Mila Law, Minhee, Philip. Like, a lot of those people really helped me increase my skill, which I think was the biggest thing, because I was really bad not even like 2 months ago, but I think I'm playing a lot better now. So, yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to follow up on that actually. So, like, say, you know, you're, you know, a good player, right? What would you give advice for? Like, if you're trying to get into these tournaments and you haven't done it just yet, you've already shown the success story for that. Like, what's a great way to kind of prepare for these moments that you're now currently experiencing?
I don't know, it's you don't really ever think about, like, I want to play in tournaments and that kind of stuff, like, specifically. You just have to get in the mindset of, how do I get fundamentally better at the game? And when you keep improving fundamentally, like, you'll get to the point where the tournament is the next logical progression, right? So I think if you're trying to get good at TFT, the thing that you need to ask yourself is, how do I get better? How do I make less mistakes? How do I stop throwing placements? I think the rest comes naturally after that.
Talking as well about the next logical progression, Toronto Tokyo, you're going to be here in the top 8 tomorrow. That's the progression for you. So looking even further into the future, Worlds is just a few games away potentially for you. Where is your head at with that in mind? Like going all the way from your progression 2 months ago to now maybe being a serious Worlds threat? Take us through that mentally for you now that you are so close and could almost be there now.
Well, here's the thing about competition is none of this matters. None of the first 2 days matter. None of the LCQ matters if I don't get in Worlds tomorrow. And that's my only goal. That was my only goal this entire time. To be completely honest, I don't care about winning this event. I care about winning Worlds. Like, that's the most important thing for me personally.
Love this.
So it doesn't matter. I need to lock in. I need to play the best TFT I can play tomorrow. I'm not like very high emotionally right now. I'm thinking like I've gone first or second both the first 2 days. Like on the third day, it doesn't matter, right? Like if you average a 7 or a 6 on the third day, then it was like we're not talking about me after tomorrow, right? So I need to stay focused. I need to make sure that I don't make mistakes tomorrow, and hopefully more dog, less make it the worlds.
Love it.
Thank you for sharing your mindset on that, because I feel like you have such a strong mental when it comes down to competing in these tournaments. And something I want to hear you give yourself some credit for, though, is the fact that you kind of have given yourself a head start. Your AVP is right there next to Asian Iverson's, and it is so far up there in terms of just how well you've done these past 2 days. Does that give you any comfort at all going into that final day where you've got 6 games to keep that AVP high?
I don't think it actually does. No, like I said before, I think every TFT player knows that the low rolls are just like 1 game away. Like you log into the server tomorrow and all of a sudden you don't upgrade a single unit. So I can't think about the past. I can't think about anything like that. I just need to hope that the luck goes my way tomorrow, and I need to do everything in my power to minimize like lost placements, which is the only thing that I can control. But in the end, like I think luck will decide what happens tomorrow and whether I make the worlds.
We're all wishing you the best of luck. I want to give you the floor to give any shout outs that you'd like to make before we let you go for the night.
Yep, I talked about it before in the interview, but I wouldn't be here without the people in my study group that really helped me level up my game. So thank you, especially Positive Skills, Asian Iverson, Philip, Darth Noob, Sailor Mini, who were all there. I'm Jack. And I'm probably missing some people. And thank you to my girlfriend for being so patient with me as I practice for the tournament. And thank you to my family, and that's all. I hope everyone has a good night.
You too. Best of luck.
All right. Bye.
I am remembering now, Booposaurus, that I do hope that he ended up getting to take his girlfriend a nice date.
Yeah, that was like the whole deal.
Yeah.
Last time, right? I also just want to say, after that interview, if you don't like him, you're wrong. That was honestly one of the best post-game interviews we've ever had on this show.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I don't want to curse anything, but that is the exact mindset I think you should have going into tomorrow. The rest of that lobby going into tomorrow should be thinking, honestly, exactly the same way. That's a lot of respect I just saw, just from him towards his other opponents, but also respect for his current position as well. And for him to say, like, it doesn't matter. Tomorrow's the day that matters, and it doesn't matter until I win Worlds. That's kind of exactly what you want to hear about someone who's gunning for it, right? So really cool stuff. And both times we've been able to interview him, he's just shown up and been awesome.
Yeah, I want to speak that as well. Like, that is a winner's mindset, not just an NA
100%.
winner, not just like a one tournament winner, but like a world championship mindset there. Nothing matters but worlds, and then winning worlds, right? And in TFT, a game of variance, it's hard to do that. Any strategy game, right? It's always hard to be at the top, but to improve your fundamentals, that's the only way you're going to be able to do that, right? Only way to put yourself in that position to have a chance for that title, whether it be regional title or a world championship that these players are looking towards. So I agree with you, Boo. If you don't like Toronto Tokyo after that, you are wrong. That is a winner's mindset. That is someone who I'd be proud to send to world championships and represent NA, because they just want to do the best one step at a time.
It is so likely that we get a chance to see a new North American champion at this set, just based on our final 8 players that we have. And it's very possible that we also send a couple players back to back. Asian Iverson and Replay both have a chance to be able to show up again at championships. And it really has been just an incredible 2 days of competition. I feel like we couldn't have asked for anything better when it's come to like the high highs, the low lows, everything in between. Booposaurus has been great.
Yeah, it's been great, but I would be remiss to not give the flowers to, unfortunately, people who didn't make it into tomorrow.
Yeah.
Two of our best players, one who split, both players who won every cup in North America right now did not make it. And I think that goes to show how strong North America is, but it also goes to show how TFT can be a silly thing sometimes. And but you got to give them credit. They played so well throughout the entire set. They deserve the moniker of being, the best players, and this one day doesn't take that away from them, to be honest with you, right? They might not be going to Worlds, but I still consider them some of the best players in the world. I'm really sad we're not going to be sending them personally, but we're also going to be sending 5 representatives because of Kurum, right? Total to Worlds, and see if they're going to be able to carry the mantle and bring it back.
I think we have a good chance. Crone, I think we have a pretty good chance. North America's been doing pretty well so far.
I think we do have a very good chance, Necra. NA has leveled up over the past couple of sets, and that's kind of what we're speaking to this whole weekend, right? Level of competition, even in maybe meta that people don't really like, it doesn't matter, right? You just got to play good TFT, and that's what we see out of this competition. That's what we're seeing in terms of the mindset, the preparation, the taking it so seriously. And there's no surprise why we're going to be sending some strong representatives to Worlds, even players that could go back to back, like Riri played Wage and Iverson. I just want to mention Riri play real quick, because I feel like after winning Worlds, people kind of like underrated him after that, but he's going to be here final day of regionals, a really good shot to win out and make it to that world championship again and defend his title. That's not something we can say every day, right? The world championship goes back and defends that title, but he's in the spot to do so.
I could not agree more. Today, yesterday have been such high stakes competition, and while it is sad that we have to send 16 players home so far, we have one final lobby of North America's finest tactician that will be battling it out tomorrow, and you guys are not going to want to miss it, because we get a chance to send 4 players to the Runeterra Reforged Championships, and it is going to be an absolute banger of a day. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today, and we'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific or 4 p.m. Eastern, to find out just who those 4 extra players are going to be.